It's time for day two of the AMD Skyesports Championship 4.0 with our lovely and wonderful gaming partner Logitech and our fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Vivek, with me is Odog, and we've got the winners of yesterday facing off today. That's Neon and Renewal. Am I getting that right? No, Neon. And anyways, Odog is going to be joining me for this broadcast. He's been awfully silent, but he has a lot to share about what went down yesterday. So, Odog, what caught your attention?
Oh, wow. Thank you, Vivek, for that introduction. First of all, welcome, guys. I hope you guys are doing well. Today is going to be day number 2. It is going to be an exciting day, how Vivek has told us. About yesterday, I think Team Neon has caught my attention as always. I think Team Neon has been doing pretty well even after the roster changes. We got to see that one game down where I casted, and then they were able to make a comeback. So that was like quite an interesting game. Um, Now we have a match between Neon and Reaper.Hashtag. It was kind of the same scenario between White Cat and Reaper.Hashtag. So it was 1-1, and then Reaper.Hashtag took it off from there. So definitely an exciting time. Some really entertaining series. So I think
Yeah.
today it's gonna be a blast. When the winner versus winner, these high MMR games, these guys are like super well coordinated, and I will get a chance to cast these games. It is going to be a lot of fun. But before getting into the game, I would also want to talk about the Fanclash, the fantasy partner. If you guys don't know, it is a place where like you can earn some good amount of money. You can earn some cash with your esports skills and knowledge. And then Fan Clash will also bring some really exciting opportunities for the fans, including meets and greets with your favorite stars and teams. And they'll have a bunch of giveaways as well. So go ahead and download Fan Clash on your phones and try out that app. It's quite exciting. So let me take you back to the
I'm
game
just going to
that we were talking.
interject here because I've
Okay.
used or I've been at a TI pop stomp. I don't know if you could make it to any of the pop stomps in Maharashtra, but there was one in Mumbai, and Fan Clash happened to have a very cool thing at that event where you could actually make a fantasy team out of the 10 players among Secret and Tundra. And if your team got the highest number of points, if you could draft the ideal fantasy team, there was a lot of stuff that they were giving away, hardware, and a lot more. So I think it's really interesting. I mean, we all, a lot of us might be complaining that, oh, I'm just legend, but I know that RTZ could play better. And RTZ should have bought BKP, and the community is known for just thinking as if they're all better than the pro players. If you think you are, download Fanclash, make a team, and prove all of us wrong. Tell Heen that you
Oh
can
yeah.
make a better secret than secret themselves. So yeah.
Oh yeah, well that is definitely a thing to remember. But about yesterday's game, Vivek, what we casted, um, I think somewhere Team Neon, in game number 1, they did pretty well in terms of drafting. After winning the first game in game number 2, they seemed just a little low in terms of the drafting, and in game number 3, like they were able to make a comeback again.
Yeah.
So
Game number
today,
two was a
it is going to be an exciting.
outdraft, right?
Yeah, the game number 2 was out draft. So we have what happened yesterday on your screens, and we have what is going to happen today as well. So yesterday there was a win of Neon Esports, and Reaper.Hashtag also took it away from White Cat. So today we have day number 2. First match is going to be Neon Esports versus Reaper.Hashtag. Second match is going to be Team Renewal versus White Cat. Let me remind you guys, it is a round robin session, which is another exciting way of having this tournament. What do you feel about the round robin again, Vivek?
Firstly, nobody's being robbed over here. But yeah, I think it's a good format for like qualifiers. It's a very balanced format because the basis of this format is that everybody plays everybody, and then
Mhm.
and everybody plays everybody not in a best of one, because best of ones are never an ideal way to begin a tournament unless it's something like the lower bracket. So at
Yep.
this stage amongst these four teams, all permutations and combinations of what games could be played are being played, and basis your wins, your loss, uh, you're just placed either at the top of your group, or at the top of the qualifier in this case, or at the bottom. And I think that's fair. Like Reaper.Hashtag might have won yesterday versus Whitecat, but if
Yep.
Whitecat manages to beat both Neon and Renewal, and Neon loses today, then Whitecat could make the greatest comeback of their lives. So, in terms of
Yep.
from a storytelling perspective, there is ample opportunity for a great comeback for any one of these teams and a great upset being caused as well.
Yeah, I think this is absolutely something that I love about round robin. And if you look at day number 3 again, Whitecat will again have the opportunity to go against Neon Esports, and Reaper.Hashtag will also be playing against Team Renewal. So it's not like just the winner versus winner or the losers versus losers. It's between all of them. The number of rounds that you can get in your bag is something which is going to make a huge difference when you move further in. So definitely an exciting day for today. So match number 1 is going to be Neon Esports versus Hashtag Reaper.Hashtag. Match number 2 is going to be Team Renewal versus Whitecat. So we really, really want to see who is the final contender, who has. But I think every single team has it. Every single team that has joined the tournament has the ability to be in the finals. But we have to see who's gonna take it along between Reaper.Hashtag and Neon Esports. Reaper from Thailand, if I'm not wrong. Neon from Philippines. So to all my Filipino fans, to all my Thai fans, good luck. Keep supporting your teams. I think this is gonna be an insane series, and I'm like super excited to cast this. So, so let's see what happens in the upcoming games. But before that, I would want to talk about the Reaper.Hashtags roster. So we have Solitic, RDP, Toy, Mavis, and Mad Maid. Okay, there are some cool names, and I think Vivek, you were talking about how good their pictures look yesterday, and I think they performed pretty well, and I love the confidence on every single one's face, and how they have performed yesterday. What do you feel about the game? Because I remember you casted it yesterday. Do you have anything that you want to talk or tell the audience about the hashtag Reaper?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to watch all four teams play. Um,
Hmm.
I mean, I can pick a favorite right now, but what's important is hashtag Reaper for the moment, because they had to play the second series of the day. And I mean, Toy is like the fan favorite. Solotic and Mavis both very competent players. Manmade is often being given the unfortunate circumstance of his hero just being picked first in the draft. He's often playing
Hmm.
something like a Tusk or a Pangolier, and he's very, very effective on the Tusk. But what's very impressive in this lineup is RDP, who's got
Hmm.
that playful grin on his face as he's adjusting his spectacles. And yeah, RDP is an absolute beast on the offlane. So I'm expecting
Hmm.
to see him really, really contribute a lot in the mid game and in the late game. So yeah, RDP, Toy, and Madmaid, the division of responsibilities, the key responsibilities are between the cores. And then if you look at Neon Esports, Valky was just an absolute beast yesterday on the Ember Spirit. Uh, with
Yep.
multiple sleight of fist hearing chain combos in fog on the
Hmm.
high ground, and he's mechanically very, very good. I'm getting the
Hmm.
feeling that Ember is going to be banned out early on, or maybe even picked early on, because Neon is the
Yep.
kind of team that are okay opening with Beastmaster and Ember, and they're okay
Hmm.
giving up, or rather picking what's priority and revealing two cores at the beginning of the draft. The
Hmm.
other
There was a technical difficulty, but we are back again with Neon Esports versus Reaper.Hashtag. This is ODog, and this is game number one. Of course, AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0. I just want to welcome down to our lovely viewers once again. Well, this is going to be an exciting game. I would say the game is between a Filipino organization versus a Thai organization. Let's see who wins. We can already see a ban coming in, which is going to be Broodmother as the first banner, and I think Neon Esports did the same thing yesterday when we got to see them play against Team Renewal, and I was able to cast that game. So, uh, again, what I wanted to talk about is this hero just controls over the whole map. So that is something uh, that we can focus on. I mean, the web, it just goes all across the map, and the spider links. A lot of pros, they just have been microing down the spider links all across the map to get insane amount of vision. Next up, we have a Lycan band that is coming out from Neon Esports. They definitely do not want to fight against a Lycan. Could also be a respect band from yesterday. Reaper.Hashtag, they have showed up a Naga Siren band. What I can say about Naga is Naga has the highest win rate, which is 56%, according to Dota Buff in this one particular patch. So they would just want to ban it out. Next up is going to be Marcy, which is one of the, I think one of the most picked position for heroes in this one particular patch, even after the buff. The amount of jump that you have, the amount of movement and mobility that you have, I don't think there's any other position 4, if I believe, uh, that they have. So they would just want to ban out the Marcy. They do not want to play against the Marcy. Neon Esports again showing up the same Beastmaster pick as their first pick and not afraid of picking it. Again, the roar that pierces through the spell immunity of the BKB is something that Neon Esports will be focused on. If I talk about Tusk as in general, the snowball saves is something that we all look for. We have seen some crazy things happening yesterday. Some good saves when Invoker on the high ground did not die yesterday. It was also a Tusk save. So, I mean, in general, the hero is good. The tag team works really well along any kind of right clicker. And they want to go with a Hoodwink pick. I believe the Hoodwink is going to be 5, if I'm not wrong. But I mean, Hoodwink can be versatile, can be played on mid. I'm not very sure because we are still into the drafting phase. I mean, if might be able to predict if I see one or two more heroes. But as of now, would just say or would predict that Hoodwink would be on position 5 alongside Tusk. Tag team works really well with any kind of hero. And again, what Vivek mentioned earlier, we have Valky who's going to go on the Amber Spirit on that mid lane, and they have instantly banned out SF, which has been again it has been pretty active. Um, and they have also taken out the Lifestealer. And Reaper.Hashtag are also going to come up with a ban of Mirana. So we have Vivek. Vivek, what do you feel about the bans and the picks coming out from both the teams?
I mean, the picks coming up from Neon are not that surprising. I was just talking about it earlier that they're one of the teams that are very comfortable just picking up their cores early on and then kind of flexing around their draft. So this is exactly what they've done. They've opened with Beastmaster Ember, and yeah, these are two heroes that are very important for them. Andrew does play the Beastmaster. He's also got the drafter's tag or the captain's tag next to him. And this is an approach that has worked for them yesterday. We just have to see that in the larger scheme of things, will this opening be punished? Are there answers or solutions for Beastmaster Ember?
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, Amber Spirit again, because of the mobility, I think it is one of the other heroes that we all can focus on. Like I said, on that mid lane, the bottle pickup is gonna be also big enough. Like it is a big deal, when you have the Remnant after level 6, the pickups are pretty quick.
10
You would
seconds
not
remaining.
need a position 4 to rotate and securing the runes. That is something that also
5
comes into my
seconds
head.
remaining.
And again, we have a few bands coming up like Morphling, Pudge. Pudge being played in position one. I think we saw yesterday how Pudge was picked in position one, even though like it didn't really work out for any of the teams, but um, I would still say like Pudge is good enough. I mean, if you have a good game with Pudge, then you will be able to make it. Um, then Morphling just gets uncontrollable. What we got to see yesterday, Vivek, if I'm not wrong, after a 30-minute mark, Team Renewal in game number two, they picked up the Morphling, they got the ages, they bought some time for the Morphling, and then
Dire team pick.
boom, like it was just all over the place, man. There was no way of coming back for Neon yesterday. So definitely a good ban. Neon understands what a Morphling can do in the late game, so they definitely do not want to give it to Reaper.
Ten
Um,
seconds
and
remaining.
then we have the next ban, which is going to be Slug. So we are in kind of the phase where like
Five
the
seconds remaining.
carries or the core heroes are about to get banned from the side of Team Neon. Um, so they do not want the Reapers to get
Radiant
any kind
team
of
pick. Pistol
potentially
here.
good heroes. Okay, now comes the confusion because Reaper, they have showed a Crystal Maiden, a Tusk Hoodwink, and a Crystal Maiden, which means one of them is a core hero. So that is something that we have to
Yeah.
focus on. I said
Ten
Hoodwink can
seconds
play
remaining.
mid or position force. I would say Hoodwink can
Five
still do it, or I
seconds
would say
remaining.
Tusk can go off lane or mid.
Radiant
What is going to be
team
your
dire
prediction,
team pick.
Vivek? What do you feel about it?
Yeah, because I had the privilege of watching Reaper play yesterday and I got to cast their games. It is the Tusk going mid, and both the Hoodwink and the Crystal Maiden are supports. For this next pick from Reaper, they need to find something that can address the Monkey King. One thing that's really, really popular right now is the Razor. So, Bloodstone Shard Razor is a thing, and
Hmm.
it is ridiculously good. You could even any ranged offlaner would be good over here because you will more often than not just smash the Monkey King. Uh, that's why I bought up the Razor, and the Razor is also kind of this underground meta that has been populated and or made popular rather by 3-3.
Hmm.
This works in a sense. I want to say that this is something that Reaper played yesterday. Pangolin
Hmm.
versus Hoodwink in the offlane. There is something that's fundamentally very broken about this lane, and the fact that in the laning phase, heroes like Lich or even Crystal Maiden for that matter, they like to stay in the trees, and that's where they're doing most of their work. They want to
Hmm.
trade or force out regen from you from the trees. The Hoodwink is a very good punish versus this. So the Hoodwink
Okay.
can just throw a bushwhack, and the Lich is caught in the middle of nowhere. There's a swashbuckle, there's a shield crash, and all of that goodness coming out from the Pangolier, and before you know it, Lich is dead. So there is this deceptively high amount of nuke potential coming out from the Pangolier Hoodwink lane. And if you just look at the cores coming out from Reaper, uh, they've got a lot of burst damage amongst the two of
Hmm.
them. They've also got a lot of control. And
Yep.
shards can be nice and can be bad for the Pangolier, especially when you use the Rolling Thunder. So they've got this interesting synergy, the two of them, the Tusk and the Pangolier, and then you throw in the Hoodwink for good measure. Last couple of bans. These are very interesting bans coming out from Neon Esports. They ban out the Troll and the Medusa,
It's okay.
and they're going to pick up the Bloodseeker, which is a hero that theoretically, and not just theoretically, practically as well, causes a lot of problems for the Pangolier. Last pick for Reaper, 2, 3, 4 melee heroes on the side of Neon Esports. Uh, I'm I'm feeling a draw. I'm just not
Hmm.
sure if they're feeling it, but could work.
Well, I really like how Neon Esports have countered Pangolier instantly. Like I had it in my head. They would want to go for a Bloodseeker. If the Bloodseeker is playing a safe lane, then it's gonna be a monkey off lane. And like you said, Dro, of course, they Team Reaper they do require somebody who can fight from far away. Joe has a huge amount of damage. Let's see how Toy performs on it. I know he's a carry player. The only thing that I have in my head is Monkey King. they can actually put Monkey King on off lane, but then again, it's gonna be really hard for the Monkey King to play against Joe. So I think this Monkey King is gonna be position 4.
It's a
Uh,
support Monkey King.
yeah, it is a support Monkey King, and then Andrew has already picked Beastmaster, which defines that he is going to be going off lane. So I think the laning phase is going to be okay-ish for the Draw Ranger. They might be able to secure a couple of kills, because two range heroes versus two melee heroes is something which is going to be harsh on Neon Esports in terms of the laning phase. Other than that, what I am afraid of is Team Neon Esports, they have a hell lot of mobility. Like Amber can jump in, Beastmaster with a blink can go on Joe Ranger, Monkey King can catch the Joe Ranger. The Joe
Oh yeah.
Ranger has to be really afraid from buying or completing the Hurricane Pike. Because if you push back and if the Bloodseeker isn't really controlling the Pangolier, then the priority will be the Joe Ranger. So that is something that has come to my mind, that like Bloodseeker will be controlling a lot of the team fights against the Pangolier as well as the Draw Ranger. If I talk about the supports, I like the supports, but what I am feeling is these guys, Team Reaper hashtag is lacking a little bit of the tankiness, a little bit of the initiation. They have initiation. They have initiation. I'm not saying like they do not. They do not have anything. They have it, but if you want to see what on which side I'm tilting more, it's gonna be Neon Esports, because I think their draft is on point. They will have insane amount of vision as well because of the Monkey King. It is quite annoying to play against the position for Monkey King. I have played it. This guy just keeps dewarding, man. These high ground dewards are like very annoying because I am a support player, so you have to be very cautious in terms of warding and whatnot. So I am leaning towards Neon Esports for today. Anything from you, Vivek? What do you feel?
These drafts.
Yep.
Uh, 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 yeah, it is a hard game for
Hey, anything from you, Vivek? What do you feel?
these drafts.
Yep.
Uh, 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 yeah, it is a hard game for the draw, right? I know this is Toy's comfort pick, and he's done it in the past, and it's worked for him. But this game is going to be hard. It is going to be tricky. So, uh,
Mhm.
the the ease of execution is certainly with Neon's lineup, right? I mean, if you just look at it, there are just like less skill shots that Neon
Yep.
have to hit, and yeah, I think sure that's one aspect. That's the mid game. I'm thinking about the laning phase. So I feel like Valky is going to do better than the Tusk, although it might be
Mhm.
a minute win. Valky on the Ember, Fortune Soul, who's playing the Bloodseeker on the safe lane, should be fine. Andrew on the offlane Beastmaster should be okay. Hated and Tsukimoto on the Lich and Monkey King will also find their place in the laning phase, although Hated has got to be careful of dying. And Likewise, if you look at the Dire, if you look at Reaper hashtag, solo take
30
on the
seconds to
Hoodwink
battle.
has got his work cut out for him. Madmate typically likes to hit level 6 mid and make a rotation early. So, yeah, solo take as well as the Pangolier have really got to put in the work in the early laning phase. But right now, before the bell tolls in the game of Dota 2, we are looking at a very early skirmish. The Radiant have the advantage in terms of vision. So they
The
are
battle
seeing this. Madmade
begins.
walks onto the low ground and he's just running straight at them. He's going to pick up the bounty rune and he's going to get away with it. I mean, naturally,
Yep.
early on, Tusk is just a little bit tankier. And although the nukes were tossed out by Neon, they really didn't feel like
Mhm.
pursuing.
Yep. And I would say some extra amount of gold that come to solo tick. He was able to deward the observer ward. The laning phase seems okay. I mean, it's not too bad on the mid lane. If specifically I want to talk about the mid lane scenario, of course, one of the most important lanes to look up to because of the rotations. They do make a huge difference. And if you look at that first um, wave, you see Valky has already hit level 2, gave some damage to Maid. It will take some time for Maid to go to level 2. Um, but I think the range creep secure is the most important 3 for 3 first wave. decent play. Meanwhile, on the top lane, Toy has already used all of the regen, has picked up more tangos from the courier. So that is something, that is some investment coming out in like level 1 stage, and we can see already Monkey King looking out to block and devoured any kind of sentry wards that can come out from the Crystal Maiden, and a good amount of
Yeah.
vision that you can get trying to secure that range creep. Of course, pretty important. Moving back to the bottom lane, Fortune Soul versus Hayden. I like
Hold up. We're looking at the mid lane actually. It's Valky and Madman, and this is a lane where both mid laners are dropping low, and that water rune and securing that water rune is going to be so crucial, and that early bottle. And Madman has got his bottle out first to him before the Ember Spirit, so he's going to be able to just force more regen out of the Ember, apply a little bit more pressure on the Valky. But you know, what I'd really like to see is the last hits.
top lane.
Uh, yeah, top lane. Tsukimoto is going to be able to get away for now, but I'm just curious, like how these lanes are going across the map. I'd like to take a look at the game stats and just see if there is a major CS difference anywhere in the map. Right now, the Monkey King is applying pressure, but all they're doing is poking at this drow slowly and silently.
Yeah. Oh, Tsukimoto is gonna go down with Uzaki. Definitely good use of the Crystal Nova. And yeah, I mean, once you hit those level 2, 3, not 2, 3-ish is the power spike for pretty much every single hero in the laning phase. So yeah, they were able to secure the kill. First blood goes into the bag of Uzaki. Definitely some good help for the support. Meanwhile, we can also, I actually wanted to talk about the bottom lane a little bit. I really like how the bottom lane is, because you have a Bloodseeker and you have a Lich, so like you can slow somebody down when you use the Blood Right,
Frost Shield.
and there you go. Yeah, and the Frost Shield as
is
well.
just so good.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
against
good because
Pangolier,
like the
it works really
swashbuckle
well.
is physical, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's largely blocking the effectiveness of the swashbuckle, and because Bloodseeker, he's going to just heal up with every creep he secures a last hit on. So this lane is not going to be able to apply pressure onto the Bloodseeker, and the Bloodseeker is just going to go unchecked. I mean, the
top lane.
player. Top lane, I think we have a little bit of action breaking out. I mean, the
Yeah.
Beastmaster's dropping low. Toy does have the multi-shot in a bit. Andrew running for his life. Both the Beastmaster and the Monkey King are low, but there's just no further lockdown. And I think they're going to be okay now. I mean, unless Crystal Maiden gets a little bit of mana with the Basilius and reaches one of these heroes and times a Frostbite really well. But there's action up top as well. The Primal Spring committed, Toys dropping low. Tsukimoto uses the Mischief, but well, that Mischief is simply not enough, as both him and Hindu can probably fall here. All instances of the multi-shot connect on the Beastmaster, and these are just huge kills for Toy.
As well, we actually had a kill on the bottom lane as well. So Pango just came back to the lane all refreshed, but oh, mid lane there is a good block coming out from Valky. Mad Maid might be able to secure the kill. Oh yes, that is a pretty decent block from the Ice Shards, and the aggro coming out from the tower range. Good usage of the aggro as well. Meanwhile, if you look at the top lane, Toy has to go back, run back to the base, and will look out for a good regen. Meanwhile, there's a good amount of speed from the Thirst, which is coming out onto Fortune Soul. Definitely some advantage. Oh, what? Toy has walked back. Okay, he's just got some regeneration in his bag and has got back to the lane. Did not walk back to the base. I think it's a pretty good idea. And if you look at the bottom lane, there is an aggression coming out. Tusk has TP'd on the bottom lane, and there you go. Punches the Bloodseeker back to base. Hated is also going to go down. Definitely a good movement that we got to see from the Mat Maid. And on the top lane, they're trying to slow down Toy. Monkey King tries to jump in, and now seems to be a little bit in trouble. This is exactly what I was talking about. The root coming out. Toy is not afraid to right-click this guy down. Uses the magic stick, and Drew trying to turn it around will be able to secure the kill. turned it around. Pretty well played by Andrew. Gets a kill onto Zaki. These early game kills, they're going to make a difference. Oh, wow. The fight for the rune, but the exact remnant that I talked about, very well played by Valky. But the ward being taken out, 124 gold in the bag of Solotic. Meanwhile, if you look at the last hit and denial, Valky is still on the top. And definitely Tusk is going to be a little bit on the disadvantage. But yeah, he's not too far away, just a couple of last hits. But one level ahead, of course, he was able to secure like 2 kills on the bottom lane. Oh, on the bottom lane, there's going to be the fear. And I believe Hoodwink is going to end up going down. Very well played. And another rotation coming out from Madmade will be able to secure the kill on the support. The support doesn't work. Gave away his life, had to sacrifice to be able to, you know, redirect the fight onto himself and let the Fortune Soul run away. But if you look at the mid lane, Madmade is back again on the mid lane, would want to give up the bottle. There's a refill coming out. If you can see a movement from Valky towards the top lane, he does not have any rune, understanding the fact that he has pushed out a wave. It will take some time for the wave to come back onto the top lane. There's going to be the stun. And here comes Amber. He does have the Sleight of Fist, patiently waiting for using it for securing the kill. Gets Ozaki low, and there you go. It's going to be an easy kill. Good usage of the movement, and I believe he's going to be back to the lane. We can see a Tusk moving up onto the top. Wants to maintain the equilibrium on the kill. What do you feel about the movements coming out from Tusk, Vic?
And this is something I mentioned earlier, and he's making another move up top. He's actually forced out the row from Andrew. There's a quick boundless strike, but I don't think Andrew is going anywhere. Punched in the gut, controlled with the snowball. He's eventually going to fall. Not much that the Beastmaster could do there, but at a broader level, this is what Manmade likes to do on the Tusk. Get early levels, get level 6, because Tusk, all he needs is his shards, his snowball, and his punch. And he's going to do enough to secure a kill with a +1 or by himself in most cases. And Madmade is playing his Tusk to perfection, at least in the laning phase, at least in terms of movements. But the problem is, will he keep up as far as scaling is concerned? Up top, Toy in the middle of nowhere is going to get gone upon. That small camp is not safe. And if I'm not mistaken, they did have a little bit of radiant vision to catch the drow at that small camp.
Yep.
So Toy ends up dying, pays with his life. But there are moves being made elsewhere at the same time. You can look at Neon trying to just give up this bottom lane. Fortune Soul wants no part of this nonsense. He's just going to walk away. He was never there, never at the crime scene, gets the heck out of there, goes to the mid lane where both safe laners will meet, because both teams are technically making the right player, which is to take the enemy safe lane tower along with the 10-minute siege creep, or just prepare to take it down just before the 10-minute siege creep. So it's going to be a trade of safe lane towers. The problem here is Reaper.Hashtag haven't yet started to do enough damage to that tower, and they're actually not concentrating all their teammates in that direction. So we could see some funky moves at mid, but it's unlikely.
Yep. And in the last fight, if you notice, both the teams are actually trying to play parallel to each other. So they moved up top. Neon got a kill on Dro, but they were not able to get the kill on this Bloodseeker. And now when you're going back to the base, onto the bottom lane, he tried to ball up, he tried to use the Rolling Thunder, but it just wasn't enough because of the Sinister Gaze that came out from it. It's very well played. If you move to the other side, alright, we have an Amber Spirit trying to catch up onto the Crystal Maiden. The Flame Guard is broken. Has had enough damage absorbed on himself. Onto the top lane, there's gonna be a roar. They will be catching Solotic. Let's see if the Wild Axis will be able to connect from behind. Monkey King comes in with the Boundless Strike and secures the kill for Andrew. Pretty well played by the Monkey King. Tsukimoto playing pretty well today. I mean, from yesterday's game, in the early phases of the game, I think he has been struggling a little bit, but today, I think he has been doing pretty well. Also gets a little bit of the gold for himself, secures the bounty rune, and escapes. Has picked up a Tome of Knowledge, so has hit level 6. We might be able to see some kind of rotations now. B-ward coming out on the mid lane by Valky. So yeah, I was actually talking about the movement from both the teams. All right, Valky getting gone on here. He does have a Fire Remnant. Will be able to go back. Oh, the snowball gets him in. Lich tries to connect. Yes, there's gonna be a Frost Blast, but no further movement. There'll be no kill onto the mid lane. So yeah, they haven't really killed Neon's Fortune Soul, which is the Bloodseeker, but Team Neon has secured at least one kill on Toy, if I'm not wrong. They have to look up to Bloodseeker because Bloodseeker gets insanely. Oh, all right. There's gonna be some action on the top lane. The break, the cut of the tree, and they will be able to catch the Monkey King. So the Monkey King goes down, putting up the Tusk, the Mad Maid, on to the dominating streak. So yeah, we still have to focus on the carries, what they're doing. There are some movements coming out, and oh, there's gonna be a snowball, but it is gonna be the Lich who's gonna get caught. Mad Maid has got up onto the Lich with the bushwhack coming from behind, and this they will be able to secure the kill. It's gonna be a little bit of an unlucky movement which is coming out from Lich. Valky was able to escape, but funny enough, the Lich was caught. Haze Rune coming up. So Vivek, what do you think about the first items being bought by the mid laners? We can see a Tusk has queued a Blink Dagger, and Valky is gonna go up straight up with the BKB as the first item. What do you feel about it?
I mean, the BKB makes sense, right? Like, as long as he's got spell immunity, he can always just jump and kill the Drow, and he'll be unaffected by the Gust. So he's not going to die to that. The only thing that pierces spell immunity from the side of Reaper.Hashtag is the Walrus Punch. So they've got to be careful about that. And even, hold on though, I need to get back to that. The Walrus Punch is committed, and that's a beautiful pushback. Unfortunately, the Wukong's command is somewhat zoning them out, and Fortune Soul will join the fight. He's going to clean up on them. That's one core and two supports dead for Reaper.Hashtag, and now Mad Maid in the middle of nowhere, forced to use his snowball, is snowballing straight into his own death. The Blood Rite on the floor, the Sinister Gaze to hold him in place, and just like that, Fortune Soul rotates, gets a double kill. That's two cores falling off. And we spoke about itemization, and I just want to come back to that point because the way the Tusk is playing, it's more likely that the Ember is going to have a more impactful item before the Tusk. In such scenarios, it's really important that the Pangolier scales. We've got the network charts on our left, and both the Pangolier and the Tusk, as far as scores are concerned, are not doing that well. So I'm honestly a little bit concerned for Reaper.Hashtag.
Another point which comes to my mind is, see, Drow Ranger early in the game, it is a little hard for the Drow to be able to join without any damage items or without any escape items. I mean, you cannot do much, but you'll die because, of course, Team Neon, they have a lineup which can jump back on. Oh wow, okay, Valky has caught Crystal Maiden there with the Searing Chain, but he's not really initiating. All right, so Joe Ranger cannot join, whereas if I talk about Fortune Soul, they have picked up a Bloodseeker, which has to be in the team fight to be able to counter the Pangolier. If Bloodseeker's not there, there's a big chance that, team...
I'm going to quickly disagree with you because if the Pangolier rolls, I mean, they've still got the Beastmaster to just commit his roar to stop the Pangolier from moving forward with the Rolling Thunder. So sure, Bloodseeker as a carry is one that's active earlier before a Drow. Can be active with less because he's got Rupture, he's got some pure damage, he's got an AoE silence, so he likes to be active. But even then, for Fortune Soul, he doesn't need to start the fights or be there at the beginning. He can just come when people drop low. Speaking of starting fights, Mad Maid, he started one straight onto Sukimoto, a quick boundless strike, but they should have the Monkey King. The Sharpshooter secures the kill, but elsewhere they've lost the Crispy Maiden. Road committed, focus onto RDP. RDP wants to come at that Rolling Thunder, but the Sinister Gaze is there. A short range swashbuckle isn't going to be enough as Valky gets a double kill. He's hunting for more. Bloodlust in his eyes as he finds one. Mad Maid caught in the Searing Chains will manage to disengage for now, but at the end of it all, once again, Reaper.Hashtag loser core, and his farm progression slows down, and all that Neon lose is a Monkey King.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually a good fight, but what we have to see is like if they can convert this fight into some kind of tower, or they can put it down to the objective, that is something that is going to come to mind. But really good control that we got to see that came out from Enru. Um, onto the Pangolier, definitely did not let the Rolling Thunder happen there. Uh, but another point that I got to see in this last fight is Joe was able to escape because there was no support with Fortune Soul to stop the TP, and this is something that is always been problematic with the Bloodseeker until Bloodseeker gets something like Glepner, or you have to get a Skull Basher to stop those TPs. And it is kind of annoying for the Bloodseeker players to see, somebody's ruptured and you just cannot stop them. They're just instantly getting out. Oh, all right,
Uh,
there's going to be a Lich getting caught. The break is onto the Lich. The Tusk, does he want to initiate? No. He's trying to turn it around, trying to turn
I
the fight
mean,
up on the
he
hill.
did
Uh,
he did cancel his own Sinister Gaze there. He cast it
yep.
and he canceled it rather quickly. So,
Hmm.
I mean, that was a bit of an odd move, but they can still smoke and look for a fight, and this is the right play from Neon. They are stronger right now. If I'm not mistaken, yep, there's a BKB completed on Fortune Soul. If they run straight into Reaper.Hashtag and win a fight now, they're going to be absolutely okay. My main problem with this movement is that they're going to get a hoodwink. So, smoke for a hoodwink is fine if you can just brute force this tier 2 tower, which is what it looks as if they're going to do because the Beastmaster is here. He's got the helm of the Overlord. They're going to glyph their waves, so they're here for an objective. It's a pick off into an objective. And what are Reaper.Hashtag doing on the map meanwhile? Playing catch up. The Tusk doesn't have anything of significance. The Pangolier is barely hitting one swashbuckle that connects on two heroes in a fight. Like, I'm yet to see that happen. So it is Neon dictating the mid game, and it is Reaper.Hashtag just reacting.
Yep. And if I look up at the, if quickly I can look up at the network chart, we have a 10k gold for the Bloodseeker and 8k. So there's like a huge difference between the Bloodseeker and the Drow. 2k gold lead coming out, and right after taking the top tower, Team Neon, they are just gonna convert it into a rush, and nobody is gonna contest it. It is gonna be an easy rush. Fortune Soul gets it. 18-minute first rush pickup, first Aegis pickup, 5k goal lead. It is a big lead onto these guys. Oh, all right, there's going to be an initiation coming out, but I believe the initiation was not onto the Monkey King. He just farmed the creeps, got back up. Does not really want to take the fight. Of course, the mid tower is one of the strongest towers in the game that can make you control the map. All right, the smoke gets broken because of the high ground. Oh, that was a little too close. The boar almost hit the Tusk, but he was able to blink right in time. And now I believe Team Neon does what they do the best. They will look
Oh,
out for an
Neon want
initiation.
to fight.
Tsukimoto, a little bit on the wrong positioning. Let's see if he will be able to escape. No, he won't. The break was there. And a Sinister Gaze. All right, there is going to be the LT. Pangolier will be able to escape because of the Lincoln Sphere. And the Primal Roar has been casted, but it will not make any effect in this one particular fight. They will have to wait for Tsukimoto to come back. And I believe they know that there's a ward. Yep, they're pinging on it. Hated has to look out for a D ward. And the ward is going to be out. They really want to take down the ancient Black Dragon. It is one of the most annoying neutrals that we get to see. I
Absolutely.
mean, the fireball is just insane, man. It's hard to fight against that guy. I mean, look at it. It has 2000 HP. Either
Yep.
what are you gonna do? Are you gonna hit the hero, or are you gonna hit this ancient that is gonna be annoying in the middle of the team fight? So yeah, they have to take care of it. Meanwhile, Tsukimoto again getting
It's
caught. Oh, all
I
right, the
just have
bushwhack. He's gonna
Yeah,
miss it.
I wanted to elaborate more about the ancient Black Dragon. Sure, that's the
Mhm.
fireball, but it's also got this insane splash damage. So you can just
Yep.
leave it in a lane and it's going to push waves for you really quickly. It's one of the best creeps you can get once you have the Helm of the Overlord. But
Yep.
there's a small fight breaking out. They've actually found Valky. This
Lucky.
is huge. Valky with a quick slide of fist is eventually going to come back to the same place and die. That's his wicked six streak taken away from him. And this is an opportunity for Madmaid and the others to look for a fight. They don't have vision in their own triangle, and Tsukimoto is actually, in fact, providing vision for Reaper. Hashtag the Crystal Maiden. Sure, you got a persona, but keep that persona with yourself. It just looks cute. It's not doing much in the game. Reaper. Hashtag lose one, and Neon, they still have the ages. They can still fight if they want to. The Drow doesn't really want to join fights, and now Fortune Soul has a better solution for the Drow and for the Pangolier. The Blink Dagger is
Oh,
going
mid
to
lane.
ensure that. Okay, mid lane, big fight breaking out. Mad Main in the midst of the Wukong's command drops one last snowball. Our reinforcements coming the way. Hashtag quick with his fingers will blink away. The Hoodwink in the tree is just waiting patiently, but Reaper.Hashtag do not want to take this fight. They're looking for more, but Solotech with a quick bushwhack will manage to get away. Fortune Soul blinks ahead, no BKB. The Boomerang is there. He might just be burst, but he's got the Aegis. He's waiting for reinforcements.
Okay.
Rod of Atos being tossed out under the Crystal Maiden, and with the Boundless Strike, there's a little bit more control. But Fortune Soul is also being controlled. Frostbite, Bushwhack, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown on the Bloodseeker. In the end, the BKB is just to dodge the Sharpshooter, but he's not going to be able to do too much. That's his Aegis taken away. At the end of it all, sure, they get a task, they lose the Aegis, but most importantly, they get a little bit of map control with that tier 2 top.
Yep. It was a good fight, I believe. It's not too bad. I mean, he knows that there's not much they can do with this first Aegis. Of course, the heroes are not super strong enough. Oh wow, look at that! The Force Staff coming out just to get the Monkey King stunned. Very well played by Toy there. Some decent amount of vision that came out from Team Dire. Wow, man. This is something. This is what I love about Dota. The movement that came out, he did not silence him. He did not gust him. Just used the Force Staff right in the range to get him down. Very well played by Toy. I'm super impressed by this play. Onto the mid lane we go. They're looking out to push in. We can already see Lincoln Sphere. 2 Lincolns actually being bought by the Dire side, and that is something that we have to look up to. All right, an initiation coming out onto the Beastmaster, getting super slowed down. Here comes the Lich's ulti. They are gonna be all together, and then Tusk is gonna get a good amount of damage with the Ice Spire. Pangolier trying to control up the fight. He has to look up for an escape onto the other side. Tsukimoto getting caught up, but he is gonna keep everyone in the place. Good Force Staff coming out. There's gonna be a Lincoln Sphere, but it is not gonna do anything. Let's see if Pangolier is gonna escape. Yes, he will, because the Searing Chain was on cooldown, and Amer Spirit was a little away to use the Sleight of Fist on the second TP, which is gonna be on slow tick. So yeah, I mean, 3 people getting killed, 3 heroes getting killed. 2 of them are cores. Definitely a good move, and we can see a BKB and a Skullbasher coming out from Bloodseeker, which means it is gonna be very hard for somebody to TP right on his face. And double Lincoln Sphere, definitely a good build. But what comes to my head when you see 2 defensive items in a single team is like, the other team is now controlling the game. So you have to be very cautious. You have to look out for the damage now. Joe has to buy some kind of damage. I mean, right now, all you have is Hurricane Pike and Lincoln Sphere, which can potentially help you kill a Lich, or maybe more is going to be just the Monkey King. Because the other 3 characters, which is Amber Spirit, Enru with the Blink Dagger on the Beastmaster, and Fortune Soul, they are all gotta stay focused on Toy, and Toy is the main damage dealer. But right now, it just seems a little hard. 8k gold lead in 24 minutes. The net worths are also going top up. Let's see if on the Dire side, will they be able to make Team Reaper? Will they be able to make any kind of comebacks? Oh, look at that! Look at Hated. Vilcat's low tick. Andrew is not afraid to use the Primal Roar, understanding the fact that everyone else has. Has a Lincoln Sphere, and that was quite a kill. They used the chain for us, they used the Primal Roar, but in the end, we saw Valky securing the kill with this Light of Fist. That's a little funny to me, a little bit of an overcommitment I can see for support. But I mean, spells are on low cooldown. They do not have a very heavy cooldown. 1 more minute and Rosh might spawn. What do you think the teams have to do for a comeback? Ozaki getting caught up on top, Vivek.
Yeah, he's probably just going to end up dying here mid. Yeah, there's good stuff coming out from Tsukimoto. And bit by bit,
Yeah.
this Monkey King is going to turn into a problem, because he's going to have his Glypney soon enough. He is a recipe and a Mithril Hammer shot. And that is very, very useful. Valky's made it onto Toy. That BKB and the Frost Shield is going to ensure that he's protected versus both magical damage as well as physical damage. But the kick, the axe, the early axe from Mad Bane changing the game for a bit. But unfortunately, there were not enough saves from Toy Toy, and Tsukimoto joins the party with the Rod of Atos, secures the kill on the Mad Maid. The Crystal Maiden and the Hoodwink are alive, and not for long. The Hoodwink will perish. It's just the Crystal Maiden. And yeah,
Oh
I
my god.
mean, there. I don't quote me on this, but some folks believe that Crystal Maiden is best suited for cosplay. There's not much that she can do in a 1v5, and
Yeah.
yeah, it is a hard ask. They've got the Lincoln
Mhm.
Sphere. Pangolier is building towards his axe, but I don't know if these items are really going to make enough of a difference because Neon don't care. They have the Beastmaster, they have his aura. They're just going to hit these racks, and if nothing else, Tsukimoto can just set up with an easy ATOS. So Neon get a lane of racks, lose nothing in the process, and bit by bit, the net worth deficit that Reaper.Hashtag are up against is only growing.
Mhm. Yep. And I don't know if you noticed in the last team fight, Pangolier just rolled onto the mid tower of Radiant. I think he understood he won't be able to do much. He already committed his Rolling Thunder, so he just walked down the mid. He just rolled down mid. All right, we have a smoke coming out. They are looking out for a smoke play. Let's see if they will be able to do much. The Rolling Thunder is back up. I think Lich might end up getting caught. Yep, they will come down for the commitment. And there's going to be a bushwhack as well onto the Monkey King. They will be able to catch him. The break comes in through Fortune Soul will punish them back. Now Toy on the run. He has to look out for a run. Uses the Force Staff. Gets onto the low ground. Fortune pops up the BKB. Into the trees they go. But they will be able to catch him easily. And now it is going to be the turn of Mad Maid. Mad Maid is going to go down. Valky and Fortune Soul will punish them down. And you cannot run through the trees, man. Andrew with the wild axes just clearing out all the vision for the chase. Onto the top lane we go. Pangolier now being controlled, looking out for an escape. Will be able to escape away. Now is disarmed. The wild axes are going to be there, but Valky coming out with the big play off the Fire Remnant. Jumping behind the tier 3 is not too harsh on anyone, but I think it is very hard for Reaper to come back now in this game. So
It is.
Lotic
It is.
trying to get
They
them.
have
Oh,
to
all
pick
right.
the
There's a
fight.
buyback coming out. Still 14 seconds on the Rolling Thunder. They will be able to catch Valky. All right. This is going to be a big kill. 700 plus 546. Wow. That is some good amount of gold. You get almost 1,200 gold for that kill. A
Yeah.
mega streak gone for Valky. They have lost a big kill, but I mean, there's a forced buyback, which potentially had made a difference in this one particular fight. Let's see. I believe they should be looking at Rosh. Rosh will spawn in the next 10 seconds. Valky right now is out. Let's see if Valky has a buyback. Valky does not have a buyback. That means there's a potential chance they can contest for the Rosh. You can see Hated playing around the Rosh pit. They already have the time. They know the time Rosh is up. Meanwhile, Team Reaper, they're trying to fix on the lanes, but I really want to see them contesting for the Rosh. 15k gold lead still on the side of Neon, even though they got the kill. It was a big kill, but the control is still on. Another thing that I wanted to point out about the Beastmaster that you said, picking up that Black Dragon definitely helps. Okay, Monkey King has become the Aegis. Okay, so another thing that points out that
KYXY
I
would
wanted to
hit
point
that.
out.
KYXY would definitely hit that.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, I mean, that is a good old story of denying the ages, man. The A click has come into play. All right, the ages pick up onto Fortune Soul. We have Agnem Shard being picked up by the Bloodseeker, so he's gonna use it for the Blood Rage. The thing that I wanted to mention is the attack speed from the Beastmaster that comes in, and the attack speed adds up to whatever neutral you pick up is also something that comes to mind. Oh, there's gonna be no catch, but Soletic now trying to escape away for his life. Will he be able to get him? Oh my god, the proc of the Maelstrom. They'll be able to get him. Onto the bottom lane we go. There's gonna be a force staff. Will he be able to get him? The kick away. Mad Maid. Oh, will be able to escape away as well, saving the life of Crystal Maiden. Wow. That is some well-coordinated team. Love the way how he used the Walrus kick onto the Bloodseeker. So they definitely have something to be able to kite this Bloodseeker out in the teams, and now they would want to go up onto the high ground, Vivek.
Oh yeah. I mean, going on high ground right now is not an easy task. They need instant initiation, and with the threat of the task just kicking you out of position, it gets problematic. The Beastmaster, his summon has been dealt with rather effectively. Let's see what the rest of Reaper hashtag managed to do, because the game right now is Dota at its most primal form. It is just defending the ancient. It is waiting for Neon to make a mistake and overextend. So you should keep our eyes peeled on Madmaid and obviously Toy and whether he gets to live or not. Madmaid is going to play a huge role in that. Low key for Reaper hashtag, the Hoodwink has been very impactful. I've been watching Solotic in fights with the shard, with the boomerang and the sharpshooter. He's, I mean, just amplifying his magic damage and getting pickoffs, and also in turn assisting his allies when it comes to doing damage. So the control from the bushwhack, the burst damage, that's the reason that they could kill Valky up top. But Valky doesn't care. Disrespect at its finest. She's just going to go in with the BKB. They found Toy. The roar is there. The Lincolns, not even a factor in this fight. RDP is rolling about, but elsewhere, Solotic will get shut down and bought down. Quick buyback coming out from the Hoodwink. Valky low on mana in the middle of nowhere. 3 heroes surround him. He's probably going to end up falling, kicked into the fountain. He's next on the menu. Valky dies, but look at how many buybacks it's
Oh,
costing them.
wow.
Solotic and the entirety of Reaper hashtag have bought back. Will Neon choose to
Oh my
pursue this fight without the Ember? It looks unlikely. Swashbuckle does proc a bash. The Monkey King caught in the middle of nowhere is going to die. 52 seconds without him. Madmaid looking for more. The kick is there. The Beastmaster kicks straight like a football into the midst of action. Will be punctured and shut down. Toy gets himself a double kill. Sure, Valky did his job. They got a lot of the fight recap. The Drow had to buy back, and Madmaid isn't done yet. He's looking for more. Hated, fortunately, has an invis rune, and he's gonna survive courtesy of that. But yeah, Reaper hashtag, they're not out just yet.
Mhm. In the last fight from the high ground, there was a beautiful force staff that came out from Hated, which actually helped Fortune Soul escape. Unfortunate enough, the other three they just died. I mean, Amber was unlucky. He just got kicked in with no mana. So, I mean, there's no way you can escape out of a fountain. Other than that, I think Beastmaster getting caught, it is going to be a little bit of a problem. I mean, see, small comebacks make a huge difference. So, even if they won like this small fight, even though Neon still have the ages, but there's only one more minute left. I mean, and I think it is going to be hard for them to be able to take one more fight because everyone is kind of split on the map as of now. We can see Amber is still far away. They are trying to smoke up. They want to take this fight. They want to take the advantage of the Ages of Immortality. In the last fight, they used the Bloodseeker's Blood Rage to cancel out Toy's Lincoln Sphere. So that is something that we have to keep in mind. The smoke play is coming out. So let's see if they will be able to catch anyone. But I believe, all right, Toy is going to be very close to the Hawk, and the Hawk can use the dive bomb. Let's see what happens. They would really, really want to initiate into this fight. 16 more seconds on the Ages of Immortality, I believe. There's no fight being. Oh, all right. There's an initiation from Valky coming out. Will be able to root Crystal Maiden. Oh, there's a kick again on Andrew. Uses the force staff. Will he be able to escape? The control is still on. Pangolier is going to catch him. Andrew trying to escape away for his life, but I believe he will not be able to escape away. He's going to go down. Hayden is going to be the next one. Toy making a difference, standing up on the high ground, taking the advantage of being a raised hero and killing a core. Again, instant smoke coming out from Reaper. Look at the reaction coming out from this team. They're beautifully playing it. But Fortune Soul has TP'd back up, and Valky is going to look up for a pickup on the Haste Rune. I think he'll hold it for a while. Tsukimoto just pushing down the bottom wave, trying to take the advantage of the Glepner. You get that little bit of the lightning damage, 30% attack release that comes out. And a good play coming out. Look at that. The support smoking and putting down the ward just so Team Neon will not be able to know Team Reaper. They're trying their best. All right, onto the mid lane. Let's see if they will be able to catch Valky. I think it is going to be hard to catch this guy, man. All right, no initiations coming out. I think they understood that there's a haste rune in the bottle. It's going to be hard to catch. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane again, Monkey King doing his work. 11 more seconds for the Beastmaster to come back in. If you look at the itemization alongside the net worth, 25k gold on Fortune Soul, and Toy has 20k, but now it is about the high ground. And if you're playing against a draw, I mean it's kind of hard to catch the draw. You have at least, I mean, almost 3 defensive item. You can use Mantis Style for Dispel. And then you already have a Linken's and a Hurricane Pike. What do you feel about the high ground potential um, that is actually making a difference for the side of Team Reaper? What do you feel about it, Vivek?
I mean, the threat of Reaper going high ground, or how good they are at defending.
How good they are at defending? I mean, right now, I'm kind
Um,
of tilting towards them defending the base.
it is possible. Like at this stage, Neon have to just be a little bit aware of the Lincoln spheres. I think the biggest issue that Neon are going to face when they try and go high ground is the Tusk. If the Tusk is going to be kicking people out of position, Neon are going to be forced into taking 4v5 fights with one of their players dead early on, or just way out of position. So that becomes a bit problematic when the spacing in the fights is messed up because of the Tusk. It is not going to be fun to go high ground. So I think Neon are aware of this, which is why they're being patient. They're looking for that one effective pickoff, because if they
Yep.
find a pickoff or two, you got to remember that Reaper.Hashtag just do not have buyback on most of the important heroes. I mean, we can look at their buyback status. I'm pretty sure Drow doesn't have one for another 2-3 minutes. I don't think the Hoodwink has one either. So there you go. There's the buyback status. Of the Tusk, no buyback. Solo take on the Hoodwink, no buyback. The Drow, no buyback. Uh, but yeah, Valky's got buyback. This is actually low-key very important. What he could do is use all his mana, use the Axe Scepter, get a kill or two, die if he has to because of the Walrus kick, and then eventually have a Remnant there so he can buy back and reconnect with his team. That's how I would look to take the fight if I were Neon. But I mean, Neon are doing the right thing. They're just owning the map, controlling the map, out farming their opponents, and being patient and disciplined, waiting for the next Roshan.
Yeah, I mean, something that is gonna come to my that has come to my mind is right now Team Neon is just patiently waiting for the rush, the next rush. They do not want to overcommit the fight. They have tried committing it twice, didn't work out. A few minutes ago, they tried scanning inside the base as well, but then they decided to fix the side lanes, which is more important. Because if the 2 lanes are pushing in together, then it is going to be a little bit easier for them because the teams are going to be um, more focused on clearing out the waves, catching up on the farm.
Yeah,
I would say every Dota player has that greed of gold, and I'm not gonna lie, every Dota player has it. There's no Dota player in the world to say, oh, there's the creep wave approaching. I'm not gonna take it. No,
I mean,
that
for
doesn't
Reaper
happen.
hashtag, it's not just the greed of gold, right? Like, if you
Yeah,
do not have access to your outpost and you're at your tier threes, if the waves are pushed in and you're not
yep,
showing on the map, it's very obvious for Neon to make a read that, hey, these guys are smoked and they're trying to
yep.
either pick us off or come contest
Hmm.
Roshan. So, just having the wave shoved in is fundamental for Neon to move towards the Rosh pit. And you can see that Reaper.Hashtag are very aware of this, which is why Solotic on the Hoodwink is using his curry in the bottom lane and just trying to push out that lane constantly. So Neon has some issue on the map that they need to address as far as waves are concerned. So
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, Solotic is just going to sit here, use the bushwhack, use the Akon shot, keep the wave pushed in as and when possible, and maybe hope that he even finds a pickoff.
Yep. And I mean, yeah, on the bottom lane, there's at least this thing happening that Solotic is holding on to the lane. They're just trying to push it as much as possible. Meanwhile, Team Neon, the next rush is up. There is an Agnum Scepter. Let's see who picks it up. It is gonna be. I think this is the 3rd rush. If I'm not wrong. Yep.
I know. I think
And
is it is oh wait, it is the third rush, and they gave the
It is the
axe
third rush,
to
yeah.
the Monkey
For
King.
the twins.
Hmm. Yep.
Huh.
Which this is now it is gonna get super annoying. Oh, all right, onto the bottom lane. One of the luckiest stunts that they can get. Yeah, and they will be able to catch solo tick, whereas Tusk will just TP back to the base, and now they can take care of the bottom lane. Also, I would want to mention Swift Blink pickup coming up from the Bloodseeker instead
Yep.
of a
He's
Butterfly. I
had
mean,
it for
these
a
days
while.
people, yeah, yeah. I think these days people really like picking up this item. I personally love this item because it just makes up one more slot for you to be able to pick up something else if you want to. Right now, I think Bloodseeker is almost 6 slotted. Just have to wait for the Beastal Blade, and now Team Neon can look
I,
up to push. Meanwhile, onto the other side, you can see Amber Spirit is also pushing onto the other lane. All right, the fight has started.
yeah,
There's going
they've
to be
gone.
a kick in, and one more time, Beastmaster is going to be deep in, and Rue won't be able to do much. And now Fortune Soul is actually secured a kill. There's a buyback coming in from Madmate, and Tsukimoto is patiently gonna wait. There is the Pangolier now getting caught. Let's see if they have enough amount of damage. There's gonna be the fear into the silence, and yes, they will be able to catch him out. Big ulti coming out of the Chain Frost. They will be able to get him. 101 second down for the Pangolier. There is gonna be a respawn for the Bloodseekers. They are pushing them back in, but no Draw Ranger won't be able to escape. There is another buyback coming out. There are 2 buybacks coming out, and now Amber Spirit seems to be in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna stay stunned, trying to escape away. He has a Remnant, but again, he's gonna get silenced. There's gonna be the Force Staff coming out. Now he's rooted. Will he be able to escape? No, he won't. A double kill being secured by Toy, and now Fortune Soul comes in with a double kill. Will he be able to secure the triple? Yes, this is gonna be a dieback. A dieback for the Pangolier, and dieback for the Draw Ranger. There's no way now they can win the game, and they have already called it a GG. Team Neon has taken away game number 1. It was a pretty long game, I would say. 42 minutes in, 29k goal lead. Very well played by Neon Esports. Congratulations on your first victory, guys.
Yeah,
What a
as
game.
as
Loved it.
absolutely. I mean, it was good stuff coming out from Neon, and like I said, the way for them to win that fight is keep buyback on the Ember and then have him use the Remnant to come back. Andrew on the Beastmaster, man of business, has left his chair. He is that good that he can play without sitting at the computer and just carry his team by playing the Beastmaster without even being there. But yeah, we will eventually have to decide who would be the MVP.
Mhm.
I'm a bit unsure about this. I'm kind of leaning towards Valky, not saying that the others didn't have their role. Fortune Soul has played phenomenally. I mean, if you just look at his score and if you look at his net worth, 13, 1, and 8,
Mhm.
10,000 more net worth than the Ember. But what the Ember was doing in fights, the kind of space he was creating, was
Yep.
really, really hard to put down. Reaper.Hashtag, they actually selected the heroes that they are most comfortable on. Toy does
Mhm.
play the draw a lot. Madmade, I
Yep.
mean, he's pretty much played Tusk in 3 out of his 4 games so far in the
Mhm.
Skyesports Championship. So, yeah, this is them picking their comfort heroes. If you look at the damage department, especially the hero damage department, Andrew and Hated, they didn't do that much hero damage, but both Andrew, Hated, and Tsukimoto as well, actually. All 3 of them
Yep.
had a
Mhm.
huge role to play in team fights. But yeah, look at the damage done by Valky. This is why he's my MVP, although he's died a fair amount more than the Bloodseeker, although his net worth is shot by 10,000 gold. He was clearly the standout player for Neon in this game, and I'm thinking if you're Reaper.Hashtag, you just probably want to ban out Ember. You either ban out
Yep.
Ember or you ban out Beastmaster. Either one of these heroes are huge comfort picks for Neon. And if you're going to allow Neon to open with the Ember, with the Beastmaster yet again, it could be really problematic in game 2. Because essentially, the next game, ODog, is a best of 1 for Reaper.Hashtag. If they do
Yep.
not win the next game, the series ends quickly, and yeah, they
Mhm.
definitely want to reassess how they're approaching their drafts, and how, if at all, they have a solution for the Ember Beastmaster opening that's coming up from Neon. So
Yep.
yeah, net worth nice to look at, 32,000 gold and 23,000 gold. So
Hmm.
yeah, I mean everybody's had their impact, but I think the problematic number here is on the Tusk. I mean, I love how they use Tusk in the early game. That Madmate goes around with points and shards and snowball and basically just sets up easy kills because he
Hmm.
can initiate from afar and he's got the Walrus Punch, but he's not
Yep.
scaling that effectively. The Pangolier spent more time focusing on scaling. Unfortunately, it just felt like the Lincoln Sphere, the Agnem Scepter didn't have as
Hmm.
much impact as we'd like. So
Yep.
yeah, I think there are lot of adjustments to be
Hmm.
made for the side of Reaper hashtag, and hopefully they can make these adjustments by the time we jump into game number two. Before game number two, however, we're going to take a short break. My name is Vivek. You can find me on Twitter and Instagram. The same goes for Odog and his fine beard, which is a beautiful sight to look at. All this and more after a short break. We'll be back with game number two between Atomic and
Yep.
Reaper hashtag.
An unremarkable foe.
Always, always, always wanted to walk in.
I part with
Toss that one in the dunny.
nothing.
Your attack's been so long.
Got ya!
Under attack.
Of course I am.
Are scanning.
Bang! Hey, how you going?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and even all my non-binary friends, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our fantasy partner Fanclash. We've got Neon facing off versus Reaper.Hashtag. My name is Vivek. With me is the dog, the OG dog. It's O-Dog. What's up, man?
Hello, guys. Welcome back, and we are back again with game number two. Game number one between Reaper.Hashtag and Neon Esports. It was very well played. I mean, I was looking at the net worth and I was looking at the graphs. It seemed a little bit equilibrium until minute 15, and then it just went on to Neon Esports. Um, in the last game, what I felt again is Reaper.Hashtag. They have to maintain the draft. Um, Here and there, I mean, they were able to defend high ground, no doubt. But then again, uh, I mean, whoever loses the ancient loses the game, and that's what happened to them. So something that comes to my mind about the draft is they need some kind of initiation. It feels like every single time Team Neon, when they pick a draft, it just feels like they want to control the game. Like there's no other side to it. They look out for initiation, they look out for the saves, and they look out for the kills, and they're very objective based disciplined team. That's how I would like to put it. So game number one was taken away by Neon Esports for today, and this we're gonna be heading to game number two again with Neon and Reaper.Hashtag. The next match for today is going to be another one, which is going to be Team Renewal and White Cat. So all the fans of Renewal and White Cat, just be patient. There is going to be another game, and that is also going to be an exciting series to watch. But for now, I mean, if I talk about Neon Esports, they have just been dominating, man. They have been super dominating
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
series, and the Reaper.Hashtag, I would say again, like the draft as well as their movements on the map, because what I felt that you mentioned early on, Tusk with getting level 6, how Madmade played in level 6, it was really good in terms of their movements. I mean, he was moving parallelly. Like if Neon, if Valky is looking out for the safe lane, then a similar pattern that we can see that has come out from the Tusk in terms of movement. He would also go towards the safe lane and try and catch off Fortune and Fortune Soul. My bad, but he wasn't really able to catch up onto the Fortune Soul. So that is something that they have to keep in mind. Other
yeah.
than that, do you have any opinions about it? Or
I
what
mean,
do you feel
you
about
you
Reaper.Hashtag?
put you brought up some interesting points, right? You mentioned initiation and you
Hmm.
mentioned catching Fortune Soul. Like if you just
Yeah,
look at the team fights, the way it went largely was the Ember jumping a draw and the entirety of Reaper hashtag trying to figure out, oh, like how do we keep this draw alive? What can we do?
yeah,
And they built these super defensive items like Lincoln spheres and whatnot, but there was no one applying an equal amount of pressure by going on the Bloodseeker. And the
yeah. Right.
Bloodseeker like ever faced a threat on his life. So
Hmm.
yeah, I agree with you that
Hmm.
there are draft issues that need to be addressed. But
Hmm.
just solely talking about initiation, Tusk and Pangolier are great forms of initiation.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
how Reaper hashtag played after the laning phase that kind of
Hmm.
caused them problems. And Toy, I mean, I just want to bring up something about Toy. I seen that his hero pool has been
Hmm.
restricted to Drow and Lifestealer so far. And maybe this is something that he could look to switch up. Maybe
Hmm.
he could look to expand his hero pool because Drow is great, but it just feels like the team didn't play that well around the Drow then.
Hmm.
Because so Drow is like especially good when you have a Tide Hunter, right? Because
Hmm.
if there is a Drow, the thought process is that they're going to run at the Drow. Then you have somebody like the Tide Hunter that's in the front. Tide and
Hmm.
Drow, it's a pairing that goes back all the way to the Boston Major. So if
Yeah.
you want to pick Drow, if you want to play around it, you could draft a little bit better. So what
Hmm.
I'm expecting as an adjustment in terms of draft is that RDP will most likely not be playing the Pangolier in the offlane. I feel like
Mm.
they are going to give him a different hero. And that's where the real difference will come, if any, for Reaper.Hashtag. He played the Sand King yesterday. He was phenomenal on it. So I'm expecting to see some more of that from Reaper.Hashtag in the second game. There are draft adjustments that need to be made in the
Mhm.
offlane. And Mad Made. Mad Made, right? I always say Mid Mad or something. But yeah,
Yeah.
Mad Made. Yeah. He's he's playing his role correctly. Like, he's been given a
Mhm.
task within the team to be active and participate in fights
Mhm.
and get kills. He's doing that, but he needs to do that and scale. So that's
Right.
what I'm hoping to expect from him. And yeah,
Mhm.
folks, we have the draft upon us. We can jump into the draft any moment now. And it's almost as
Mhm.
if production heard me and we're perfectly on cue. We're jumping into the game. It's game number 2 between Reaper.Hashtag and Neon Esports. Neon Esports have been undefeated, other than dropping one game, but largely undefeated in the AMD Skyesports Championship 4.0.
Mhm.
Reaper.Hashtag, they do not want to get too old here. They've come into this matchup after a hard fought win yesterday versus Whitecat. They want to see if
Right.
their momentum, their ideas, uh, still apply in the meta that's developing in this tournament itself.
Mhm. Yep. And I would want to talk about the bans that are coming up again. Like Naga Siren, I have said the same thing, and I'll tell you the same thing that the map control comes in with Naga Siren. It is a very strong hero. If you get a little bit of the space on this hero, like the hero can just dominate all the lanes. You can push the side lanes. Um, Alongside that, in this one particular patch which just came out on 29th, which is a 7.32D. Naga Siren has the highest play. And there you go. There is a respect ban coming out from Reaper.Hashtag. They do not want to give away Ember Spirit to Valky, so we
That's a
might
good
be able
adjustment.
to see.
That is a really good adjustment.
Mhm. So we will actually get to see something else from Valky. And again, they would just want to ban out the same heroes, which is going to be Broodmother and Lycan. Beastmaster this time on Reaper.Hashtag. They are making some changes, Vivek, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is a deny pick,
Mhm.
and like I said, this uh,
Yeah.
uh, for Reaper.Hashtag to win this game, they have basically changed their entire approach to the draft. They have banned out the Ember. They have deny picked the Beastmaster. So RDP is also playing a different hero, and now Neon Esports. I mean, the onus is on them to figure out an opening. Marcy Hoodwink in the pool, but they'll start with the Crystal Maiden and maybe go for the Tusk or the Marcy. Yeah. So
Oh, Marcy.
uh, I mean, there are 4 heroes that get picked in the first phase. It's not that complicated. This is interesting. So Reaper.Hashtag looking for a mid Pangolier. Is that what they're thinking? Is this a 4 position Pangolier? Uh, and Yeah, I have questions about where this Pangolier goes. After these set of
Hmm.
bans, we'll get a better idea. The bans coming out from
Yep.
Reaper.Hashtag are pretty straightforward, right? You ban out the
Hmm.
Bloodseeker because he's going to prevent the Pangolier from using the Rolling Thunder. You maybe ban
Right.
out Grimstroke, but then what you're wondering is, does Neon have space for a Grimstroke? Because they revealed what could possibly be their pause 4, but then Neon can just put Marcy as an offlaner and pick up the Grimstroke regardless. So options are being considered. The other thing that's very interesting, Odog, did you know that Marcy kind of got nerfed in 7.32D?
Oh, I think it's a heavy nerf, man. It is a very heavy nerf that came out. I mean, level 1 to level 4, I mean, they have kind of decreased Marcy's range in terms of the jump as well as the sidekick. So, I mean, the life steal has been decreased, the cast range has been decreased, the jump speed has been decreased, and whatnot. I think it is a big nerf, but still, the hero is good enough. Yesterday, this is the same thing that we were talking about. Neon Esports, they have just been doing very well. So, I think uh, I think Marcy in general is just a really good hero in
Radiant
position 4.
team
And the
ban.
Visage ban, that came out. Oh, an instant Hoodwink and Lena ban that we get to see from Neon. Neon for the Hoodwink and Reaper for the Lena. I mean, look at that. I mean, these guys are so ready with the bans, and I really like the Lena ban
10 seconds
because it
remaining.
goes really well along with a position for Marcy. I mean, Marcy can
5
rotate.
seconds
It is gonna
remaining.
be like a double stunner kind of a thing on the mid lane, and Lena becomes a machine gun in the late game. Man, those Fairy Soul stack
Dire
is
team
it's
Radiant
just
team
insanely
pick.
big, man. And like you said, there's a potential chance of picking the Grimstroke, but it just got banned. So we have a puck which is gonna be mid. I don't think there's any other place that you can put a puck. I mean, some places I've seen an offlane puck, but it
10
doesn't
seconds remaining.
do that well. So I believe it's gonna be
That's
a
in our
puck mid.
pubs. That's in
5
our
Yeah.
pubs,
seconds
Odog, and we
remaining.
don't talk about those uh,
Hmm.
for good reason. Because offline puck is, I mean, it's something I play, but I'm just gonna say it. It's borderline
Radiant
blasphemy. Don't
team
go
pick.
around doing that. Uh,
Lion.
Yeah.
I think the idea behind the puck here is you just basically with your coil shut down any possibility of Pangolier getting the Rolling Thunder off. Uh,
Hmm.
Now it is specific to the Pangolier. You also revealed your
10
mid lane
seconds
very
remaining.
early. And you can see Reaper hashtag make adjustments, right? They picked up the
5
line, so
seconds
the Hex
remaining.
instant versus the puck, instant lockdown, quick burst damage, and further follow up with the Earth Spike and the Finger. Now they're looking for their other core. And
Dire
this is what
team
I'm
pick.
most curious about. Are they going to.
Disruptor.
Okay.
Radiant
So
team
it is a
ban.
mid Bangalore. So
Night
Bangalore versus
Oh
Stalker.
Puck
no.
is the matchup. And geez, I feel that this hero makes the game so hard. I right now, if I'm just looking at the draft, Neon have won it. Because Puck is going to be fine mid versus the Pangolier as far as that lane is concerned. Uh,
10
you
seconds
really have
remaining.
to pick a strong, safe laner to shut down the Night Stalker
5 seconds
early.
remaining.
Regardless, Night Stalker is going to get a blink on top of Lion
Mm,
or Disruptor, and kill both these heroes instantly with his silence. So this
yeah.
is a very hard mid game for Reaper#. Like you can imagine how the fights are going to go.
My God, dude. I hate Night Stalker. I am a position 4 player, and this is the only hero I would love to ban in every single game. Neon Esports, they got their hands on the Night Stalker. I think they really,
Dire
really have
team
to
ban.
focus on what what they can do against these heroes. I mean, Night
Radiant
Stalker can
team
just
ban.
blink in. Pango can get controlled. Lion can get controlled. Disruptor can get controlled. My goodness, man. And during the nighttime, the insane amount of vision advantage that Neon is going to
10
have
seconds
and the
remaining.
disadvantage that Hashtag is going to have. I mean,
5
man,
seconds
this
remaining.
is just getting scarier. But if I talk about the team fights, Vivek, I really love
Dire team ban.
Reaper's hashtag. Like they have they have a Beastmaster, they have a Pango. Like these guys can control the team fight really well. If Lion and Disruptor they don't get caught off, they have a uh, Force Staff or a Blink Dagger. I mean, in any
Radiant
way,
team
if they can
pick.
run away from this Night Stalker, I think they will be
Leshrak,
able
can
to
I just say it? Is
control the
is
fight.
he looking? Is he looking at Leshrak? Like, why the AM ban? I
The
mean, or
AM
is
got
AM
banned and
just good?
TA. Hmm.
Yeah, TA got banned. I understand the TA ban because TA is good versus Puck.
Yep.
Dire
Refraction
team
ignores
hits.
the Puck.
Medusa.
Oh, Medusa. I
Ooh,
should
yep.
have been a little bit more simplistic in my thinking. That explains the AM ban coming out from Reaper#.
Hmm.
Neon Esports. Uh, what do they need? They need something in the safe lane, something that can deal with the Medusa. I
10
feel like
seconds
this is a
remaining.
decent Juggernaut game. Juggernaut Crystal Maiden in the safe lane,
5 seconds
strong lane,
remaining.
and you get a little bit of push, you get objective potential, and as the game goes later, I think the Juggernaut is not going to be too affected by most of what Reaper# are throwing at you. You could do Life Stealer, the Infest is also good. You just infest in the puck or the Night Stalker and you pick off a target. Uh, Alternatively, you could do Sniper, and
Phantom
Choose your
assassin.
hero.
alternatively, Vivek could just be completely off the mark and they just pick TA instead. Uh,
Yeah, I actually wanted to mention the PA. And one of the
I mean,
reasons is the
there were more
shard.
options. Yeah, the shards is the shot is good, right? It's like early damage and it applies a break, the fan of knives.
Yeah.
But in this game in
Mhm.
particular, I'm just wondering why. But they could do Slark. I felt like Slark would have been pretty decent this game. Sure, there's a lot of ground targeted abilities coming out from Reaper.Hashtag, but it's
Yeah.
a decent Slark game because he's got heroes in like he's got cores and supports that kind of enable him. But
Mhm.
yeah, I feel like Neon uh, really did well in that draft with the first 4 picks. And if
Mhm.
this PA has a half decent lane, if she
Yep.
doesn't die early on, and if she's coming into the mid game with an early Deso shot or Deso shot BKB, it's going to be pretty
Yep.
straightforward.
Mhm. Um, what I am feeling, regardless the picks, I feel like Neon Esports they will have um an early dominating game. I mean, see, after 5 minute mark, when you have a Night Stalker in your team and Rue is playing it, um, after the 5 minute mark, of course, you cannot get a BKB, you cannot get a force if you do not have the items that can help you escape on supports as well as the carries. This guy has one of the longest silences, one of the annoying silences in this game. This guy's gonna chase you through the trees because you cannot escape during the nighttime. So after the 5th minute mark, the dominance is gonna be shown in the map. They have a lot of mobility. Vivek, that I want to mention, Puck as well as the PA. I think they both not. I don't think. I'm very sure. I mean, these guys can jump onto these backline heroes, which is the Disruptor and the Lion. And if somehow they can just keep these guys out in the fight, if the supports are taken out, then Medusa can be later taken care of. So
Yeah,
that is something that is coming to my mind regarding the Neon. Um, but in terms of the team fight potential, I really like the pick that came out from Reaper.Hashtag, of course. So another initiation. Would you want to introduce the players and the teams,
do they
Vivek?
need an introduction, or do we all already know who they are? I mean, I could, but I think they're fairly well known. I think the 166 people tuning in on Twitch, hello Twitch, I think they all know who they are. What I want to look at is
Mhm.
Andrew's laning phase. Like, I mean, Andrew, Valky, these guys need to get off to a good start because heroes like Lion and Disruptor are just free food for them. And you said
30
the 5 minute
seconds
mark,
to
I feel
battle.
like he might not make a play on the first night time, but guaranteed, I assure you, around 10 minutes, around that moment of time in the game, there's going to be chaos. For now, they're sitting in the high ground. RDP and the Lion, Solotech are just walking, strolling across into the river. That
Ravage.
is a beautiful Earth Spike, but in the larger scheme of things, it's meaningless. A pretty sight,
Yep.
but that's all it is. And the axes are starting to stack up. I mean, RDP, he's done a fair bit with the wild axes, but I think
He's
Fortune
got the
Soul
bounty.
should get the kill, and he's going in for more. This is 3 kills at the least. Fortune Soul has a stick to work with. Eventually, the shield crash will bring down the PA, but the real question is at what cost? A couple of bounties, first blood, and a lot of
Yep.
assist gold and EXP going to the entirety of Neon.
Yep. And Andrew, he's denying himself. We'll get back to the base and get back up to the lane with full HP and mana. And that is something that a lot of professional players have been doing for a very long time. Uh, well, the first blood, I think the first blood was a good move, whereas RDP was actually able to secure the bounty even after. I mean, he lost his life there, but I mean, he was still able to get it. So yeah, I think Beastmaster will have a little bit, if not too much, of a hard time in the lane because you're playing against um, two range heroes.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we are watching the replay where Lion actually landed a good ravage. But taking you back to the game, onto the bottom lane, we have Toy, who's on low HP. Sukimoto again on the Marcy. He played Marcy yesterday as well. We got to see from Neon. This guy has
Kind
been
of
a pretty
struggled.
good player on the position 4. Yeah, he kind of struggled yesterday. I would agree. But yeah. What about the mid lane scenario? According to you, who do you think actually wins between the Pangolier and Puck? Because for
I
me, I feel like Puck takes it.
I mean, because Pangolier is a melee hero, he's going to have a slight CS advantage early on, as you can see. But
Yep.
over time, the Puck is just going to take over this lane. Uh,
Yeah.
that early skirmish, oh,
Mhm.
Valky nearly dying, but
Close.
yeah, Valky mechanically gifted. He plays Ember. I'm sure he can play Puck. And
Yep.
this Water Rune is kind of crucial. If Mad Main
Oh,
had
Mars.
some of his abilities, that could have done. But Solotech,
There's no
he landed a
shadow you can
Ravage.
hide in.
And now, well, he's landed himself back in pace, and he has to slowly reconnect with his Beastmaster. That early skirmish, because of that, a couple of TPs might be on cooldown. The Beastmaster,
Mhm.
he's got 11 Wand charges and a Fairy Fire, so he's not dying anytime soon. He's basically trying to buy time for Solotech. Solotech, unfortunately, misses the Earth Spike, but even then, I think the bigger picture here is that RDP was going to live regardless.
Yep.
And yeah, back to the mid lane. I mean, I think Puck, eventually over time, this matchup starts to favor Puck.
Yep.
If you think otherwise, please do let me know why.
Yeah, I mean, as of now, we can see a level 4 Puck hit level 4 before. And top lane, there's
Alright.
there could be a death, but good usage of Magic Wand coming out from Fortune Soul as well as Solotech. I mean, I think Magic Wand is one of the most important items. Oh, meanwhile, okay, Tsukimoto just denied himself on the lane. All right, a little bit of a mid lane scenario. The Puck still has the abilities to escape, but yeah, decent amount of damage that Pango can do in the lane. He does not have a lucky shot picked up right now, but I don't think he needs it anyway. I think
Yep.
just the damage output would just do, and the shield crash, of course, helps you absorb some damage. I mean, it
What
reduces the
what
damage of
could
the
be
other hero.
problematic for the Puck is if the Pangolier gets an early diffusal, like post 13 minutes, that diffusal along with the swashbuckle
Yep.
can really trouble the Puck, and the Puck assumes that he has mana to get out of a fight. But
Yeah.
he's quickly
Subduction
without
on the
any
bottom
mana.
lane.
Down bottom, Ozaki without any friends, but still
Radiant's
manning
middle
up.
tower
Toys
is under
join the
attack.
fray. It's a support for a support, but in the larger scheme of things, you want to look at the last hits, right? And who is really suffering in terms of last hits? No one in particular, but I just want to say that the Medusa is doing as well as the PA. The mid lane is where bit by bit there's a small divide forming between both these players. However, it's still early days, and Valky confidently not using any of his abilities is
OPA on the top
kind of
lane.
getting top lane. PA dropping really low. She's got her wand. She's going to stay alive. At mid, Valky is also extremely
Valky.
low.
Mhm.
Neon could
Yeah.
lose heroes in two different parts of the map. But
Mhm.
for
Dire
now, both
structures
cores
are
managed to stay
fortified.
alive, and PA is actually still hanging around the lane.
Oh, oh.
She's going back in. RDP just mans up with the wild axis, should get the kill. One Fairy Fire to help him out. And yep, that's PA dying early on. This is not what Neon need, because if they ever are in this okay, Solotech is just walking forward. He ignores the Nova and knows that he can get the kill. One last attack is all they need, but hate it.
Wild
Using the
access.
fog, moving at 101 MS, is slowly walking away, but eventually falls. The good news is Fortune Soul was fortunate enough to come and get a trade and clean up on the line. So Neon, I mean, if you look at it, they're also getting a kill down bottom. So there
Yep.
are small and minor victories for Neon across the map, and Andrew is
Yep.
using the first nighttime very effectively. This is not something you see
Yep.
too often from the Night Stalker, but if he can get a kill, if he can apply pressure, he's going to do it.
Yep.
And he's got a Marcy, like, you couldn't ask for a better hero, so it's working out for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Marcy, Night Stalker, it's definitely a good hero. And again, Toy is trying to escape. He's going to get stunned with the rebound. And I believe this is going to be a kill. There's going to be Glimpse, all right. So Marcy dies first, and then Andrew gets the kill on Toy. Definitely a good kill, because Safe Lane died. I don't think they would be unhappy with the Marcy's death there. So
Absolutely.
decent move. I would agree to the laning phase that you said. I like Night Stalker Marcy lane because
Mm-hmm.
you can stun, you can slow them down, and again, what I mentioned earlier, the level 6 5-minute mark, there will be dominance that we can see, and again, I mean the Night Stalker is going to be active. He has also built up 2 bracers in the bag.
Yep,
So yeah,
early
pretty
bracers, really
heavy.
good.
Yeah, heavy stat build, I would say, heavy survival build. Yeah, decent enough. If you would want to look up to the mid lane, there
Mm-hmm.
was a little bit of an aggression, and now we can see the Arcane Rune being popped up by Madmate, and he's
I'm going
patiently
to look at
waiting.
bottom
Oh, all
because
right, bot
Enryu's
lane.
actually
Yeah,
diving yet again. They should find the disruptor. Sukimoto, does he want to look for more? Nope. Madmaid is going to TP in. He's done this in the past with the Dusk. He's doing it this time with the Bangalore with an Arcane Root. The Rolling Thunder is there, but who's really going to catch up to the Marcy? Sukimoto could still, regardless, end up dying. He's trying his best to juke Madmaid, but he just can't. Madmaid with style gets the kill with a flourish, but elsewhere, bigger problems for Reaper. Hashtag as Valky comes in with the coil, and the Medusa dies for the second time in a span of 3 minutes.
yep.
This is really, really problematic for Neon. Madmaid, flirting with the possibility of looking for more, is lurking in the river, but eventually he's going to back off. Up
Top
top,
lane.
RDP dropping low. Earth Spike committed. The Crystal Maiden probably ends up dying. The Hex is there. It's going to be slow and painful. But the real question is, can Fortune Soul find a kill in exchange? No, he can't. He's going to get glimpsed out of position. Uzaki shows up with the rotation. And now they might actually turn towards Fortune Soul. He's going to use the blur, turn for a moment, turn towards Solotech, who's got stick in 1 charges, but the tower armor and that extra damage coming in from the tower is helping out the PA. Here comes Indru. It is nighttime. You have to remember the Night Stalker, a threat, a presence, a menace. And although he gets glimpsed back, Fortune Soul is there to come in and clean up. While all of this was happening, elsewhere, Madmaid
Puck.
gets a kill on a Valky, and Valky ends up dying.
Dire's middle
So,
tower is under
of
attack.
a huge part of action all around the map. And all said and done, I don't think Neon mind too much because they got 2 kills on the Medusa. Sure, they lost their puck, but they killed both the cows on both the side lanes. And the Night Stalker is just getting fat and chonky.
Yeah. Something that I would want to add on to the fights is I personally do not like the Medusa trying to push out waves or joining into the team fights because it's already 9 minutes, you see, and you're playing against a Night Stalker. I don't think it is a good idea to show up in the lane anymore. And Toy is just level 6 in 9 minutes. It is kind of a hard run for him because he died a couple of times in the lane.
Yep.
Other than that, I really like how Neon is just focusing on the Medusa. But
Dire's middle
if
tower
you
is
go,
under attack.
if you wanna talk about how Soletic can make a difference, how Disruptor Ozaki can make a difference, they need to focus on this PA, man. They just cannot leave the PA. Like how Toy is being focused by
Radiant's
Team
bottom
Neon,
tower
I
is
would
under
really want to
attack.
see some kind of action onto the PA. But this is something
Yeah.
that I'm liking about Neon. I mean,
Dire's
they're
top
playing
tower
pretty
is under
parallelly
attack.
opposite on the map,
Radiant's
if you see.
bottom tower is under
But there's
attack.
another thing that comes to my head is PA is playing super safe right now. It was the nighttime until 10 minutes.
Oh,
He was
look at
playing.
mid. I mean,
Oh
I
yeah.
think they're trying to make some sort of a play mid. The Crystal Maiden and the
Dire's
Marcy were
structures
flirting
are
with the idea of
fortified.
going on the Medusa. But nope,
Radiant's
they're not going to
bottom
do that.
tower has
And
fallen.
oh, okay, hold on.
Top lane.
I think I need to reassess the situation because it looks as if they want to force a fight up top. The Frostbite is there, the rogue committed, but there comes Sukimoto. He's being glimpsed back, so the Marcy is going to be disjointed from the fight. But Andrew needs to clean up. Another Frostbite coming through. Valky has the coil, doesn't quite land it on the Bangalore when needed, but they'll get both the Disruptor as well as the Beastmaster, and now they can look for more. Madman, weirdly out of position, can't do all that much. He's been silenced, but the Hex from the line might just buy him enough space and time. One last swashbuckle is a possibility, and he's going to be able to disengage. But Andrew is putting in the work, and how rotation after rotation, I think he's been involved in most of the kills across the map. And
Radiant's
you know,
bottom
there's
tower
one
is
number
under
that's kind of
attack.
deceptive on our screens, and that's the last hits and
Radiant
denies,
structures
because
are
the
fortified.
Medusa has been jungling.
Dire's
That's why
middle
she has
tower is
61
under
last hits.
attack.
I think it would
Andrew.
be better to just switch over to net worth, and there you go. PA has more net worth. So Sukimoto could look to make a play mid. The rebound stun doesn't connect, and now Sukimoto out of position, caught with his pants down,
Radiant's top
is going to be
tower
killed.
is under attack.
So they did try to
Yep.
make a cute little play onto
Dire's
Toy,
middle
but the
tower has
rebound,
been denied.
when it doesn't connect, is a little disappointing.
Yeah, and meanwhile, there was actually a kill in the jungle. So Pengolier
On the
also
man-made.
got killed in jungle. Yeah,
Who
they,
killed
they
him?
just tried to catch. Yeah, I mean there were three of them, but Hated got the kill. Two of them, I bet. But Hated got the kill.
Okay.
So I think it is a decent kill on Matt Made because of course the supports they need gold.
Yeah.
Taking you back to the game onto the bottom lane, we can see a smoke coming out, and they would want to go onto the Beastmaster. They find the Beastmaster. PA waits for the initiation. All right, there's going to be the initiation. The root is also going to be there, and into the silence, will they be able to get him? Yes, it's going to be pretty easy. He is not going to use the primal roar. He's going to save it. But I like the fact how PA is playing active Vivek. We don't get to see such active PAs
Yeah.
in the game, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's because she had a good lane, right? I mean,
Hmm.
Medusa is a hero that needs maybe at least 2 items until she can comfortably come to fights and have meaningful impact.
Hmm.
The
Yeah.
PA, if you just get the early Orb of Venom, Orb of Corrosion, excuse me, or whatever those early stat items, a wand, you are in
Hmm.
fighting shape. If you have the levels, if you have early stat items, if you have a team that sets up for you meaningfully, you can come and take part in
Radiant's
fights and
middle
get
tower
kills
is
like
under
this.
attack.
I mean, his coup de grace is also starting to hurt. So this is him without items, and this PA problem is only going to grow. I'm not seeing a solution right now.
Radiant's bottom
Maybe there
tower
is
is under
one in
attack.
the works. Glimmer capes, ghost scepters, these are basically items that make life difficult for the PA. So we need
Hmm.
to see all of that and more from Reaper. And also, we mentioned the Puck and the Pangolier. We were talking about mid. It seems as if Valky's like fallen off in terms of net worth, but he's still a very impactful hero on the map, and this is why they're going straight on top of him. Mid rebound lands a 2-man Earth Spike, and that 2-man Earth Spike is going to cause problems as
Dire's top
Solo
tower
Take
is under
gets a
attack.
double kill. He also gets a stack for the Finger of Death. I believe that's his first stack of the game, but the Static
Yeah.
Storm and the Earth Spike being used to perfection there, and they get the important kill onto the Puck. So Neon,
Hmm.
although Andrew's been doing a lot of work for them,
Dire's top
Reaper
tower
hashtag
is
are
under
not
attack.
just going to bend over and let Neon take control of this game.
And I also saw good usage of the stone gaze. I mean, we don't really get to see a lot of early
Uh-huh.
Medusas either. Also because Medusa had a bad game,
Dire are
so
scanning.
I actually thought like Toy would just stick into the jungle, would look out for the farm. But yeah, I mean he was able to join into the mid lane, and it was a pretty decent ulti. Oh, okay, Valky is gonna show up onto the mid lane with the ulti, and they will be able to catch the lion. I would not say any kind of overcommitment. I think it is a pretty decent kill. It was an
I
important
mean, they
kill.
use
Uh,
that coil for a line. It's
mhm,
it's okay, but is it is it
yeah.
really priority right now?
Uh, See, how I would portray it is there's not much they can do because on the Radiant side you can still see their middle tower is still up. So it's gonna be kind of
Fair point.
hard for them because Medusa is farming on the triangle. They
Dire's top
know she's
tower
farming on the
is under
triangle,
attack.
but both sides they have towers, so reinforcements can come up real soon. That's why look at them. They're just going now into the jungle. There's gonna be the silence on the Beastmaster. They're trying to catch him. He's gonna get rooted up. Oh, all right. This time he's gonna look out for the primal roar, and Hated is also gonna use his ulti, but there's not much that he can do. Mad Maid coming in. There's gonna be the hex onto the Marcy. Let's see, will they be able to catch him? Okay, there's going to be Static Storm on the Puck. Puck getting super slowed down. It's still Silence, getting called back for the glimpse, and is going to go down to the base for the next 32 seconds. Decent fight, but Night Stalker does not really want to stop. Goes in, Stone Gaze comes in. There's going to be the stun. All right, they're slowly ticking him down, and he just goes down. Good usage of the stun and the hexes, and beautifully played him. Like, they just did not let him move around. I also think Night Stalker shouldn't have initiated there because they already lost the puck, Vivek.
Yeah. And I mean, the kind of initiation was really suspect, right? Because the Marcy is not in any position to
Radiant's bottom
follow
tower
up with
is
a
under
2-man
attack.
rebound or a 3-man rebound. You're blinking blind. Sure, you have the silence, but not everybody is going to be within range of your silence. And yeah, I mean, that was ambitious at best coming out from the Night Stalker. I feel like if after getting the Beastmaster kill, they disengaged and gave enough time for the PA to connect with them. That fight could have been different. Also, Valky and the Puck needs to realize that he needs a Yule Scepter. Otherwise, he's just going to end up dying to the Static Storm every fight. So, yeah, that adjustment is necessary for the Puck. And because of the Hawk, RDP and friends can get away, but they're actually walking up into the high ground. They're poking the Crystal Maiden, and with the vision, they'll get a glimpse. Hated will eventually fall here. It's death by 1,000 cuts as the bows poke away on the Crystal Maiden. The Rolling Thunder committed, not too much accomplished, and there's the coil with Andrew jumping in. No BKB as such, and hence the row will connect. The Night Stalker dropping low, can't do all that much, but bigger problems for the side of Neon as they've lost two of their cores. The Night Stalker and the Puck die, and Marcy is just free food at the end of it all. And Fortune Soul, he's gone for a Battle Fury. I mean, I don't mind it because he's gotten it so early, because they're
Yep.
not technically playing from behind, although they're down by 1,000 gold. But it is interesting. I mean, he feels like I've done my bit participating. Now you guys need to make a little bit of space for me. I need this Battle Fury to have impact. He also needs
Yep.
the Deso. He also needs the BKB, maybe even a Bash. But the item that Neon need right now is a BKB on Andrew, because the Night Stalker is blinking in, which is fair, but without a BKB, it's kind of tricky. And even with the BKB, the roar is there to guide him.
In the last particular fight, even right after Valky used the Dream Coil, he was just bursted down by Solotic. I mean, there was not much that Puck could do other than coiling up, because they do not really have a damage output, I would say. Even though there's like a Crystal Maiden who can use the freezing field, but then she's just gonna get caught by the stuns of Lion, and then there's the Stone Gaze. If you're not looking towards the face of Medusa, then it is okay, but then, you know, Medusa can always walk up to you until you have a shard. And I don't think shard is going to be very helpful because they have so many stunts. They have a huge control over the team fight.
The shard for
One
who?
other thing, the shard
Wait,
for
whose
the
shard?
Crystal Maiden, that you can walk during
Okay.
the freezing field. I mean, that's some
Yeah.
lucky shot there.
That is. And hated is the most hated man on the server right now. He has died time and time again. And this time it's no different. Batman on a mega kill streak. He's cruising through this game. He's got his defusal complete. Once again, I'd just like to politely remind you that one swashbuckle is very deceptively good versus a hero like the Puck. And yeah, Neon, they're kind of snoozing on the map, right? Toy's got the ages. Toy, sure, he died a couple of times in the first couple of minutes, but he's back in this game. He's very much an issue that Neon, right now, at this stage of the game, with these items, have not yet addressed. If anything, Neon are jumping into Lion, Disruptor, and Beastmaster with Pangolier in the vicinity, and they're losing those fights. Forget the Medusa even entering these fights. So, sometime around the 20 to 25 minute mark, there's going to be a fight, probably just right now, where Fortune Soul decides to join the fun with his Battle Fury, and we have to see what happens. Rolling Thunder committed. Who does Manmade catch? No one. Hated once again dies and literally accomplishes nothing so far. The Diffusal Blade slowing down the Marcy, holds Tsukimoto in place. Elsewhere, a Swashbuckle. Fortune Soul getting glimpsed agar, getting repositioned. Excuse me, it's actually Tsukimoto that gets glimpsed, and Tsukimoto dies. So both supports dead. The Roar committed, the Static Storm and the Lion. Both those sources of lockdown very much in the picture, and boy are they doing work. Fortune Soul finally comes in, commits his BKB, gets Manmade. That's a fresh BKB, not accomplishing too much other than a kill onto the Pangolier and him finding a huge streak. Puck gets glimpsed, but uses the phase shift, manages to stay alive, and at the end of it all, Neon lose both the supports, but I get a kill onto the Pangolier.
Yep. And it is actually I think it is a very decent fight, I would say. You pop the BKB of PA. Now you have a
Yep.
potential chance to be able to fight more. And then you have the ages. Another thing that is going to be Toy had a pretty bad lane, and we all saw what happened in the laning phase. But I mean, Dusa playing that active, okay. I mean, I think they are able to read Neon's gameplay here, because Fortune Soul he just did not show up until the
Radiant's
BKB.
bottom tower is
And
under attack.
during the time he
Uh-huh.
was farming,
Dire's middle tower is under
um,
attack.
from the Radiant side, we saw some consecutive fights, and they were able to win it because it was 4 versus 5. Right after
Yep.
Toy picked up a Manta style, he was super active on that Medusa. And look at that, 21 minutes in, you have a Scotty, you have a Manta
Oh,
style,
Valky.
along with the Aegis.
Valky.
Oh,
I don't know if you got that, but he was trying to cut the
yeah,
wave at mid, and
yeah.
immediately Lion was there with the Hex. Uh,
Hmm.
I think you've got to respect Solotech now. Uh, I
Yeah.
just
Hmm.
want to politely remind all our viewers about
Dire's
TI-10,
middle tower
where
is under
Misha
attack.
played Lion time and time again. Not Nisha, Misha played Lion time and time again for
Misha, yeah.
Spirit. And yeah, we all saw the potency of a Lion that's
Lion.
positioned well in the game and comes in at the right time with the
Dire's
necessary
middle
lockdown.
tower has
So
fallen.
this hero
Yeah.
cannot be underestimated. And I mean, you spoke of how Toy is active, and sure,
Yep.
even Fortune Soul is active to a limit, but
Hmm.
the Puck hasn't felt like much of a factor this game. I mean, Puck needs to have a better game. One.
Yeah.
Two, Neon have got to be a little careful because Toy, with that Aegis, has claimed two
Dire's
sets of
bottom
racks.
tower is under
If you
attack.
look at Neon safe lane jungle, it is just spotted with green wards all over. So vision is something they need to reclaim first. Two, the Medusa, I mean three, excuse me, the Medusa is nearly going to have an MKB complete. So
Yeah.
I'm foreseeing a lot of
Dire's
problems
bottom
for the side of
tower has
Neon,
fallen.
and yeah, we might just be looking at a game three with the way everything's going right now, Odog.
Yep. I would agree. Yeah. I mean, who doesn't like comebacks? Again, we want to see some
Dire's
comeback
bottom tower is under attack.
in this game. In one
Andrew's
particular
trying to
fight,
make a
Angle,
comeback
yeah.
happen here. He's gone on Mad Mate. Quickly burst,
Oh.
he'll find the Pangolier. Off forward, they could go for more. They did see Solo Tech, but Valky respects the Lion.
Radiant's
They do
courier
not
has
have
been
the coil.
killed.
They need some other form of initiation. PA can jump with a BKB, but jumping on the Medusa is probably the worst possible idea. Valky goes for the backlines. He wants the Disruptor, but there's a quick Hex coming. Valky, focused with the finger and the Earth Spike, ends up dying. Solotech with a killing spree. The BKB from Fortune Soul being kited as Fortune Soul is forced to blink out of there. Andrew goes back in. He wants Solotech. Solotech's got a big spree on his name and they'll find the line. A support and two cores dead for the side of Reaper. Hashtag it's just Toy. It's Toy versus Hated, and Hated can only do so much on the Crystal Maiden. But at the end of it all, it seems like a pretty decent fight for Neon as they managed to kill everyone other than the Medusa. And the fights need to begin exactly like this. They
Radiant's
need to
top
kill the
tower
Lion, they
is
need to
under
kill the
attack.
Disruptor, and then and only then can they even consider bringing down the Medusa with the items that they have right now, that is.
Yep. And what I would want to add up to is if you do not look at the numbers of the deaths in terms of how many heroes died, because if you look at Reaper, they only had like one hero alive, but Neon had like two heroes
Uh-huh.
alive. But the main thing to focus on is Medusa was alive and the PA died. Disruptor got
Yep.
killed by the Night Stalker, but he did
Yep.
his work. He used the Static Storm, he used the Glimpse right on time, got the PA dead, and then he died. So I don't think it is a bad death. I think it's worth a sacrifice for killing the PA. PA has gotten some decent damage now because of the Desolator charges. They're stacking up slowly. You have the BKB, you have
Uh-huh.
the Battle Fury, but again, the amount of stuns and hexes and disables that Team Reaper has is something that they have to be really cautious of, man. Like you said about the Lion, Valky just getting caught. Like, there's
Yeah.
absolutely no escape from the Lion. They have enough amount of silence, and even if you are able to run away from this team, you're gonna get glimpsed back. I mean, for how many times will you be able to use a phase shift? So I
Absolutely.
feel
And,
like
Dire's
Puck
top
is
tower is
harshly
under attack.
countered here.
yeah, it is a hard game for the Puck in a way that Reaper has
Dire's
a
middle
lot of
tower is under
instant
attack.
single target
Radiant's
lockdown and
bottom
some
tower
Yep.
is under attack.
area driven lockdown which could cause problems for the Puck. But what the Puck needs to
Mhm.
do is be a pain. He needs to catch Solotic and Uzaki and isolate them from the rest of their team. If he manages to do that, it's a win. Sukimoto dying like this at the beginning of the fight is a big question mark, and he's also forced to
Radiant's
pop his
courier
BKB.
has
This
been
is just
killed.
painful to watch. I mean, Neon are
Radiant's
trying to
courier has
backstab
been killed.
the side of Reaper hashtag. I mean, Andrew just goes in for the courier, but they really don't want to take this fight right now. I also wanted to mention,
Dire
I
are
wanted to
scanning.
add on to what you said actually, is that this
Dire's
is
middle tower
an
is under
even better
attack.
game for the Disruptor because for
Yeah,
Glimpse to be effective, you need
well
vision,
fight.
and the Beastmaster is providing that with the Hawk. So they've got what they need. Now Andrew has a BKB. What does this BKB accomplish? Nothing much. He gets control with the roll. The Stone Gaze is there. Andrew forced to run. The Hunter in the night being hunted himself as the Rolling Thunder is there. Toy dominating. The Night Stalker dead without buyback, without his BKB. Valky getting glimpsed about. He has an off. Where is he on the map?
Stay near.
In trouble. He's straight in trouble. He's going to drop the coil, but the instant hex is there from Solo Tick. That's two cores dead
Yep.
for the side of Neon. And Reaper, they haven't lost anyone. Medusa and Beastmaster can very quickly turn these two kills into an objective. And Toy and RDP want to do just that.
Dire's structures are
And
fortified.
if you look at the cooldowns, I mean, Marcy still has the BKB on cooldown, so there's like 16 seconds more they're able to sustain because of the, the tower protection and whatnot. But it is gonna be hard for them, and I think because of because now Medusa has the MKB, they can think of picking up the rush and going instantly to the high ground. And I believe if Team Reaper can finish the game as soon as possible, it is going to be the easier for them. Because after getting an Abyssal Blade on Phantom
the PA?
Assassin, yeah,
Yeah.
I think Abyssal Blade alongside Fans of Knife, I think the game can turn. But what we can see by the Q of the
He's
PA,
queuing Lincolns.
he's actually getting a Lincolns. Which means, again, like I said, if you see two defensive items on the hero, that means, yeah, the other team is clearly controlling the game. So there's a BKB, there's a Lincoln Sphere, and yeah, they have picked up the Aegis of Immortality for Team Reaper, and they also have, like I mentioned, they also have MKB. There's a gem on Beastmaster, nobody can run away.
Radiant's
Vladimir's
bottom
offering
tower
as
is under
well,
attack.
so there's going to be a little bit of a life steal. I believe he's going to turn it into Wraith Pact in
No,
terms of
he's
vision
actually
as
queued
well.
up he queued up the Assault Cuirass. So yeah, I think he's looking at an AC. But I could be wrong. I
Yep.
mean, the AC is not a bad idea
Radiant's
either.
bottom
It's
tower
it's
is under
armor. It's what you need versus the Phantom Assassin as well as the Night Stalker. And yeah, it's a useful aura to have to
Dire's
push
top
to stay
tower
alive in
is
these
under
fights.
attack.
But
Dire's
you know,
middle
the
tower
bigger
has
issue that I'm seeing, Odog, is that the supports on the side of Neon have
Dire's middle
simply
barracks
not been
Dire's
as
middle barracks
effective
has
as the
fallen.
supports on
Yep.
the side of Reaper hashtag. When it comes to team fights, I'm not talking about the laning phase.
Yep.
The line and the disruptor are just doing a whole lot more. The range tracks fall made. Andrew's on a mission, but the Lion's got a Ghost Scepter. He's kited the Night Stalker long enough. Fortune Soul wants to go back in, but he's been quickly rolled. No Lincoln Sphere to work with. The stacks from the finger. All that magic damage coming in. Fortune Soul dead without BKB Toy. He's going to commit the Stone Gaze. Valky as well as Andrew are looking for some sort of an opening. They're not going to find any other than the kill on a Solo Tick, but Solo Tick's bought back, and Sukimoto commits his BKB, uses the Unleash if I'm not mistaken, and doesn't get too much done. But it's Andrew causing problems. It's Andrew asking questions as he finds another kill. But is Andrew and Valky enough to hold on for Neon? I mean, they've already lost the mid lane of frags, so they really feel comfortable going on the Medusa. You got to remember that there's no Stone Gaze on the Medusa. You don't want to group up though for the Lion. Solo Tick blinks in forward. He's got the Ghost Scepter once again. Andrew kited, has nothing to do other than run away from the range, run away from the Skadi that's being dished out by this Medusa. Valky wants to go back in. The Hawk will end up falling. A quick waning rift, RDP silence and control, but Valky just taking so much damage. He gets himself a double kill out of nowhere. It's the Frost fight, if I'm not mistaken, alongside the Nova that helps him secure that kill. But at the end of it all, Neon have done enough, just enough, to hold on to their base. And they are going to live to see another day and fight another fight. And
Dire's top tower
what's most
is
important
under
for me
attack.
is that they're making adjustments in these fights. Like compared to all the fights that they're taken, this has to be the best 5v5 team fight that they've taken so far. However,
Mhm.
the question I have to ask is it too little too late?
I mean, there's a potential chance for them to come back in the game because they still have the high ground advantage. I mean, the only disadvantage is they're playing against a Medusa, which can hit even after sitting on the low ground. You can still hit the towers on the high ground. But there's still a potential chance to come back. 4K lead is not a huge lead. The only problem that I find currently is, you know, these supports of Team Reaper, they're getting caught. They're absolutely getting caught every single time by Enru. But what happened in the last fight? Lion, he was caught. He saw that there is no more silence. He knew he was dying. He hexed the PA. He stunned the
Dire's
PA.
top
He put
tower
out the
is
burst
under
damage on
attack.
PA into the static storm, and the PA died. And that is
Dire's
the
I think
potential
all
that I'm
our,
talking about.
I think all our analysis is
Radiant's
irrelevant. Just
bottom
look at
tower
Toy's
is
items.
under
There's
attack.
no way he dies. He has a butterfly
Yeah.
MKB, but Andrew's going to try nonetheless. He's going on a solo deck. Elsewhere, they managed to burst down the disruptor. This is the PA putting in the work. Now she commits a BKB. Quick roll coming out from RDP. The PA control during the duration of a BKB has to disengage because there's an MKB on the Medusa, and the Medusa is running straight at them. The Axis toss out,
Yep.
and the lucky shot will proc. The PA does nothing. All she does is kill a disruptor. And now Andrew with the BKB and the armlet can only watch. Him and Valkyrie are waiting for a moment to go back in. Andrew wants Manmade, but Manmade, he has an illusion rune or a Manta style, but he's quick enough to summon a couple of illusions and go back into the fight. He's man fighting Andrew, but Valky wants in on this. Madmaid curls up into a ball, has the shard, manages to stay alive, and he's causing problems for the puck as well. A quick orb coming up from Valky will allow him to join, but Hated sitting in the trees is next on the menu. The Crystal Maiden, easy fodder as long as they get vision, as long as they get a little bit of control, but they're not going to have it. Heck, they don't even need it. Toy can just
Yeah.
walk down and end the game if he wants to. I mean, this
Yep.
in my head is
Dire's
Reaper.Hashtag
top
just
barracks
coming
are
back
under
and
attack.
equalizing the series 1-1.
Yep. Oh, oh, that's the glimpse that didn't happen.
Dire's
Yeah,
top
but
barracks is
yeah, I
under
would
attack.
agree.
Dire's top barracks
Yeah, now
is
it's
falling.
really hard to come back from here. I mean, they were not really able to kite. I mean,
Dire's
basically they
middle
do not
tower
have any
is
answer
under
for
attack.
Medusa. If Medusa is hitting the trees, the rest of them are just diving onto the back lines. That the target prioritization seems a little off. And yeah, I mean, what else can they do at this point of time? They do not have any kind of break for Toy. They do not have some special, you know, disable. If you disable the Medusa, the rest of the team is just going on you. I mean, the whole team, as in general, team hashtag Reaper, they have just done really well in this game, and I think another fight is breaking out.
It'll be probably the last fight of the game if it is a fight even. I mean,
Dire's
Fortune
bottom
Soul
tower
is
is under
hoping to
attack.
jump like some miraculous backline. I don't know if it's going to happen. Elsewhere, Hated is going to get picked off. I mean, the Bangalore can look for more, but Fortune Soul is just biting. Going on the Beastmaster, it's a tricky
Dire's
proposition.
bottom
You
tower
have
is
the
under
Linked Sphere,
attack.
but even then, you got to respect the fact that it can be procced easily before
Dire's
you pop the
bottom tower
BKB, that
has
is.
fallen.
Mhm.
But yeah, Fortune Soul with the flank of his life, what can this man accomplish? Will the
Dire's
Disruptor and the
bottom
Lion
tower is under
let the
attack.
Beastmaster or anyone on their team die for nothing? And this wraparound play by Fortune Soul has got to be huge. I'm looking at the minimap, the PA looking for the Lion. She's got the high
Dire's
ground.
bottom
She's
tower
not been
has
spotted.
fallen.
She sees Solotic. She goes in, instantly deletes the Lion. The Lion doesn't have buyback. Quick rolling thunder coming out. But Fortune Soul with his BKB will be able to make a little bit of distance, enough to be able to Phantom Strike away. Fortune Soul is alive another day, but elsewhere, Andrew causing problems. The Disruptor dead, and now Valky has to kite this Medusa. The Frostbite there from Hated. Toy will quickly dispel it with the Manta style and focus his attention towards the Marcy. The Marcy's had a quiet game, hasn't done too much, but now's her turn to shine. Andrew is coming back in. He wants Madmaid. Madmaid silence? Well, no, Andrew's not committing. He's just trying to split apart the fight so Fortune Soul can find another opening, and Fortune Soul does. One quick crit, it's RDP dead. It's just the Medusa and Madmaid. They'll bring down the Pangolier. Just Toy looking to TP out with his BKB, but unfortunately, they have nothing that pierces that BKB just yet. And Neon somehow have more time in this game number 2 and could possibly start to piece together one of the greatest comebacks of this tournament.
Dire's
Yep.
bottom barracks are under attack.
There's still. I mean, after this fight, I would say, yeah, there is still a chance. There is still a chance. I really want Tsukimoto to farm the Heaven's Hellbird as soon as possible because I mean, it does not get dispelled. Other than that, Medusa does not really have anything for status resistance. That means the thing will work on its full potential, the Heaven's Halberd. Other than
Radiant's
that,
bottom
I think
tower is
this
under
particular
attack.
team fight with the wraparound has been played really smart by Team Neon. I love the way how they picked off the Lion first and then Disruptor, and then from there they just went further on. And they did not let the Beastmaster
Radiant's
just
bottom
go
tower is
for the
under
war
attack.
onto a BKB for PA, because that is what
Radiant's bottom
has been
tower
happening,
has
Vivek, if I'm not
fallen.
wrong. They just see the PA pops up the BKB, and then the Beastmaster comes into play, and then boom, you're roared, you're standing there, there's
Yep.
nothing that you can. So
It's
yeah,
not
I
going to
mean,
be that
pretty decent
simple
fight.
also, right? Because PA has a
Mhm.
Lincoln Sphere now.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yep,
the other interesting item is PA building an MKB. So now,
hmm
one, she's going to do additional damage. And two, she's going to
yep,
be able to burst down the Medusa very quickly
Dire
if
are
they do
scanning.
find themselves in that position. Toy and the others at Reaper.Hashtag have snuck into the Rosh pit, and Neon seem to be completely oblivious to the fact that this is going on the map. I'd like to see them go and
Roshan has
contest, but
fallen
now
to the
it's
ring.
just simply too late. Now,
hmm
the common thought process is if the enemy team has Roshan, play defensive, back off, move towards your tier 3, farm buyback. But
yep,
if the PA manages to find the pick before Reaper.Hashtag can group up and just barrel down a lane, it could be huge. The Marcy dying now is not a good idea, and Marcy just needs to GTFO in the politest English that I know, because if if they catch anyone now, it could be the game ending for the side of Neon. But it looks as if Toy and the others just want to push out bottom because
yep,
they've claimed mid racks as well as top racks, and eventually they just want to push out the bottom lane and try and end the game with the Sages. I am curious as heck to see if Neon allow them to. I want to point out that Madmade does have an Aeon Disc, but the
yep.
solution to that Aeon Disc is the Night Stalker with his Nullifier. So Andrew has a huge role to play in these fights. Him as well as the Marcy are looking to get things started. They jump in on the back lines. That's RDP popping his BKB, quickly starting up the Night Stalker. Madmade rolling about with the Rolling Thunder, but it's Andrew taking a lot of damage. But he's got enough HP to kite them for now. Toy comes, the Stone Gaze, nothing happens. In fact, Valky finds the kill. That's the Disruptor dead. The Static Storm used. Fortune Soul can go back in. He sees Toy. He sees
Dire's
Madmade.
middle
Where
tower
does he want
is
to go?
under
When does he
attack.
want to commit? The Nullifier committed on a Madmade. Madmade's still alive and healthy. Fortune Soul patience. Patience
Wow.
personified, and that patience is enough as Valky finds another pick off. The fight is breaking apart bit by bit for Reaper.Hashtag. It's just Toy all by himself. Toy has the Aegis, but Fortune Soul has the damage. They can kill him once, they can kill him again. It's 4 members. Heck, it's all 5 members on the side of Neon surrounding one puny little
The
Medusa. But
base.
that puny little Medusa ain't no pushover. She's got a BKB. She's gonna TP because there's no Basher complete just yet. But all said and done, oh my god, oh dog, Neon are still holding on.
Yep. That was an insane fight, I would say. I mean, before this fight, I actually thought like, okay, Neon probably has to win like 2 more fights, but seemingly it feels like they're just away from, well, one fight away from being able to come back. And in terms of buyback, if you see, Medusa and Pango have the buyback, and Marcy and Lion, they both have the buyback. So you see, they are surviving. Team Reaper, they're surviving just on one set of racks. That means they have to
Radiant's
force the
bottom
fights
tower is under attack.
outside of the base. If they do not do it, if Medusa gets closer to the base, regardless of the fight, they will still be able to take down the Raxes. So that is something that
Uh-huh.
I believe Team Neon is thinking as well, that they have to force out the fights away, and
Radiant's
until the
middle
time they
tower is
force
under
out the
attack.
fight away from the base, they're safe, and they need to
Yep.
farm their buybacks.
I'd be
Yep.
completely up for Neon taking this fight right now. They have what it takes to burst down Toy. I mean, they just need to kite the
Yep.
Stone Gates, and Valky's chipping away. He's got the coil if he
Oh
needs
my
it.
god.
3 heroes immediately converge upon Toy, and in a moment of seconds, Toy is dead. Hated, he's being chased, but he's going to still be alive. The Static Storm committed, it doesn't matter. RDP will fall as well. Madmade doing his bit will manage to bring down Valky. That's the Buck dead, but 2 goes dead as well for
Radiant's
Reaper.
middle
Hashtag.
tower is under
I don't think
attack.
Reaper Hashtag want to fight anymore, and
Radiant's
Andrew,
middle
he's still
tower has
hunting
fallen.
in the night. He's
Uh,
looking for more.
did
Buyback coming up from
did you?
Valky. Was it? Did I?
I'm so
The
sorry.
oh,
I'm so sorry to cut you off. There's a
I,
divine rapier.
That explains a lot.
Radiant's bottom tower
That
is under attack.
explains a lot. I
Oh
mean,
my
I've been
Radiant's
god.
caught
bottom
up
tower has fallen.
on the
Radiant's
nullifiers and
bottom barracks are
what
Yeah.
under
the
attack.
puck has been
Uh-huh.
Radiant's
up
bottom
to and what
barracks
all of
has
them have been
fallen.
up to.
Radiant's
But
bottom
Neon have
barracks
just
has
flipped
fallen.
the script quite literally as they are going for
Oh
tier
my god.
4s. 48 seconds without
Radiant
toy,
structures
no
are
buyback. The
fortified.
glyph is available, but Andrew blinking on a man-made is looking for a kill. If they manage to bring down the Pangolier, or even if they just commit to structures,
Dire's
it
middle
would be
tower
fine.
is under attack.
Communication between the team right now has to be
Radiant's
crystal
middle
clear.
tower is under attack.
You
Dire's
fight
middle
together,
tower
you
has
die
fallen.
together, you slay together, or you go into game number 3 together. For now, it's the tier 4s that they
Radiant's
want.
middle tower
Madmade
has
is
fallen.
causing issues. The Acceptor
Dire's
can't be
structures
underestimated.
are
The damage is huge. For now, there's nothing that
Dire's
threatens the
middle
Rolling
tower is
Boulder.
under attack.
Rolling Thunder, excuse me, but he's going to get away. The Nullifier onto Madmade. That Aeon Disc is doing diddly squat. Madmade in trouble, will die. The Swashbuckle not doing too much. And RDP also ends up falling. The Static Storm was committed, but Madmade is going to buy back. We have to note and take cognizance
Dire's
of the
middle
fact that he
tower
just
is
doesn't
under
have an
attack.
Aeondis right now. Neon could still fight,
Radiant's middle
but
tower is
they're
under
going to play
attack.
this the right way. They're
Nice.
going to build their lead, and now they're sitting at a 16,000 net worth lead. The issue with backing out now is that if you take a kind of risky fight with that Divine Rapier, and if you lose it,
Yep.
the game shifts again, and then we're looking at those glorious 60-minute neutral items.
Yep. And another thing to add on to that, they cannot take any kind of fights, like fight after fight. Like they cannot take like 2 consecutive fights because they are waves pushing it. They have already lost 1 tower. The second tower is on about what 2% HP. The tier 4. So let's see what happens in the next fight. Then will they be able to take it away? Because now it's all about the reaction time. I mean, let's see who takes it away. There are no buybacks on either side of the map. Only the Lion has it. So Logitech
Yeah.
has it. So
Also,
yeah.
in addition to the Divine Rapier, there's another important item on the PA, which is the Axe. So
Yep,
he's
yep.
got Blur Dispels, and that
Yep.
is actually kind of huge in these fights. It's really useful to have versus the heroes that Reaper are running with all that CC. So Neon, in terms of itemization, are completely back in the game.
Yep.
I mean, this game right now boils down to how they take fights.
Oh,
So
a
if
DD.
Wait, who found the
A
DD?
fair piece.
Oh, Andrew.
There's a
Andrew's
DD on
pinged
the
it
bottom
out.
lane.
So another problem is that Fortune Soul is walking about without boots. So he
Yeah.
is, I mean, for once in a life, Crystal Maiden feels fast.
Will turn
And
them
yeah, like Hated is actually moving. Like Crystal Maiden actually
Oh.
seems like a hero that can move. Oh, are they going to jump in mid? The Mindbreaker is there. Puck there with the coil. Immediate BKB coming out. Man-made with the counter initiation. Is it any good though? Valky goes further onto the back lines. But Andrew will play with the Pangolier. They've used the Stone Gaze. They've used the Rolling Thunder. I think this is a good chance for Neon to go back
Oh
in.
my god.
Fortune Soul takes the save. They've gone on to Toy. The damage is used. Toy doesn't have mana. Toy's probably going to end up dying. The dispo is used. Toy dead. 3 heroes dead from the side of Reaper. And that's it. They're going to tap out. GG, well played is the call. And Neon, with the comeback of
My
their lives,
god.
have silenced their critics, have silenced their haters. And boy, it simply has to be the best game we've seen so far in the AMD Skyesports Championship 4.0.
Oh my god. I have no words for Neon Esports. My goodness, man. They were able to come back in such a small amount of time. But like right after picking up that Divine Rapier, what do you have? Like there's nothing more to it. It just they used it so well. Like it has been a while since I've seen a pickup on that Divine. My god. Wow. Wow. And I don't know if if you noticed, Vivek, that Divine
Uh-huh.
Rapier was not picked up by the Phantom Assassin. Medusa bought it
Uh,
and lost it. And then the PA had it. It's like, oh my god, man, this is insane. What a fight. Congratulations to Team Neon, and these guys were able to come back in the game and look at the last hitting chart, look at the network chart, look at the building damage. I mean, in this one particular game, I'm so out of words. I just feel like nothing mattered but picking up that Divine Rapier. picking up that one divine rapier. I mean, the farm was enough, everything was good. Reaper.Hashtag was doing everything on spot, but in the end, if you look at the graph, oh my god, it just turned right down to Neon Esports right after they've won that one fight where they wrapped around Vivek, if you remember. The one that
Yep.
you noticed that these guys are wrapping around, they killed the lion first and then the disruptor,
I
and
think that's when they
that's it.
get the divine rapier, right? That's when they get it from the
I mean,
Medusa.
so if you look onto the player items, Medusa bought the divine rapier on the 40-minute mark. I mean that if you look at the net worths were also fine. 36,000 gold, 23,000 gold. Look at that. Like, it's more than 10k difference. How
Yep.
can a team come back from there? It just popped off. It just popped off from there. The player levels were also pretty low. By the end of it, 38k to 32k. I mean, of course, you consistently start losing. So today's winners are going to be Neon Esports. It's a 2-0, which nobody expected. I don't think. Did you expect it, Vivek?
I didn't expect it to. I mean, weirdly enough, we did make predictions. So
Yeah.
I mean, there's no point even bringing up what we expected because I don't think we ever thought about it in that fashion. But you asked me my prediction for the second game, and I believe for the second game I was leaning towards Neon, but I didn't
Hmm.
expect the game to turn out this way.
Yeah.
I think the other MVP for me are like you can't ignore Andrew and his impact in
Yeah.
these fights. But
Hmm.
somebody whose game like drastically shifted after the 25-30 minute mark was the Puck. Valky was generally a lot more effective, and you could see the kind of space that he was creating in these
Yep.
fights for Neon Esports by just going on the back line. It also felt a little disheartening that the Beastmaster basically just fell off. Like
Hmm.
that was the end of his impact. I mean, he basically won fights because he could roar a target, but then other than that one singular roar, there wasn't much that he was bringing to the fights. And like later
Yep.
on, even the roar was not much of a factor. So
Hmm.
I feel like the Beastmaster was negated quite heavily. The Pangolier, the Lion, the Disruptor, they played well, but yeah, the rest
Hmm.
of them kind of like fell off and had a hard time as the game
Yep.
progressed. So kudos to Neon. This is the first 2-0 of the tournament, and
Yep.
I think we'll be seeing maybe one more in the coming days. For
Yep.
now, though, it's been a pleasure casting this game with you, Odog. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. If you have any feedback, you can see our social media handles. Uh, drop
Hmm.
us your thoughts on Twitch or on social media. I'm on Twitter as well with the same name. So thank you so much for tuning in. We are going to be taking a break in the AMD Sky
Hmm.
Esports Championship 4.0. We're going to be taking a short break and then we'll be back with our second best of three. Odog and Lama will
Yep.
be taking you through that one. So stick around.
Hmm.
There's a long, fun day of Dota, and we'll be right back with more of it. We will be right back with more Dota. Yes, we will.
Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There's no meaning.
Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Its middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I free the beast in me.
You have won nothing by coming.
Hell's
Radiant's middle tower.
A prize.
My work. Commit these remains to the ice. Let's find your rigor mortis pose.
to eat.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Its middle tower is under attack.
I didn't realize.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hello, guys. Welcome back to AMD Presents Sky Esports Championship 4.0. This is Odog, and with me I have Lama. How are you doing, Lama?
I'm doing really fine. How are you doing, Odog? It's been a while since we've done this together. Hope you're having a
Yep.
really good day.
Yeah, it has been a while. So this is gonna be an insane series again that me and Lama are gonna cast. You can find Lama on his hashtag that you can find right below him, and you can find me on my Instagram at odogpog as well. So just wanna shout out to our partners. So AMD, thank you so much. Gaming partner Logitech and fantasy partner Fanclash. Fanclash did an amazing job at the Pub Stomp as well. I think they also sponsored the Mumbai Pub Stomp that Vivek talked about. I know about the Pune Pub Stomp, where the fan clash fantasy partner. Thank you so much for doing this. Well, so we have today's match schedule. Next series is going to be Team Renewal versus White Cat. Neon Esports versus Reaper hashtag. We already saw what happened in the game. Neon Esports 2-0, the Reaper hashtags. I mean, this game was out of my mind, man. Like that Divine Rapier pickup, losing it,
Yeah,
PA getting it,
yeah.
and then just the game popping off from there. Lama, did you watch the game? How did you find the game? The last game, like
Uh,
it was just off limits, man.
Yeah, I did get the chance to watch the game, and it was one of the best comeback games that I've ever seen. And the Medusa picking up the rapier and PA
Mhm.
getting her hands on it changed the game
Yep.
around completely. And that was one of the best comebacks I've seen in a game until today. And yeah, I mean, a really good series as well. And hopefully, we get to see some amazing games coming up from Renewal and White Cat in the next BO3 series that we are having right now. So, have you had the chance to watch yesterday's games between White Cat and Reaper hashtag? Do you have any idea about the teams?
I mean, I think you would give a better idea of what happened in the game, but I feel like this game is going to be very important for both of them and not just one side because White
Yeah,
Cat is also on one loss and Renewal they're also on one loss.
yeah,
What I feel is, I mean, I saw yesterday's game, but what I think Team Renewal seems stronger to me. I mean,
yeah,
I do not want to be biased, of course, but
obviously.
it will all be seen in the game what happens. It all depends on the team coordination. I mean, what you can see on your screen, this is day number 2. We have Team Renewal versus White Cat coming up. Both of them lost their series yesterday to
Yeah,
Neon and Reaper hashtag. So, I mean, let's see what happens. And this is again the round robin session, so let's see. I mean, the amount of wins that they can rob right now is the thing that
yeah,
they can get pushed further into this series and this tournament. So I think it is going to be pretty exciting. Uh, how things are going to go in this one particular matchup, Team Renewal versus White Cat. The other thing that is going to come to my head is Reaper hashtag uh, played against Neon Esports today.
yeah.
I think Reaper hashtag kind of made a comeback somewhere
Mm-hmm.
um, in the middle of the game, and then the Neon was just better, man. I don't think there's any other explanation to that. There's so much that has happened in that one particular game. Think I don't think we have plenty of time, but I could keep talking about that one game. But I think let's just stay more focused on Renewal and White Cat. I want
Yeah,
to know, Lama, from you because yesterday you casted the game.
yeah.
What is your idea about the team White Cat?
White Cats definitely a really strong team. They played really, really well yesterday as a team, and both there was no one-sided matches yesterday. I mean, obviously individual matches did go towards a particular side, but both the teams played really, really, really well. And White Cats and Reaper hashtag dueled it out until the end. And Reaper hashtag were just slightly better than White Cat, especially through the drafting phase and the early game laning stages as well. So I think if
Yeah.
White Cat focuses slightly more on their draft and their early game laning stages, I think they'll be doing much better against Renewal today. And i- if we can look at yesterday's games as well, they did have a really good game in the second game, I think that was, which they won. So
Mhm.
yeah, let's see what happens in today's game against Renewal, if they will be looking for pushing strategy, if they'll be looking more on the team fight strategy. And
Mhm.
let's go ahead and take a look at the teams. Here we have Team Renewal. I mean, you did cast their games yesterday, so you can go
Yep.
ahead and take lead on this one.
Yeah, so we have SKK, we have Kazima, we have Skarata, we have Young Metro, and KIR. I mean, their performance has been pretty well. I really like how Skarata plays mid lane.
Yeah,
Kazima is also a good offlane player. I love the way how he plays. So, I mean, in general, the team coordination is really good. Is really good. I the only thing is, I think they lack a little bit in terms of drafting. I think all the
yeah,
matches that have happened, other than the last one, the teams have lost it. Like the teams have lost the matches just on the drafts. Um,
yeah,
Either way, it is like a team would either be dominating early on, and after a time the dominance goes below average and the other team just pops up. Like yesterday there was this game where Morphling came in after the 30-minute mark. So this is something that we have to see. I really want Team Renewal to go with the perfect draft, would go with their best heroes and the best required heroes um, to be played. So next
yeah.
up, we're gonna see the White Cat team. White Cat roster. Would you wanna introduce them?
Yeah, so on Team Whitecats, we have Seri, we have Scatterlicious, Lucify, Ken, and Lenny. All of these are, again, really good players individually, and they played really well as a team as well yesterday. But, again, as you said with Team Renewal, there is a slight, problem with the drafting phase still, as we have got a new patch as well, like just a
Hmm.
few days
Yeah.
back. I think they're still
Hmm.
working out the heroes and still seeing what the tempo is of the game. So yeah, again, I feel like Whitecats and Reaper hashtag yesterday were having this duel with the Beastmaster, where they either wanted to pick it, ban it, or just deny pick it as well. So what do you feel about this present meta with Beastmaster and the Wraith pack, which has obviously been nerfed, and I don't think we've seen a lot of Wraith packs after the nerf in the matches.
Yeah, I think we saw one yesterday, but
Yeah,
yeah, not as big as it was. Definitely. I mean, it is a big nerf, I would say, just in particular for that one item. I mean,
yeah,
it just did go down. But regardless, I mean, Red Pact is still good. I mean, it still affects on the physical damage,
yeah,
and the other spells, the spells that give you physical damage. Other than that, I really want to acknowledge that there is the other aura items that have come into play, like the
yeah,
Bloodstone has got a little bit of nerf, but other than that, if I talk about Crimson Guard, Drums of Endurance, we have Guardian Greaves, we have Pipe, uh, even the Veil of Discord has got some stats. So
yeah.
I mean, we have to keep an eye on these items. We might be able to see somebody building pipe. Maybe who knows? The axe in the Crimson Guard might be back. But yeah, other than that,
Definitely.
there are a lot of changes. What the question that you asked me about picking up Beastmaster, um, I think Beastmaster has always been a good hero in this particular patch, because the patch is more about the aura items. I think it has just become better.
Yeah,
Another thing that I want to mention about the teams is Team White Cat. I think the Filipinos are with the White Cat, and we know Team Renewal are from Mongolia. So I mean, we have to see. I think it's straight up between Mongolia and the Philippines about the organizations. And I know if in the viewers, if there's like any Filipino viewers, I know what you feel about Dota when it comes to the country, because like the Filipino people or the Filipino viewers, I mean, I think everybody that I know from the Philippines plays Dota. There's not a single
Yeah.
person who's like, okay, I don't know Dota. Like Dota is in their blood. We have Team Neon, and
Yeah.
now we have White Cat. So yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. May the best one wins. Both the teams. Good luck to both the teams. I am very very excited to get into this game, Llama, with you. To
Yeah.
all the lovely viewers who are watching this right now, either on Twitch or YouTube, please go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel and follow the Sky Esports official Twitch link as well, guys. Well, let's get into game number one. This is gonna be White Cat versus Team Renewal. Um, before the draft, Llama, let's do this.
Yeah.
Before the draft and after the draft, I'm gonna ask you the same question. Which team are you going with before the draft?
Uh Man, I think I had to go with my guts and stick with Renewal on this one.
Okay,
Because
okay,
yeah, definitely I've seen their first game and they played it really really well. And I think if they get their drafting right, I'm pretty sure they got this one in the bag. And I'm not
okay.
no bias again, but I'm gonna go stick with Renewal on this one.
Okay, okay. Well, then, okay, just to even you out, I know I said renewal, but I'll go with the White Cats, okay?
All right.
I'll just even you out from here. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me take you to the draft. So we have Leshrac and Silencer Ban coming up in the first phase.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
Team Renewal coming up with the Mother Ban, the Brute Mother Ban.
Broodmother.
I mean, it has been banned in every single game that I've casted, so nothing huge. Primal Beast again has been a good ban.
Yeah.
In terms of mid lane as well as off lane, a pretty tanky guy. And White Cat coming up with the Mars first pick. Okay, something new for me to cast. I think this is gonna be fun.
Yeah,
Um,
I think they did pick this up in their last game yesterday.
last game,
So
yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
they did a
10 seconds
play
remaining.
on with Mars last
Your
game.
team
So
Hmm.
yeah, maybe they're looking for a similar draft pick. And there again, with the first
Yep.
phase, after the first phase ban, Renewal's gonna instantly pick that Beastmaster up. And I feel like this hero, especially after the T11 and up to date, still has that
Red
this
team
the
pick.
strong pushing potential with him. So I think this is a really good combo, especially Beastmaster Mirana. I think Renewal are pretty
Hmm.
comfortable with these heroes, and yeah,
Yeah.
Beastmaster is always a solid first pick in this meta,
Red
especially
team
that's going
ban.
on right now.
Crystal
And
Maiden.
White Cat goes with the Crystal Maiden, which again is a hero that they have played before and they're familiar with. So all these heroes are basically the most meta heroes right now, except for the Mars maybe, but Mars is still always a good offlaner. So yeah, so what about this lane that we're seeing here? Beastmaster probably who's gonna have Mirana with him on the off lane.
Off lane. Yep. I like Mirana in position 4. I mean,
Yeah,
being a position 4 hero. Sorry, being a yeah, Mirana being a position 4 hero. Um, uh, I think it is a good hero. You have that arrow to farm if there's nowhere to gank. You have the
yeah,
escape ability. Also give the
Dire
movement speed
team
to others.
ban.
So I mean, in general, I really like how Mirana is on position 4.
yeah,
Other than that, I like the Beastmaster pick because of course, I mean, Beastmaster has been strong. We saw what he can do with the BKB. I mean, the ulti pierces through
10
BKB, so
seconds
you can
remaining.
do nothing but stand there. In terms of
yeah,
White Cat,
5
just by the
seconds
first two
remaining.
picks, they're going with the Mars and the Crystal Maiden. That means they're going for the team picks. I also
mhm,
want to say they have banned out Monkey King just so Renewal doesn't pick it. Because
yeah,
Monkey King goes pretty well with Mars, if I'm not wrong,
Red
the
team
Wukong's command.
ban.
And there's a
yeah,
sniper ban coming out from Renewal. I mean, no last game shenanigans. Like these are like different bans that I'm watching on the
yeah,
stage for the first time. So I like how they have banned sniper. I mean, lately in pubs, if I would say, this has been insanely picked on the first pick. Like people are just picking sniper on the first pick, and it has just been giving insane amount of damage. But I'm glad sniper's out. White Cat have kept out the Morphling for this game,
10
which is
seconds remaining.
I think it is okayish. maybe Whitecat know that Renewal might go with some kind of combination uh with Morphling and some other hero. I mean, generally we relate Morphling and ES. But I
Yeah.
mean, at this point of time, Mirana has been picked, so I would not say that they might pick ES. Um, anyway, so we have another ban coming up, which is going to be Amber Spirit, which is again a mid lane hero. And a life stealer. Okay, White Cat coming up
Yeah.
with a life stealer. So this is the next uh, phase that we will see in terms of picking. This is the last ban of this phase. Any ideas? Who do you think could be the mid laner and the safe laner for both the teams, Lama?
Not really sure about the mid lane and safe lane. They play really flexible heroes. So
Hmm.
because in the last match with Whitecat, I'd seen Mars on the mid as well. So Mars is not just gonna be an off laner, maybe because he has that potential to be a mid laner as well, depending on the
Yep.
how the drafts go ahead further. But I do see that Grimstroke has been led through the drafting phase, and Renewal could have had a chance to pick it up, but I think they're going for a Tusk pickup right here, who again is a really mobile hero. He'll be able to set up these gangs and try to get these early game pickoffs, especially in the mid
10
lane, where
seconds
he's going to be
remaining.
really useful. And I think Whitecat might be looking for an
5
option with the
seconds
similar
remaining.
capabilities as well, with that gank
Hmm.
potential and maybe a setup for a kill in the mid lane. So I think that's what Whitecat should be looking for. And all these heroes are again super early to mid game heroes that they all thrive in the mid game. So
Hmm.
I'm hoping to see a really early game oriented draft that going ahead from here, and probably
Yep.
might not see a Medusa or a
Radiant
BA
team
coming in
pick.
like the last game. So
Oh,
yeah, that's a
Pudge.
pretty good pick. So similar to the Tusk, Pudge is the one who will be doing rotations and be enable Whitecat to set up with their kills and get these early pickoffs and ganks. So yeah, I think both the
10
teams are going
seconds
in for a
remaining.
really good draft here, enabling an early game fight. And
5 seconds
let's see how
remaining.
the draft follows through from here.
Dire team pick.
Yep. I mean, I feel like this Pudge is going to be position one if I am not wrong. Because
Okay.
they have like shown up a Snapfire and a Crystal Maiden. I mean, we can also argue on the fact that Snapfire can also play mid.
Yeah.
But I
10
feel like they're
seconds
just gonna
remaining.
leave the mid for the last pick, or they can be flexible with the Snapfire. But
5
what I'm feeling
seconds
is it's gonna
remaining.
be the last pick. So next pick is gonna be from the Renewal side. They have picked up the Tusk. I like what you say, what you have said about the Tusk. That Tusk is gonna make the movements happen.
Yeah.
Um, Again, Tusk is also a very flexible pick. You can play the
Definitely.
Tusk on the mid lane. Tusk has Chase, so I feel like Team Renewal they're kind of picking the heroes where they control the fights. Like
Yeah.
they want to initiate the fights first. That's what I have been feeling with the three picks that you can see, because there's only one initiator that I got to see, which is Mars. If Pudge is gonna play position one, it's gonna take some time to get to the Agnum Scepter and the Blink, and then you can be super active in the fights. Of course, Pudge has been pretty strong for position one, but I mean the last few games that I have casted, there the Pudge position one picks have not worked out. So
Okay.
let's see if White Cat can do something different. I mean, Pudge Crystal Maiden lane is really good. I mean, you have the slow, and then Rot has a slow, and then you have the hook. You can
Yeah.
also have a root from the Crystal Maiden. So I mean, in general, it is a very strong hero. But like right now, we can see Renewal are taking a decent amount of time in terms of picking, and I kind of felt that Pudge might come in because there was a Lifestealer ban.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, Lifestealer does counter you pretty big. I think what they can do is they can pick
Radiant
any
team ban.
agility based hero.
Alchemist.
Okay, there's gonna be Alchemist. So
Alchemist.
if I am not wrong, if Beastmaster is playing the offlane, Alchemist should be mid.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I like Alchemist mid, but in this particular patch, because not this patch, a few patches ago, I think, yeah, they have removed the side camp from both the mid lanes, if you
Yeah.
remember,
Yeah. They have. Yeah.
which is actually made the game more towards the rotation. and not farming.
Yeah,
So Alchemist is a hero that can farm fast. If you are
yeah,
not farming on the hero like Alchemist, then you're basically not making 100% use of it. So what I'm saying is Alchemist can play mid, but
hmm,
I would think that if Alchemist goes bottom and plays safe lane where he gets a little space to farm and he can farm
yeah,
really quick, then I think it is going to be a lot better. Meanwhile, we have White
definitely.
Cat coming up with Bat Rider ban and Lina ban. Do you want to put out any word on what is going to be the last pick for both the teams, Lama?
Last pick again. So as you said, Alchemist might not be playing the mid lane. Also, I've seen in yesterday's games where Mars and
5
Tusk
seconds
have played
remaining.
mid lane. So a lot of these
Hmm.
heroes are
Yeah,
really flexible picks. But whereas on the
yeah.
White Cat side, I see a lot of team fight potential with the Mars, Crystal Maiden, and Snapfire, which all their ultis can be used in combos together. Whereas on the side of Renewal, I am seeing a bit of lack on the team fight potential, but more focus on individual heroes, where the Alchemist gets a lot of farm and the Beastmaster is able to make these lane pushes and rotations later on to the game. So
Hmm.
for the last pick on the White Cat side, they're probably looking for a high agility DPS, and that and that might be really hard to pick on. So they have a really good option of a Void, who is always like in these situations where three of the opponent heroes are melees, is always a really good option. And on the side of Renewal, something maybe like a Timbersaw would be a really good option, who's really mobile and will be able to single out these heroes, or also create
Bring it
huge
to your
problems
pick.
because majority of White Cat's heroes are all strength based. So on the side of
Templar
White Cat, they go
Assassin.
for a
Dire
Templar
team pick.
Assassin, who
Hmm.
is again a really good DPS coming in. And yeah, I think overall White Cats have a really good draft, where with the Templar Assassin getting a lot of space that will be created from Pudge,
10
Snapfire, and
seconds
Mars,
remaining.
making a lot of these team plays. So on the side of Renewal, they might be looking for something to stop this team fight potential that White Cat has, or pick a hero that enables their team fight potential, that allows them to get back into the, you know, a mix of the team fight problem that they're having right now. So what do you think might be their last pick? You have like 10 seconds before they make a
I
pick.
think maybe Invoker. If it's not too bad, they can go with the Cheese Pick Viper. I don't know.
Face the light.
Oh, a Dawnbreaker.
Or
Okay.
Dawnbreaker.
So it
Yeah.
is a Dawnbreaker mid. Oh, okay. It's an Alchemist mid.
Oh,
Okay, it's an Alchemist
yeah.
mid offlane Beastmaster safe lane Dawnbreaker.
Hmm.
Okay, the game's gonna get interesting from here. Yeah. I think this is gonna be a very different game because Sipping Juice in Another World, he plays position 5 to 5 Mirana. It is gonna be a 4 Tusk. Alchemist will be played by Skarata on position 1. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Position 2. KR will be playing on position 1, and Kazima will be playing on off lane. What do you want to tell? What do you want to tell the viewers about the White Cat?
Yeah, on the side of White Cat, obviously we have Mars as the tank, who
Hmm.
is a really good initiator, and he has that
Yep.
arena to control the entire team of Renewal. But again, Dawnbreaker kind of counters their team fight ability, as I said, because
Yep.
the Mars, Crystal Maiden, and Snapfire all have AoE damage ults, and Dawnbreaker with her ultimate is able to counter most of that efficiently. So yeah, and we have a mid Templar Assassin as well, who does quite well against the Alchemist. And as you said, with the mid lane camps being removed, makes it quite a bit harder for Alchemist to get that early game farm, especially uh, like if you remember the times when the mid camp was there, he was getting
Yep.
his farm really quickly. So with that
Hmm.
camp removed, now he's going to be having a bit of a problem and might have to rely on ganking or going into the jungle for a long period of time. And let's see how team White Cat will be dealing with the Alchemist, and hopefully they have a really good team plan, because they did pick the TA, which is really good against the Alchemist,
Prepare to
especially in
battle.
the mid to
Hmm.
late game.
Yep. And before starting off the game, guys, I would just quickly want to shout out to our fantasy partner. So if you guys don't know about Fanclash, I think you should download it. You can earn cash using esports skills and knowledge, and I think you should really try and download it now. There's also a lot of exciting opportunities for the fans for meet and greet for their favorite stars, and they have a lot of giveaways as well. So go ahead and download Fanclash for a big chance to win something big. Right, let me take you back to the
Ye-
game, guys. So we have both the sides. We can see some warding coming out. Pudge is waiting for the hook. All right, that means they have a ward,
30
and
seconds
there
to go.
is there is the
Oh, the
there are the
sentry
voice lines
is
coming in.
barely out. The
Yep,
sentry is
yep.
barely out of the vision of the observer or whatever there. So yeah, again, I think Mars is gonna be pretty dominant in the top lane, but we have a Beastmaster in the top as well. Huh?
Okay. Well, we have to see. I
The
think
battle
they do
begins.
not want the
This is
beast.
interesting.
Oh, there's the hook. Oh, he's gonna miss the hook. What? And he denied the.
Oh
What's
no!
going on? The rune gets denied. I believe he should have picked it up, and I think he just thought that Pudge is gonna hook it, but the hook was already off. Okay, okay. Let me take you back to the game, guys. I don't know what happened, but we have KIR who's actually playing on the off lane, and my prediction went
Huh?
into the other direction. Kazima playing safe. I think they have just switched. They've just switched the
The
lanes
hidden ones are
because I
waiting.
believe they do not want the Dawnbreaker to play against Mars.
Yeah.
I think Mars and the Snapfire because they're gonna right click him down. Other than that, on the mid lane, if you see, Ken is already on very low HP. I mean, that's like he has to start to go on and use the tangos. If you look at the last hitting, I think it's okay-ish. Yeah, Ken got it first to level 2, and Kurata took some time. Yeah, I think all the lanes are going to be pretty chill because players are going to play from far away. I mean, everyone, the the the, the, the supports that they have
Yeah.
is like they are going to play from a distance. They have the range advantage. So, I mean, I personally think it's not going to be that bad. I don't think there's going to be a lot of action on
Yeah,
the
and
lanes.
also on the mid lane, that's definitely what Alchemist has to be doing. These early levels are when TA is at her weakest, and once she gets to that level 3, level 4 point is when she's gonna start harassing the Alchemist more. So until she reaches that point, the Alchemist needs to be doing exactly what he's doing, where he's been able to zone out Ken and get as much farm as possible. So even in the top lane as well, we have Mirana and Beastmaster in a lane who have a lot of
Hmm.
kill potential, but the problem
Yep.
is they're laning against a Mars and a Snapfire who are pretty tanky on their own respects. So yeah, I think both the lanes have really really tanky heroes, the safe lane and the off lane, and I don't think we'll
Yep.
be seeing any early game kills probably, but both of except maybe on the Crystal Maiden. But I think the rest of the players are going to be doing fine with themselves and trying to get as much farm as possible individually.
Hmm. Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the early item build, or right onto the bottom lane, Vigo might be able to see a first blood. KIR trying to escape away for his life. Skadalicious getting super slowed down. He's pretty close to death, but will be able to escape. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, as of now, TA is going to be pretty weak, but I think Lama eventually TA gets out of the hand and just gets super aggressive and super active. Um, but there's another thing that has come to my head that if Alchemist goes for a Radiance build, then TA will get instantly shut down until she gets a BKB. Potentially, oh, top lane, there's gonna be, oh my god. Top lane, Kazima was about to die, and my bad, guys. I have missed the kill onto the bottom lane. We have seen Lucifi. Is that how you say it? Lucifi? Yeah,
Lucifer,
Lucifi.
yeah.
Lucifi has got a first blood. All right. So good
Yeah.
enough. I think good kill onto the supports, and I think the gold advantage is pretty important. for the supports
Dire's top
to
tower
have
is
it
under
in the
attack.
early game. Other than that, uh, I think mid lane scenario seems a little bit on the side of the TA.
Yeah,
And I would want to add something to what you have said about not having the side camp on the mid lane.
yeah,
A lot of it, Alchemist will also be dependent on the stacks. So we have to keep an eye on if the position 5 for Team Renewal is he looking out for the stacks? Is he stacking anything on the map or not? So
yeah.
that is another thing to keep an eye on.
Definitely, he'll all the position 4 and 5s will mostly be focused in the game. I mean, in on their particular lanes until it reaches up to the minute 5 mark, which after which they probably will be stacking because TA, just like Alchemist, has a lot of farming potential,
Yeah,
especially when there are a lot of stacks made for them. And TA,
yeah,
I think, is one of the very few heroes who are have the chance to probably keep up with the Alchemist. And as we
yeah,
notice, Alchemist has to go all the way down to his T2 to make stacks on this bottom, I mean, on the top camp right there. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit of a problem for the Alchemist if he
top
does
lane.
not get enough stack. Meanwhile, in the top lane, they're going to go on the Beast Master, who falls quite low and gets killed by the Bash. I mean, by the God's Rebuke coming in from Mars. Really unfortunate for that Beastmaster, because he should not be dying in this early game, especially in the laning phases, because he's the main hero who has the ability to push towers from the side of Renewal, and all these early deaths are going to become a problem if he does not catch up and farm and gets his item,
Yep,
especially the hood. I mean, it, I forgot the name of the item.
that's okay. All
Yeah,
right,
until
again
he
onto
gets
the
his
top.
Helm of the Dominator.
Yeah,
Quiet
onto the bottom lane.
cessation.
There is gonna be a kill on Lucify, and top lane some action going on as well. Kazima was actually able to escape. I mean, they have a pretty strong combination in terms of laning. Cookie into the spear, like what just happened. Yep, there you go. There's gonna be the kill, and they're not afraid to dive in. Oh my god, look at that God's rebuke damage. Uh, Yep, Rihanna has to look out
Dire's
for an
top
escape.
tower
There's
is
no more
under attack.
leap charges, and they have to leave on mid lane scenario. Yep, there is gonna be another kill, and I think JTR is gonna get super slowed down. He's gonna get rooted. He won't be able to escape. Has logged himself. A couple of hits on Ken, but doesn't really do much. And JTR goes back to base for the next 14 seconds. 2 kills
Dire's
on
top
both the
tower is
lanes.
under attack.
Alchemist died. Tusk died. I think White Cats are having a good game. Uh,
Yeah,
just into the starting 6 minutes. In terms of last hitting as well, I think Ken is just doing fine on TA. Uh, it is not too bad.
Radiant
We can see multiple
structures are
rotations coming onto
fortified.
the mid lane. There's a
yeah.
fortification coming in as well, as to hold on to it. Oh, the root. Oh my god, look at that timing. They exactly know how long he's rooted for. He just let the JTR walks close. There's going to be the Snapfire cookie, and Lenny secures a kill in his back. There is going to be more slow onto Skarata, and Ken, with the perfection of the angle for the side blades, will be able to secure that kill in his back. Alright, so
Oh,
they are actually trying to shut down the Alchemist.
yeah. And also, these early deaths are causing quite a bit of problem. As I was telling earlier, the Beastmaster's Helm of the Dominator is going to be delayed quite a
Bottom
bit
lane.
from his.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Till someone gets their face ripped off.
Dire's
Oh,
middle
I'm so
tower
sorry. I'm
is
so
under
sorry to
attack.
cut you off, Llama. But bottom lane,
Yeah,
there
no.
was a kill. Instant level
Dire's
up on that
structures are
dismember.
fortified.
Mid lane, there was a
Dire's middle
kill,
tower
and
is under
yeah,
attack.
I mean, dude, there are kills everywhere on the map. Yeah, please go
Yeah,
ahead.
I mean, Whitecat really has this early game momentum that they have gotten because of these few kills. Not few, they're already at 9 kills in this, like, really early stage. Within the first 10 minutes of the game, they have almost more
Dire's
than
middle
1 kill
tower
per
is under
minute. So
attack.
this early game has been looking really promising for Whitecats, and also the 2 deaths on the Beastmaster, as I said, increases his time to get the Helm of the Dominator, which is gonna push him back quite a bit in the progression of
Dire's
the game.
middle tower
And the
has
middle
fallen.
tower has already fallen on the side of Team Renewal, which opens up a lot more space for Team Whitecats. And I don't think Alchemist is gonna have the most fun
Dire's
time
middle tower
farming in
is
the
under
jungles
attack.
because of that. So what do you think about the progression of the game? How fast it's going? We're already one tower down within the first 10 minutes of the game.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wasn't really expecting that. I mean, I actually thought that Alchemist will be able to do much. All right, there is going to be some action,
Dire's
and
top
Ken
tower
will
is under
again
attack.
will take the life JTR. All right, Ken is having a pretty decent game. I mean, you are almost leading up on the last hitting chart. You are leading up on the kill chart, and again onto the bottom lane, level 7 versus level 5. Look at that, KAR getting in from behind. Lenny comes in with the big time cookie. There's going to be the blast into the hook, and boom, there you go. KAR is dead
Wow.
again for the next 23 seconds. They're just not letting KAR
Dire's
level up to
bottom
6,
tower
but
is under
I mean,
attack.
right now he just did because of the couple of creeps. I mean, he
Dire's
just died
structures are
twice
fortified.
before getting up to level 6. Now is
Yeah.
the time. Let's see if Team Renewal will be able to react to something. Onto the top lane, there's going to be Mars's ulti, and yep, an instant wild access coming in. All right, there is going to be the Solar Guardian. Will they be able to take them down? Yes, they will, and the Solar Guardian comes into play.
Radiant's top tower
That
is
is
under
the
attack.
time. That is the thing that I was talking about. I mean, right after KIR
Yeah.
gets level 6, that was the importance of the level 6. That is why
Yeah.
Pudge was not letting him
Dire's bottom
get to
tower
level 6.
has
Instantly, they get level 6. They get 2 kills onto the top lane. Pretty good deal. They lost Beastmaster, but then again, I think Beastmaster got okay-ish farm, if not too good. I mean, they are kind of low on the last hitting chart, if I can see, and
Yeah.
even on the net worth chart, of course. So 2.8k gold,
Dire's
not
top
much,
tower is under attack.
but I mean, it's still the beginning of the game. And another initiation. All right, there is gonna be a slowdown, and God's Rebuke got the courier kill. There's gonna be the spear onto the Tusk. Will they be able to get him? All right, they will be able to connect the arrow, and another kill is going to be there. I don't think there's any way to escape for this Mars into the roar, and they're trying to catch onto this Mirana. Will he be able to escape away? No, he won't. Moonlight Shadow being used for nothing, and Sipping Juice goes back to the base, giving some good gold to Luzify. Oh, well, there is a lot happening in this one particular game. They're not letting the Alchemist to be patient enough. I mean, it's 10 minutes in, and there is no
Yeah.
Sacred Relic pickup. We can only see a Soul Ring in the bag. Ken is way far ahead in terms of farming. And you see Ken and the rest of the teammates, like, they would just want to go in. They do not want to stop. Team Whitecat is just trying to take over. 3-man slow. The arrow is not going to connect onto anyone. The Hawk is going to get stunned a little.
I mean,
They
all
won't be
this
able to catch
all this is just spacing Renewal out of their farming zone. So now that they have lost the mid and the bottom tower, the entire bottom triangle, we see Mars throwing in the arena just onto the Alchemist, but he is stuck. He gets a stun onto him through the spear, but not able to do anything much.
Kiss is coming in from behind. Skaracha trying to escape away for his life, but he does have his ulti on the Chemical Range still on. Alright, another Sphere of Mars with insane amount of damage coming out from Ken. It's gonna be an easy kill. They will be able to secure it. And Ken is already on a mega streak, 11 to 28. Oh, yeah, they won't be able to get anyone more there. Ken gets the courier. Oh, my bad. Ken's courier gets killed, my bad.
Yeah.
And onto the top lane we go. We have Pudge coming up. He is thinking to buy the Ags. I mean, of course, that is one of the earliest item possible that people buy generally on position 1. This game scenario, that what Team Renewal tried to do, I think it kind of failed in terms of their laning phases, because if you see how
Yeah.
they rotated Kazima onto the top lane and left KR onto the bottom lane, it wasn't really able to do much, if you expect, because Pudge, I think he's decent farmed right now. I mean, you're very close. You're almost 1,700 gold away from, or 1,800 gold away from the Ags. So I think there is still time, Lama.
Yeah. And again, I see the Alchemist is probably looking to get the Radiance here, which is I think his best option right now. But what I'm worried
Yep.
about is now all their tier ones have fallen. I feel like the Alchemist is probably gonna have a hard time getting his farm that he requires. So what do you
Radiant's
think is gonna
courier
be
has been
Alchemist's
killed.
best option to get some farm around when all their T1s have already fallen at such an early stage in the game?
Well, it is it is a good question. I would say
Yeah.
the rest of the four players, they need to go out. They need to force fights.
Yeah.
But right now it's the other way happening. We can see Ken coming up, getting arrowed, getting sharded. Uh, yeah, but won't be able to find anyone. And see, you see how these guys are playing. I mean, I really want
Illusion.
Ken. I mean, what Ken has been doing is just insane. But what I really want is like they need to smoke up and find somebody, if they can. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
onto the mid lane, if we go, JTR getting stuck. There is gonna be, oh wow, the cancel onto the Cookie Snapfire from JTR's punch was there, but it wasn't just enough.
Yeah.
And yeah, Pudge has been farming all along. 136 onto top lane we go. There's some action. Will they be able to catch Sipping Juice? I don't think. I think for Ken it's going to be hard to catch him. I mean, you do have a Blink Dagger, but it is in stash. And we can see some circles being drawn by the Crystal Maiden on the map that they want to control the map. Meanwhile, Skarata trying to find as much space as possible. A two-man smoke. Yep. Will they be able to go and
Yeah.
find someone? Oh, there's going to be the kisses coming in. Lucify has got him on the freezing field. Gets stunned, but the kisses are going to do the work. And Skarata is going to go back to the base for the next 30 seconds. Still, no
Double damage. Dire's middle tower
Radiance.
is under
Like,
attack.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
they're
gonna take a
still
while.
very far away, man. It is very far away. I mean, for matches like these, I think I have seen Alchemists getting a Radiance on like 13 minutes. I think 13 minutes is one of the best times to get a
Yeah.
Radiance. Max 14 to 15 minutes, and you're dead for another 30 seconds. That means your farm is going to slow down.
Radiant's bottom
The rest of the
tower
team
has
has to
been
look up
denied.
for the map, and they won't be able to do much. I mean, and you see they are instantly going for the Roche now.
Yeah.
They would want to pick up the Roche. 15 minutes into the game, Pudge has the Ags, Moonlight Shadow coming in. Do you think they will contest? They can.
No, no possible way. So at the momentum that the Whitecats are going on right now, it's gonna be really hard for Renewal to have a comeback or stop this push right now. As we see, they go on to the Tusk, coming in with the meld, and he melts so quickly. Like, what are you gonna do against this? They're already 8k up in net worth at 15 minutes, and Whitecats are doing exactly what they had to do, because having a lineup with an Alchemist and a Beastmaster who would need quite a bit of time, especially for Beastmaster. If he does not get his timings right on the Helm of the Dominator and the Overlord, he's gonna have a bit of problem getting that early game push in. So since that has been delayed, it does not give him enough space to push towers, and in turn Whitecats are being able to do that right now. They're able to push towers, they're able to get their objectives, and again, that's going to be quite a bit of a problem if they are not able to find a way to get back into the game. Probably grouping up together, taking fights away from the Alchemist so he's able to farm more. And we do see them doing that going here on the mid tower, but it is going to be defended against by the entire by most of the people coming back from Whitecats to defend that mid tower. Let's see what happens.
There's another thing that has come to my head that I mean, even if you have picked up a Helm of Dominator on the Beastmaster, and it just gives you you know, the health regen, it gives you the attributes. Majorly what it gives you, the armor, the 6 armor that you get. Oh, alright, onto the other side, there is going to be the arena where Lenny gets the kill, but the arena was casted, and KIR, he just goes back down to the base for the next 30 seconds. That is something rough. But yeah, I was actually talking about how he has picked up the Helm of Dominator, and Snapfire already counters it. I mean, you get that little shredder, you have that armor loss. So I mean, if you get the stacks, your armor is gonna get reduced, which means it is gonna be harsher. Alright, there's gonna be a Pudge being caught onto the bottom side of the map. Skadalicious trying to use the LT, getting stunned. Won't be able to do much. This is gonna be the first kill being secured by Skarata. And I think it is an important kill. He has picked up a Radiance in 17 minutes in. Onto the mid lane we go. There's gonna be another ulti, and KIR will be able to secure a kill on the Crystal Maiden. But they want to get active? Yes, they would want to get aggressive. And Atomic is going to try to turn it around. Will they be able to get KIR? I think he's out of range. Yeah, the spear is not going to connect. The kisses are not going to connect. Only 2 stacks. And Dawnbreaker will be able to escape. And you see exactly what I said. Dawnbreaker, they're playing Dawnbreaker as a carry. Dawnbreaker has picked up a Desolator, and
Desolator.
Kazima is just doing the same thing that he does on and off lane. Meanwhile, onto the top lane. Oh, the snowball saved himself, but there is going to be a stun coming in from behind. This time he won't be able to counter it. Low on armor. Into the trees he goes, but God's Rebuke will finish him off. Goes back to the base for the next 25 seconds.
It's looking quite harsh for Team Renewal.
Mid lane?
Beastmaster gets hooked in. And he
Oh,
falls.
yeah. Beastmaster gets killed onto the bottom lane. Mid lane, they have lost the Aegis. There's going to be a buyback coming in, and there you go. Sari comes in with a big time spear. And yeah, Tusk won't be able to save it. Let's see who wins this fight. Alright, Ken will be able to escape away from the fight. Lenny is being caught. Will they be able to get him? Oh, Lenny, he didn't die. He did not die. Meanwhile, Tusk has given up his life, and it is going to be a dieback for the Tusk.
Yeah, Tusk does not seem to be having a good game at all, and it's showing quite a bit because he was not able to do much early game as well, because all the lanes were suffering. It was not just one particular lane, and since all the lanes were suffering, it was really hard for them to make any rotations or place early game. Meanwhile, Mirana is gonna get gone on right here, and she's gonna fall quite quickly as 5 players of White Cat are in the bottom jungle of Team Renewal. So yeah, I think they're very focused on the objectives this game and going straight at these towers and getting these kills down. And Ken had the Aegis from the last Roche as well, so he was able to survive that last team fight. And I'm pretty sure they're going to secure this bottom tier 2 and maybe look for the Roshan again, which is on a timer still. So they might look for a mid T2 push as well. And
yeah, Skadalicious will jump in and catch for the Dismember, and from behind there's gonna be Mortimer kisses everywhere, like a celebration of death for this Beastmaster. There's not much that they can do, and yeah, let's see. They're drawing circles already on the map, and they would want to go and catch up onto this Alchemist. I mean, this is exactly what I was thinking. Like, Alchemist at least need a Radiance and the BKB. Until you have a BKB, there's not much that you can do in the team fights. And until then, also, Dawnbreaker is going to be very inactive. Because, I mean, who will you TP on if nobody can just tank the fight for a bit? So, yeah, I mean, we're still waiting on Skarata to make a comeback. He has picked up a BKB, the recipe, and the Mithril Hammer is in the bag. Meanwhile, mid lane is being pushed by Ken. Oh, alright, top lane, they're gonna get caught. And there's gonna be a stun, and I think he will be left to die. Kenny secures the kill, laughs it off with the Scatter Blast. Another kill being taken away. Alright. Oh, Skarata onto the mid lanes. Harry's not afraid to jump in. Whoa. Alright, there's gonna be Arena of Blood and instant pause. Okay.
Oh man,
I hope it's not a tactical pause.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a tactical pause. But yeah, it's gonna be pretty hard surviving this even with that pause. I don't think Beastmaster will get out of it unfazed as he goes down right there. So, and they might already be looking to push T3s, and they are.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And because they have lost... yeah, I mean, you have a Desolator on Ken on that TA. You have killed the Alchemist, who has just got the BKB. Their offlaner is down as well. I don't think there's any way of defense at this point. Plus, they have to be very scared of Pudge as well. So if they can just take the tower and back off, and I think that would just be enough. That would just be suffice, and they can wait for the next rush. Until then, I think BKB is a big item which is required on Mars as well as Ken.
Yeah. But again, even with the BKB on the Alchemist, I think Pud still poses a threat to that because since he's the only one with the BKB, they'll be looking to go with the Pudge on top. They're looking for an engagement onto the Snapfire, but he's a little bit too fast for that. Meanwhile, they turn around.
Yep. And there comes the Mortimer kisses. They will be able to connect him. JTR is gonna go down. Lord Luzify has gotten the kill. Meanwhile, Dismember onto one. Kazima won't be able to scream out onto that roar. It's delicious. Oh, good ulti. Luzify, another hook. He was trying to escape. No way home. You cannot go anywhere. There is Sari getting another kill. Sphere of Mars, and the whole team is out. 19k gold lead in just 22 minutes in. They're going for the tier 3. This is not even... I mean, they have to pull this game to late game. I think that's the only way to come back. I mean, Alchemist cannot be this active early on after so many deaths that he got in the laning phase, is it?
Okay, but how do you do it? How do you take this game with a 21k goal lead and with a team that is so focused on objectives? How do you take them to a late game?
Yeah, I mean, you have to force out some fights and you have to give some sacrifices on the supports and the offlanes. I think Kazima has also not been like super active as an offlane, like the theoretical offlane that we think of. So basically he wasn't really able to make much space. I also have, oh, alright, there's gonna be the ulti. Mars gonna jump in, will be able to get the Beastmaster. Oh, the snowball save, buying some time with the BKBs. Karata is gonna be back up. Everyone's gonna be very low. Kazima trying to escape. Will he be able to escape? Yes, he will. They have secured 1 kill. Pudge is gonna go down. And now the BKB is over. Ken is trying to fight KIR is also gonna go down. There's no more BKB on Karata. Will they jump in? Yes, they will jump in. Maintaining the distance, Ken would back off because there's gonna be a buyback on KIR. Will they come into play? Yes, they will. Oh, yes, there is gonna be that kill onto Mars. Mars is gonna go down, and now it is the turn of Lenny. Lenny's slowly burning down. But there is gonna be the swiftness aura. Will they be able to escape? That's done. Alright, it's just flying back to the base. But KIR, is he gonna use the ulti? He will use the ulti. The snowball is gonna connect. Oh my lord, there's no way you can escape. Kazima and Skarata getting kissed by the Grandma, and I think they're gonna kiss to the deathbed. Yes, they won't be able to do anything. Skarata is left, and Lenny is left all alone, but meanwhile, Kazima has actually got a big kill onto Ken. And I think that is a huge amount of damage that you can get 1,800 damage. Wow, that is insane. Look at that team fight, man. The amount of damage that you have got. 17,000 damage and 6,000 damage done. 9,000 damage from the side of Renewal. I mean, there's so much damage that came out. It was such a long fight, but well, I mean White Cat has lost the fight.
Buybacks.
Yeah, there were a few buybacks, and if you look at the win possibility, oh my god, that's just White Cat all over the place. 58k gold net worth for the total of the team. My god. I think it is just gonna get more rough for Team Renewal.
Yeah, it did slightly fall down after the last team fight, but definitely looking really good for White Cat still now. And if they do not throw fights from here on, I mean, they did not throw the previous fight, but if they don't throw any fights from here on, it's going to be looking really great for them. And as soon as this Roshan is up, I think that's going to be their first priority, and then they are going to be pushing into the top lane and the bottom lane. And I'm not really sure what Renewal is able to do at this point other than to split push these waves away and go back to their base. And even after that, them trying to defend the top lane. Oh, he blinks away to safety.
Yeah. Oh, that was close. Okay. But I don't think he would have connected the spear. I'm not sure. I mean, it never happened, so I don't know. Okay, back to the Roche.
Yeah, so Roche is back up, and they're right on spot to get it as soon as it's back up. And I'm not really sure how they're going to be able to defend this next push with the Aegis and them not having a lot of buybacks. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a problem where when only Mirana and the Tusk have buybacks and nobody else does. So let's see how they try and defend this maybe last push against them. They might be able to get the Beastmaster here, but he blinks away to safety.
Yep. Meanwhile, there's another thing to notice. Team
Radiant's
trying to push
bottom
as
tower
much as
has
possible
fallen.
onto the bottom lane. Dawnbreaker is putting
Dire's
up
top
2,
barracks are under
buying a
attack.
BKB. I mean, he's just trying to farm. Meanwhile, Ken has
Dire's top
gotten
barracks has
a
fallen.
DD, and I think Gaiman is in the favor of Team Whitecat for today. It's
Yeah.
giving them the DD right after the Ages of
Radiant's
Immortality.
bottom tower
I think it is
is
going to
under
be
attack.
rough. There's no way of defending the melee racks. And
Dire's top
the
barracks
jump
has
in,
fallen.
and there's going to be a pushback. The Hurricane Pike wasn't really able to get much out of it.
Yeah.
Another thing to mention, the Aghanim Shard was picked up by Skyesports. Oh, alright, the Monomer kisses from behind, and the Snowball save, trying to buy as much time as possible. There is going to be ulti onto the Pudge. Will they be able to get in? The Solar Guardian is also going to connect. Yes, there is going to be a long stun onto Templar Assassin, I believe. That is the arrow, yes, and he's slowly burning down. Skarata does not want to give away this one, and I think they will be able to secure the kill. There's going to be the ulti, but the stun connects as well onto Lucify, and now Skyedelicious will be able to bite down. Oh my god, Skyedelicious with the raw damage. Insanely big. Oh! And they've
That's
called it
GG.
GG. They've called it GG already. Ultra kill on a Pudge, and
Ultra.
Lenny beyond Godlike in 28 minutes. Wow. Team Whitecat takes the game away. Congratulations to Team Whitecat. What a fast-paced game.
Yeah, perfectly played from the side of Whitecats because again they have heroes like Alchemist and Beastmaster, who especially the Alchemist, who is really time dependent, and everything depends on when he is able to get that radiance and how fast he's able to get his farm. So I think Whitecats played it almost spot on, pushing as early as they can, getting these early pickoffs, and they did
Yep.
have a lot of team fight potential. They made really good use of the Mars Arena and the Snapfire ulti as well. So yeah, I think like textbook play from Whitecat against an Alchemist rounded team, and they played it really well.
Yep. I would agree to that. And I mean, from the beginning of the game, I think um, Pudge had a really good lane. I think Templar Assassin, they had a really good lane. The
Yeah,
rotations were very much focused on Skarata. They did not let the Alchemist farm. If you
yeah,
look at the damage output as well, I don't think there was much of damage that you can get out of it. So I really like how in general Team Whitecat has played. If Team Whitecat will play the same way that they did this time in the next game as well,
yeah,
I think they can 2-0 Team Renewal. But I know what Team Renewal potential is.
yeah.
So I think Team Renewal can always make a comeback. I mean, Dota is the game of comebacks. I think if they work a little bit on their team play and the picks, because this kind of draft, it
Hmm.
did not seem like they're going to lose this easily when they picked
Yeah,
it, because
yeah.
it felt like Skarata will be able to get the items and then Dawnbreaker will be able to connect. The only one thing that I think they lagged is something that I really wanted to some put. They just went more utility, like Dawnbreaker, Beastmaster, Mirana,
Hmm.
but the
Yeah,
only damage dealer was Alchemist, and they just Whitecat focused on Alchemist, and then it was bought down. And if you look at that network chart as well, 20k gold for the Pudge, and yeah, I mean, they in general they just had a decent amount of gold on Ken as well, like 18k.
yeah,
So I mean, I definitely enjoyed watching Whitecat. So kudos to this team, and they have played really well. But I think there should be some kind of change in terms of drafting or in terms of communication. Either way, I mean,
yeah,
I don't. I would not completely say that they have just lost it because of um, just because of the mid pick, but I think the supports should have been more around mid if Alchemist is being ganked, and there were no stacks either way. So yeah,
yeah.
these are a couple of mistakes that I would wanted to mark. But yeah, I think it is a time for a break, guys. So we will be back right with more Dota action. Me and Lama will be casting another game, which is going to be Whitecat versus Renewal. Please stay on the stream. Do not forget to like and share the stream. Until then, yeah, we're going to be back. Do not go anywhere. Hello, guys. Welcome back. This is Odog, and with me I have Lama. So we are gonna go into game number two very soon, which is gonna be White Cat versus Renewal. Lama, we got to see what happened between Renewal and White Cat. Um, what do you think? Who would be the MVP? I mean, we will have the MVP coming up on the screen. I'm gonna get back to the question, Lama. So we have the MVP coming up on the screen right now
Yeah.
from the game. So I mean, but for you, who do you think would be the MVP?
I definitely think it would either be the Snapfire or the TA because
Okay.
both of them had really good impact on the game. Especially Snapfire coming in into a lot of team fights and assisting with
Yep.
the especially a really good cookies as well. So yeah, I probably think it's going to be the TA or the Snapfire, and I think we have the MVP ready. So let's see who the MVP is going to be, and it's Templar Assassin.
Templar.
Yes.
Kenny. Hmm.
Yeah, so he was the vital player of White Cats because he is the one who was dealing the most amount of damage, and especially with the Desolator, he was able to take down towers really quickly. And I think
Yep.
his stats show up for it. He has 23k hero damage, 15k tower damage, and 800 XPM. So I think he had one of his best games, and he played that really well, getting those getting onto the objectives really quickly, and also getting into the team fights and picking off the enemy supports and targets. So yeah, definitely a worth it MVP to Ken too. What do you have to say about him?
Yeah, I mean, I like how he has farmed. I like how he was super active in the game.
Yeah,
The only thing is to make him the MVP, I would say Lenny and Lucify did a great job. Um,
yeah,
as well as series, but like majorly the supports, because they were playing around Ken. They were
yeah,
also trying to get the kills on Skarata. The item choices, obviously, it is dependent on Ken because that is
yeah,
what he is supposed to choose in his game sense. But if you would ask me, I think I would say Lenny for me would have been the MVP. But I mean, definitely Ken is also like Ken is the deserving one according
yeah,
to production. So, I mean, it has come to my mind because supports are the people who would enable you to have a early or a quick paced game. If the supports are making
yeah,
mistake on the map, if the supports are not able to control, if the supports are not able to contribute, then there's a big chance of losing. And I think that is what happened to Renewal in the last game. No offense. Tusk
yeah.
died 10 times in the game. I
Oof.
mean, I haven't really seen him play this way, but I think it was just the movements which were better from the
Yeah,
White Cat in this one particular game. Alongside, if I talk about the GPM and XPM, I think they had insane GPM. I mean, it's almost 700 GPM. 640, 694 is not less. 800
yeah,
XPM is not less. I mean, TA was able to push down the towers as well. TA was, uh, you did the hero damage, you did the tower damage. Definitely a deserving candidate for the MVP of the last match. So yeah, I mean, definitely super enjoyable match that we got to see up on your screens, guys. You can see what is going to be the score for today. Match number one was Neon Esports versus the hashtag Reaper. Neon took it over. This is we are casting right now in the match number two. Yep, this is going to be Team Renewal versus White Cat. So
yeah.
Team Renewal, let's see if they want to make a comeback or White Cat will take it. So we can go into the match, guys. Game number two has begun. Let me take you into the draft with Lama. If you guys haven't followed us yet, please go ahead and follow us on our Instagram. And do not forget to follow AMD Sky Esports channel on YouTube as well as Twitch. Also, a shout out to AMD, Logitech as the gaming partner, and Fanclash to our fantasy partner. All right, guys. Lama, what do you want to talk about the bets?
Yeah. So now for this drafting phase right now, White Cat and Renewal both, I thought they had a really good draft last game, but as we saw, White Cat came out on top, and Renewal will be looking for a faster paced game this game, and I think that should be their ideal goal for drafting. And as we see, their bans have been the same:
10
Broodmother
seconds remaining.
and Primal Beast. And for White Cats, we have Silencer and Leshrac.
5
Again,
seconds
Silencer and
remaining.
Leshrac are one of these these heroes that make team fights a problem. So Silencer just negates almost majority of the team fight potential with his global silence, and they do not want that in Renewal's hands. So that's one of the main reasons that Silencer has been cut off. And White Cats do like this team fight friendly composition where they go for these huge team fight ultis. And like example, again, you see we have Ancient Apparition and Mars, who are really good team fight heroes. Whereas on the side of Renewal, they have picked up a Morphling who I'd say is a a mid to late game hero again, but does
Yeah.
not depend as much
10
as
seconds
Alchemist
remaining.
on requirements of farm. He does require quite a bit of farm,
5
but not as
seconds
much as
remaining.
Alchemist. And I think Morphling has a better early game than the
Dire
Alchemist
team
as well.
ban.
And pairing with him, they have an Undying pick as well, who is a really good support, who is able to get these early game pickoffs, and who, with his Storm, does a lot of early game damage as well and enables them in team fights. So yeah, pretty much we're seeing a
10 seconds
very
remaining.
different approach going into the drafting phase from Renewal, but a very similar
5 seconds
drafting phase
remaining.
coming from White Cat. They have also banned out the Beastmaster. Looks like they do not want to be trying to fight a Beastmaster going up the second game. They did have the Beastmaster in the first game on Renewal side, which they shut down pretty well. But looks like this time around they do not want to go messing around with that.
Yeah. And another thing that I want to add on to what you said, I think Team Renewal, now they're kind of ready with some kind of draft. So they're going Undying Morphling,
Yeah,
where I think they this is what they want to do. I mean,
Radiant
the double
team ban.
tomb into getting the Morphling
Dire team
more
ban.
strength based into the fight for a while, can also heal himself if needed. But the double
yeah,
tomb is going to be definitely something which is super annoying to
yeah,
play against. Um, so I mean, showing up Morphling as the first pick, White Cat is just trying to counter it. They have picked up Ancient Apparition.
10 seconds remaining.
They want to get the Morphling out. I mean, the agility to strength
5
shift,
seconds remaining.
the shift
yeah,
attribute. I mean, it is definitely going to be a little more problematic if Ancient Apparition is not taken out first. I believe White Cat would want to go again for the Snapfire pick. I am not sure, but I feel like it is somebody who can hit the Undying's Tombstone.
yeah,
Um, so I mean, I like it, and I mean, if the game goes that late, then level 25, you
Radiant
have that
team
multiple
ban.
hit on the little shredder. That means you can also turn down double tombstone if needed.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean that is like super late game. Coming back to Lycan and Templar Assassin, Faceless Void bans. I mean they're just banning out
10
anybody
seconds
that can
remaining.
out farm or lock
hmm,
the Morphling. So
5
yeah,
time
seconds
lock
remaining.
and Chronosphere,
Dire
you can
team
go on the
ban.
Morphling. Pretty easy answer. Um, you can also take out. They have also taken out the TA because TA has a potential to out farm the
yeah,
Morphling. Uh, in terms, I mean, just in the early phases of the game, but
10
late game,
seconds
I mean,
remaining.
Morphling also gets really strong. But what we saw, how White Cat can
5 seconds remaining.
control the whole map, control the pace of the game with the TA as well. Coming
yeah,
back to
Dire team
Elsie,
pick.
I mean, another hero that can initiate onto White Cat's Ancient Apparition. They do
hmm,
not want Ancient to be caught like off guard because
yeah,
this is going to be the main hero. Ancient Apparition also counters Undying. You
10
will get the
seconds remaining.
strength, but the regeneration
hmm,
is going to stop. So,
yeah,
I mean,
5
I think
seconds
I think
remaining.
they are gonna play around this. Ancient Apparition is also really good in terms of the combination with Mars, so you
hmm,
will not lose the lane, and I mean, it will also work with the ulti of the Mars if I'm not wrong. I mean, it should do a huge amount of damage and
yeah,
can find a sure kill. If I talk about the ban for the Naga Siren, again, one of the strongest heroes in this patch.
yeah,
Um, so has a high pick ability, and any diffusal pickers are gonna be a pain for Morphling, and so that is why they have taken out this guy as well. I think Anti Mage would be another ban that they would want to keep out for the Morphling if possible.
Yeah.
Uh, but yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. They have picked up a Rubik. I mean, Rubik has things to steal. What is your opinion about the Rubik pick?
I mean, Rubik Pick is definitely a good answer to how White Cat's usual approach to the game, where they are very team fight focused, and Rubik kind of like the silencer disrupts that because he's able to steal these ultimates and throw them back at White Cat. So definitely Rubik is a really good pickup for the style that White Cat plays, and Renewal has realized that, and it's a really good pick here. Whereas the White Cat go for Chaos Knight, who is again this high damage dealer in the early mid game of this game. So Chaos Knight obviously a really good pick, and he plays. I think he's one of the few heroes that plays good against a Morphling as well, where he's not being harassed a lot, and the Snapfire. So there you go. As you said, the Snapfire is a really good pickup, and White Cat have taken it back. So yeah, Mars, Ancient Apparition, Snapfire, Chaos Knight, all really good for team fight and this early mid game strategy that the White Cat usually go for. Hopefully, Renewal's last two picks will be more focused on how they are able to either deny White Cat this early push, or pick heroes themselves which are able to push the early game as well. So yeah, let's see what a Renewal is thinking and what heroes they might go for the next two picks.
Yeah, I really like how I mentioned, like a Snapfire would be a pick that they would seek for, and they did.
Yeah.
They took the advantage of Renewal not banning it. But
Hmm.
on to the other side, if Rubik has good amount of vision, Rubik will be able to steal a decent amount of spells from the other team.
Hmm.
Chaos Knight being another pick, and I think Doom is one of the most annoying picks, man. It is a walking static storm. Once you get that Ags, man,
Oh,
it's a pain. It's such a pain. It's hard to walk. It's hard to fight that guy in general, and his damage per second on the Scorched Earth has been increased, which is
yeah.
a little bit of a buff even for the CK in the new patch. There's another buff that the Chaos Bolt duration has been increased. The critical has been increased by 5% more. Before it was 120, now it's 125. So things like these minor patch buffs, I think they
Yeah.
are gonna make a huge difference to the Morphlings, because stuns are required, instant burst damage is required, and that's the only way you can kill this guy, or you can finish up his mana. Not not being like super theoretical, but Chaos Knight can buy a diffusal blade. I mean, a lot of people would disagree with what I'm saying, but what I
Yeah.
think, Chaos Knight has illusions. You have enough amount of damage. A lot of people will be like, okay, you can burst the guy down. But if for some reason Morphling is just surviving, they have a lot of heal, then I think catching up onto the Morph, you can also kill him using a Diffusal Blade. But in this one particular game, I think if Ancient Apparition survives long enough in the fight and will be able to drop his ulti onto the Morph, I do not think the Diffusal is required. But I mean, it is a very situational item that we might be able to see that can come
Yeah.
out from him. Further on, we have the mid bans coming out. Lena Amber is out from Renewal. Invoker Puck is out. I mean,
Hmm.
Puck and Invoker, I actually felt like that they're gonna pick it because I think Invoker is good with Mars. Puck is good
Yeah.
with AA and Snapfire, I believe.
Yeah.
I think they would go rather for something right click because there's a Rubik. They do not want to like give away any more spells. That's what I'm thinking. But let's see. Let's see. Do you have anything in your head that they might pick?
Uh, right now, I'm not sure what they would be going for, but I think this Doom causes a lot of problem to Team White Cat because, especially with his Aghanim Scepter, he can just walk up with Oh, that's a really good pick. The Void Spirit. Void
Void
Spirit
Spirit.
coming in from the White Cat, it kind of deals with the Doom problem as well. But again, once Doom hits that Aghanim Scepter threshold, he is going to be a really big problem for White Cat because he's just going to walk around muting and silencing everyone.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a really big problem that the White Cats will have to face. But I think they have a good chance with AA and Snapfire with the Void Spirit to zone out the Doom. That is also a possibility, but the Chaos Knight and Mars will have a slight more problem than that. And for last pick, we get a Pangolier from Team Renewal. And I think now both the teams feel like they have a faster paced draft compared to the last time. What do you think about that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, morphling requires a little bit of time. I think
Yeah,
approximately 25-minute or 27-minute. If you have a really good game, then I think 23 minutes. But then 25 to 27-minute mark is the turning point for the morphling. But
yeah,
morphling is being countered. I also wanted to talk about the last pick, which is Karata's Pengolia, which is going to be on the mid lane. I actually thought there's going to be a Bat Rider to control the White Spirit, but that didn't happen.
hmm,
They picked up even something better, which is Pengolia. So there's a lot
yeah,
of team fight control that is going to come out because of the Pangolier. When Doom gets the Ags, there's another team fight control which is going to come out.
yeah,
Um, in team fights, I think both the teams are pretty much equal. JTR, if he's on the right position, he can do a lot of things against the White Cat, and he has a lot of spells to steal. Honestly, like he can actually make a huge difference. He can turn around the fights. But now it's all it. I mean, it all goes down to how coordinated the teams are, how
yeah,
well they're gonna play. Another reason is Chaos Knight. I am not very sure if you do not have a very good lane, what do you do in the game? Because Chaos Knight is
true.
not a hero that can farm. It is
Yeah,
a kill dependent hero. You have to have go for the kills. You have to find those kills, and that is the only way you will get stronger. You know, that's how
yeah,
a CK scales. You get a couple of items, like you get a Manta style as the first item. You get the armlet, and then you just go for the fights. You run into them, you try and fight. But
mhm,
Pangolier can deny some fights. Your strength is gonna go away. There's a lot that you can see that can come out from Team
Prepare for
Renewal.
battle.
So with by the draft, Lama, who do you think will take this game away? I mean, I would go. I am leaning towards Renewal this time.
yeah, and I think I'm leaning a little more towards Wildcat on this draft, just
Okay.
because they have this really good team fight potential. I do see that Renewal has a lot of counter picks for that and lot of
Yeah.
way to control that. But I still feel like White Cats have a slight advantage over them in the team fight situations. And also, as you said, Morphling does take quite a bit to get active. And we see a five-man smoke coming in from White Cats, and they might be able to catch this Morphling who does break the smoke and they realize someone's around, but
30 seconds to
I
battle.
think she's just going to be able to disengage from that.
Yeah, because there's a ward up there.
Yeah,
Yeah, Morphling, they broke the smoke, they found the ward, and the ward is gone as well. So yeah, a little bit of the experience divided into all the heroes. The ward is gone, unfortunately, but let's see what are the bounties that they're gonna pick. So,
yeah,
oh, Sipping Juice gets a little close, stealing some strength
The
from
battle
Skadalicious.
begins.
I think it is going to be an easy pickup for the rune. Yes, they got it. Seri, Skidalicious, and JTR. So there's 2 runes for them. As of now, JTR has picked up 1 rune. And yep, there's going to be First Blood as well. And Seri has picked up another rune. So yeah, 3 to 1. Good enough. Alongside uh, getting a First Blood as well. So I would want to talk about the mid lane scenario at first. White
yeah.
Spirit versus Skarata's Pangolier. What do you feel about it? Both of them just
I
patiently
think
waiting for them.
I think up to like the point where Ken hits to level 6, I think Pango has a slight more advantage just because he has that huge amount of burst damage coming in with the swashbuckle and the crash. So yeah, until level 6, I think this one. Pango has a slight advantage over the Void, but as soon as Void hits that level 6, he's probably going to be leaving the lane, going to other lanes, getting the picks,
Yep.
getting the kills off, and he's going to be more effective as a rotational hero than Pango is going to be. So in this early game, we're going to see Pango probably harassing him as much as possible and securing. He's falling quite a bit low, but he does have the Fairy Fire to keep him alive, and he has gotten that bottle as well. Mars falling low on the top. Yeah, Undying is going to be a problem to Mars in the top lane
Yeah.
because on both of them are strength-based heroes. So how do you think that matchup's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, I like Undying laning with Morphling because there's not much of the kill potential that you can see, honestly, with this kind of pick up on the heroes. But what I would say is Undying can just get the strength, go in the front, and tank all the damage, tank all the spells, so Morphling can be as free as possible just for the farm. And just so Morphling can be super active in the early stage. Meanwhile, onto the bottom lane if I go. Skadalicious and Zephi, alright, they're gonna go for a pull in. There's gonna be a stun. I think Kazima might end up going down. Oh, the pickup, the telekinesis, alright, one hit away. And he was able to escape. That was a little close. I was expecting him to go down, but yep. I mean, they were able to save him.
Yeah.
Good enough by Rubik, the level 2 buff. And the movement speed as well, the boost of speed, which will not let the cold feet, stun him. I mean, can always break the distance. Alright, another trial onto the bottom lane. There's gonna be the stun, the pickup again, the similar scenario, but this time he's gonna get stunned, and there you go. Skadalicious finding the kill in that lane. I think it is a good lane. Yeah, in general, if Luzify can get more and more experience in the lane and they can split the experience for the kills, it gets level 6 as early as possible, then I think there's a chance to shut down this Morphling early in the game. Oh, alright, there's gonna be the stun and the Scatter Blast onto the top lane. They will be able to get that kill. Wow, okay. I think we missed it on the moment, but yeah, I think this
AA
was...
falls again.
Yep. I think Luzify, he has just denied himself. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he has denied himself.
Yeah, he did not. He just wants to go back to the base, come back refreshed, give some, pick up some items as well for the chaos. And all to the top lane again. We go. Yep, there is going to be Undying trying to heal himself. The Soul Rip. All right, they're out of spells, but the right clicks are still there. Will they be enough? All right, more heal coming in, but from behind. Look, KIR just trying to right click down Sari. Sari goes into the trees, but it's not going to be enough. Scatter Blast again comes in, and yes, there's going to be the kill onto the Undying. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
So. Mars is going down for the next 10 seconds, and Dang has gone down for the next 10 seconds, but KR has survived, which means more experience, more gold, solo XP. Well, it is a win-win situation for him.
Yeah, and also the Chaos Knight and the AA lane, I think Chaos Knight should have a really happy lane here just because of the Chaos Bolt and the stun combo, which again they get on to the Rubik, who is going to fall
Bottom lane.
really low and barely survives that entire encounter. He is able to live there. So yeah, as I was saying, this combo is really effective, although the Chaos Bolt is very RNG because of the stun duration not being exact and the damage not being exact. So it's gonna sometimes let the
top lane.
Rubik walk away like this.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but top lane, I think they were very close to that. Oh yeah, there you go. Undying has got that, but the spear did connect onto the tree inside the tower, and there you go. It is going to be a trade for trade. So yeah, some solo XP this time for Seri. I think that is some sort of an XP that can come back for him. And KR does have decent amount of farm. I think 27 last hits. It's not too bad. We can also see a mid-rotation coming out by Lenny. Will they be able to secure the kill? There's no more swashbuckle. The Scatter Blast will connect, and Lenny is patiently waiting for the Sapphire Cookie. Will they be able to connect? Yes, they will. And the swashbuckle comes in, but there you go. The timing for the Astral Step was just perfect to secure that kill onto Skarata. Filling up the bottle for your mid laner, getting up a kill. What could be more efficient? Very well played.
It is even more efficient because the Pango had to walk back to base and he had
Yep.
just TP'd back to the mid lane and they were able to secure a kill on him again, which puts him on
Yeah.
a 40-second timer on the TP. So he has to do the walk of shame and get back to lane through
Yep.
the normal way. And that's going to be a bit of a problem as we see in the CS. Void Spirit having 39 last hits to 16 denies, whereas Pango has fallen way behind with only 25 last hits and 1 deny. So the mid lane is going to be problematic for the
Bottom,
Pangolier to catch up with the
the bottom lane.
yeah,
Sorry to cut
Rubik
you off. Yeah,
falls again.
there was a kill from Skyesports, and like I said, Chaos Knight lives on the kills, and
Yeah.
that is exactly what he's doing. Like they're leaving the creep wave. Okay, let the creep wave fight a little bit, and we would just focus more on the kills because they are very important. Well, in the meantime, I would also want to call out for Fanclash Skyesports. Well, thank you for being the fantasy partner. I mean, it is the Asia's largest esports platform for the fantasy league. Please go ahead and download the app. You can win a lot of cash prizes as well.
Radiant
And
structures are
Fanclash has
fortified.
sponsored us for different pub stones happening in India and different parts of India. So I'm really grateful and glad for having Fanclash as our fantasy partner. Thank you so much. And let me take you back to the game. Onto the mid lane we go.
Radiant
JTR into the trees. Ken will be able to get him back. The damage is not going to be enough. Lenny joins in from behind. Will get picked up. Will get called back. And he is just looking out to TP. Yep, there's no way you can stop the TP. Meanwhile, Ken is out of any bottle charges. Probably be seeking for the next bounty rune pickup.
Yeah, and he will be looking for the pickup, but the AA is going on to the Rubik, who's falling quite low. But Pango coming in with the roll gets the stun lock onto the Void Spirit. He might just be able to get the kill, and he is able to secure the kill.
Yep, and from behind there's going to be the jump onto the cookie, using the cookie, and JTR will be able to secure that kill on Lucify. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, there is still going to be the LT, the arena is going to be there, and the blood has been splashed. Kazima is going to go down. Kazima did punish Delicious a little bit for being alone in the lane, but yeah, he is also going to go down. The Doom has been used as well. And onto the mid lane, you know, when the fight actually began, I think, not I think I'm pretty sure Void Spirit basically died just because he wanted to secure that arcane rune. I'm not sure if it's worth it. I mean, we'll get to know in a couple more minutes if it's worth it to secure that arcane rune, because he's gonna spawn and see if he when he uses the arcane rune. Let's see if he will be able to find out any kind of kills across the map, because it is really important. I mean, if you have given a death there, then I mean, definitely you need to have some kind of repaying session for the death. So I would really want to see some kind of kill coming out after picking up the arcane rune. Meanwhile, I think KIR having a pretty chill lane. What do you feel about them not focusing on this Morphling?
Yeah, I mean, Morphling has had a pretty comfortable lane. He is on the top of the last hits chart. Although he has been going back to the jungle and farming there quite a bit as well. But again, like as you said, Morphling is the hero that depends a lot on these last hits and his farming capability. Whereas the Chaos Knight is a lot more dependent on the kills that he's able to secure in the early to mid game. So yeah, let's see how the game progresses out. But right now, Morphling being left uncontested is a big problem, and we see Doom falls again in the bot lane, and
Top lane.
Undying is going to fall right at the point over there, but he has dropped the tome, and the roll might just come in again, going on to the Chaos Knight, which is going to be problematic for him. Morphling is around as well, who is confused between the targets, which one to chase, and Chaos Knight beautifully avoiding that roll onto him. Oh, what a dodge on the stun as well. And they are able to secure the kill onto the Snapfire. Beautifully played there from both the teams. And I think Renewal ends up a bit on top over there.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong in rotating. But meanwhile, there's going to be another kill. Rubik is going to go down closer to the Rosh pit. And yeah, I actually we were not able to catch that part where Ken actually activated the Arcane Rune and was able to secure a kill onto the bottom lane, which was pretty decent movement. I mean, I like it. I like it. I mean, you gave away your life, but then you were able to secure a kill. So I mean, it repays you back off. All right, back to the mid lane. There's gonna be one catch, but Monomer Kiss is all right. They have committed it. Let's see if Rubik will be able to steal it, but I think Lenny is way far. He hasn't used any spell. He's still gonna stay into the trees. He knows that Rubik is probably looking out to steal the cookie or the monomer kiss. I mean, if he gets the monomer kiss, then it's good. Right, there is going to be some steel coming out, which is going to be resonant pulse. But behind, if you look, the fight is divided into two parts. Karata will not be able to roll onto the other side. If he goes Seri will be able to secure the kill. There's going to be LT coming in. The tombstone has been dropped out, and the Doom is also going to come in. So let's see who's going to give away their life. Ken is trying to escape away for his life. Let's see if they will be able to deny him. No, there's going to be double kill for JTR, and KIR has also secured a kill in his bag alongside a ward. Well, I think it was a pretty decent fight, 3-4-2. Renewal has won this fight. Meanwhile, TK has got some time, Chaos Knight has got some time to be able to farm. Getting some space,
again,
but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, again, like even though they were able to get that early pick off onto the Undying, his tombstone was still able to do so much over there. It kept his it kept the opponents from pushing back. Meanwhile, we see Void going on to the Rubik, who has gone deep into the Wildcats jungle. He gets stunned again, and Ken is able to secure the kill onto him. And they're looking ahead to kill the Undying as well. With the cookie, they will be able to secure that. So yeah, as I was saying, even though Undying was dead, his tombstone kept that fight alive and was able to secure all the 4 kills, because they were slowed down by it and were not able to focus on it as well. But we see Chaos Knight actually doing pretty well for himself now. He was able to secure the top tower as well, and now he has come back mid to secure this one. 3 heroes from Wildcats pushing into the mid tower. I think they'll be easily able to secure this. Yeah, the momentum on both teams are looking really good right now, but Renewal has lost 2 of their towers. How do you think that's going to affect the later outcome of the game?
I mean, right now, after losing that mid tower, it does open up the dire jungle for ganking.
Yeah.
I feel like White Cat can now go in more, so you will always you will see KIR farming towards the bottom tower, because it is a little more safer place. The triangle is a little more safer place for him to farm, because the team can come in. Meanwhile, if you look at the mid lane, JTR has stolen Bulwark, which is basically he's not gonna get anything out of it. But yeah, I mean, this is how I think their farming patterns are going to get affected, because the rest of the jungle is going to be dangerous for Morphling to be able to farm.
Yeah.
So just the losing the mid tower opens up a lot of places. Also, because the top tower from the Dire side is gone for Team Renewal, which means the jungle is widely open for ganking. And we can already see 2-man smoke coming up. Mars showing up onto the mid lane. There's also a Dire ward there. All right, the smoke gets broken off. KIR trying to run away, and I think he will be able to, because there's the observer board. 30 more seconds. Lucky enough, there was time on that observer.
Yeah.
I would really want to see if the Radiant team can control. Yeah, they are controlling the warding there. Meanwhile, onto the top lane, Karata trying to escape away. Alright, I think he will be able to TP. Meanwhile, bottom lane, oh wow, that's a beautiful combo coming out, but the stun onto the Snapfire won't let him use it. But Doom is gonna go down before using the Doom, and JTR will also go down. Skarata joins into the team fight. There's gonna be a stun on Undying. He's trying to escape away for his life. He won't be able to land. He comes in with a cookie and will be able to secure the kill. Morphling is still staying on the mid lane, and Skarata will just go back to the base. He won't be able to defend this one. Another fight won by Team White Cat. And I think they're doing pretty well.
Yeah,
Dire's
obviously
bottom
they
tower
don't
is
have the
under
momentum
attack.
that they had last game, but nevertheless
Dire's
they are
bottom
still
tower
keeping
has
up with the
fallen.
team fights, getting these
Radiant's middle tower
objectives
is under
secured.
attack.
I mean, Morphling is trying to get the mid tower, but I think everyone's back from Team Wildcat to protect the mid tower again. So yeah, they at 15 minutes in, we see all three T1s have been taken down. I think this is Wildcat's strategy where they go for these early game tower takedowns, which enables them for a larger area of the map. And I think that's a really good way of them playing against Team Renewal, who has Morphling, who is slightly dependent on how much farm he gets. So yeah, Wildcats are playing really well right now. If they keep getting these pickoffs and are able to focus on their objectives, I think they'll be doing really well.
Yep, I mean, I would agree to that. I mean, right now, the activeness that we can see on the map is
Radiant's
amazing
bottom tower is under attack.
from the Whitecats. Let's see what happens. I mean, right now, the bottom tower is being pushed. CK is patiently waiting. Reinforcements coming out. They have vision of the reinforcements because of the Mars Arena that happened the last time. There are no trees behind the tower. So yeah.
Yeah.
And there's some free gold coming in. Oh, top lane, there is going to be a catch. Oh, they were trying to catch Skarata, but Skarata will be able to escape using the ulti. Yeah, all right. So they were able to save the bottom tower, but the team Renewal, they're still going to try and go for this bottom tower. Let's see if the Chaos Knight's illusion. Oh, no. Okay, it's not going to get baited. Well, they're looking out for an initiation, but I think they're waiting for something. They do not want to go in because of course the tower line, if you see, all the towers are still alive. Reinforcement can come really quick. There's also a pickup of the blink dagger onto the Mars, so we really want to see if Mars wants to get active. And Lenny just trying to steal some creeps, having fun with the teammate. They're pretty much chilling. Oh, they're gonna miss onto that spear, but the ulti is still gonna be there. Let's see if JTR is gonna steal something. The monomer kisses from behind. Frozen Pangolier is gonna go back to the base. Lenny secures the kill in his back. This is one of the meanest grandma's kisses I've ever seen. I mean,
Yeah.
grandmas are always nice, right?
Definitely. But also, this kill onto the Pangolier enables them to get into the Roshan. Again, this is what
Yep.
the Wildcats are good at, focusing on these pickoffs and getting right onto objectives. And here they're going for the Roshan since they've already taken the T1 down. Morphling is able to get the T1 in the bot lane of the Wildcats, but again, the getting the early Roshan enables them to push these T2s and are able to get these really early pushes in, and that's gonna probably cause quite a bit of problem to Team Renewal. And let's see how this fight goes on.
Yeah, and there's a fight started. There's gonna be the Rolling Thunder trying to go on Lenny. Lenny won't be able to escape away. Even though there was a good initiation, they did try to come in. There's a little bit away from the time being, and Ken has picked up the Aegis of Immortality. And yep, the LT is also gonna connect the Ice Blast onto Renewal, and there is gonna be the burst damage coming out from Ken, and I think he's gonna go down. Yes, he will. Oh, the Doom, he's gonna be very close. Did he fake it, or... okay, he wasn't really able to do it. There's going to be the pickup. The Remnant is not going to connect as well onto Ken. Ken is going to drop down a little too low. But yeah, I think he has decent amount of stats to be able to survive out from there. Kazima, they do have a Doom on Kazima. They have a BKB. I think they will be able to take a fight if it's not too bad, or at least take a pick off until the time. Because they have to buy some time for this Morphling to be able to farm. Right now, the map controller, right, going back to the mid lane. Dying is gonna get caught, and Ken will be the one taking away his life. Okay, the game is getting a little hard, I would say, for Renewal. I mean, there's one or the other consistently dying from their team. They have to group up and at least try and get somebody in the gank. I mean, even if it's a support, you know, a kill after a smoke does get onto the other team's nerves. So even if one person is dying,
Hmm.
and I mean, if you are not on the lead and if you can kill somebody from the other's team, it definitely puts some kind of pressure on the White Cats or the
Yeah.
winning team. Meanwhile, when the pause is up, guys, I would want to shout out to our fantasy partner, Fanclash. Thank you so much Logitech as well. Thank you so much. So Asia's largest esports fantasy platform that you guys can join. Do not forget to download the app. You can win amazing prizes and cash them instantly. You can win so huge amount of prizes, and they also have giveaways going on pretty commonly. The app is available on App Store as well as the Apple Store, so you guys can download it. Feel free to try it out and make your own teams. Getting back to the game, Lama, what are you feeling? Do you think there's still a chance of coming back into the game? I mean, just the 2K lead, looking at
Definitely.
2K lead. Yeah,
Definitely, there's definitely a chance for them to come back. They can make a really huge comeback, especially since they have a hero like Morphling, who's really, really good
hmm
in the mid to late game.
yeah.
And he just needs to hit the timings on his items right. And he already has the Manta ready, and he is going in straight for a Skadi, which will again land him in a comfortable spot where he is tanky enough but also is dealing enough damage to the opponents. So as long as Morphling gets his farm and Renewal is able to keep the White Cat's attention away from Morphling for a
Dire's top
while,
tower
I
is
think
under
there's an
attack.
easy way to come back. But
Oh.
we see in the mid lane,
Yeah. All right. Okay. There's gonna be the ice blast into the Mortimer kisses. Will they be able to get two? They got two. Is this gonna be a third one? All right. Lenny is gonna get caught, and I think he's gonna go down. All right. There's gonna be Mortimer kisses coming in from behind the green-colored kisses. Not gonna catch anyone. Yeah, just one kill, which is gonna be Lenny, and there's gonna be the BKB popped up by Kazima, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. He's gonna doom out the Chaos Knight. They really want to take down the Chaos Knight. Relin. Oh, focusing onto the other one, knowing that this guy is gonna go down. Amazingly done. The target priority. Look at this Morphlings. He just left the
yeah,
Chaos Knight to die and focused on the other
yeah,
one. All right, I can secure one more kill. Let's be super efficient, team, and this is what I absolutely love about it. Meanwhile, onto the mid lane, we can see Ken and Terry. They're trying to push out Mars. Has done pretty well. I think the last fight it was a decent job.
Fills me with
But I think the kisses were not able to connect. They also lost the Chaos Knight. The fight was okay. They
yeah.
also want to give out the Tome of Knowledge to Chaos Knight. I can see he has bought it. Let's see what in the talent tree that he wants to pick it up. Let's see. I'm really curious. Like, why would he pick up? Okay, he is not
Oh,
at level 15.
yeah. Also, a really important thing for Team Renewal right here is even if they are losing team fights, is not to let Wildcats be strong enough so they can take an objective after that. So in the previous
Yep.
fight, obviously Renewal came out on the upper hand in that fight, team fight, and they should be looking to try and get more pickoffs. But Undying gets caught off by Wildcats and dies right there, and we see. Ken going on to the Pangolier, who is making him rethink his life decisions as he falls right there, and the Aghanim Scepter with the Void
Dire's
Spirit
middle tower
being a
is
real
under
big
attack.
problem for the Pangolier, and it's going to cause a lot of problems for the Morphling and the Doom as well, as they depend a lot on their timings to hit their abilities. In the mid lane, we see
Yep.
Doom and going on to the Mars along with the ulti coming in
Dire's
from the
top tower
Rubik.
is under attack.
Mars falls quite
Yeah.
low, but he's able to survive.
Yep, and there's gonna be a big kill coming out from the Morphling. They were able to get the Grandma, and there's gonna be initiation coming out from Ken. Oh, that is the damage that I was talking about. Chaos Knight pulls into the Reality Rift and puts him back to the Tombstone. Undying's dead for the next 20 seconds. I mean, but I would still say both the teams are still in equilibrium. The only part where
Dire's
I
top
feel
tower
like
is under attack.
um, Team Renewal is losing is the towers. I mean, there's
Yeah.
one less tower for them, um, so they need to take this top tower, which kind of opens up the triangle for ganking.
Dire's
So that is
structures are
something that they have to
fortified.
focus on. Other than that, I think they
Dire's
need to
top
look up for the
tower is under
itemization. Having a Midas on
Radiant
Doom,
are
I think there's
scanning.
definitely a chance for coming back into the game for the offlane. I mean,
Hmm.
of course, offlaners generally, they're not supposed to farm that hard, but then when you have a
Yeah.
Midas, it helps you a lot. Lenny coming down, putting down a ward. Oh, what? Rubik didn't check it. I actually thought that he's gonna put up a sentry there, but right, they have taken control over the Radiant jungle, which is a good thing.
Dire's top
But then
tower
we
is
can
under
also see
attack.
Skadalicious trying to focus on a little bit onto the top tower, would want to take complete control over the jungle.
Dire's top
Meanwhile,
tower has fallen.
you might be able to see a fight onto the bottom lane. Yep, there are TPs coming in. They
Yep.
have vision. They have seen Morphling. Would they want to go in, or will Morphling be able to escape the wave farm? All right, there is gonna be the Spear of Mars coming in. Will the damage output be enough? And Undying is just gonna go down instantly, and there's gonna be the big stun from behind. The ulti comes in as well. The Chaos Knight is muted, trying to escape away for his life. Lenny has to get back as well. Relin has maxed out strength. And they won't be able to catch him, and I think Doom is the one who's gonna be in trouble. He does have a stun, won't be able to land it. Will cancel out by the spear, and Lucify secures the kill in his bag. So another good fight for White Cats. I think good reinforcements came in. But
Yeah.
the only thing that has come to my mind is they haven't killed the Morphling, and I have said they haven't killed the Morphling. There was an initiation, but still, they haven't killed the Morphling. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Dire's middle
Morphling
tower
is at
is
a
under
really good
attack.
place right now, and he has bought the BKB, which he desperately needed, especially because of the resonant pulses with the Aghanim Scepter on Ken, which could be very, very bad if Morphling does not have his Manta online. So having the Manta and the
Dire's
BKB
middle
gives him
tower
two
is under
abilities
attack.
to avoid the silence coming in from Ken. And yeah, as we see, like Renewal did not need to initiate such an intense fight in the bottom section of Wildcats jungle. But in either way, it's really good for them to take fights. But as long as they're losing, not losing three people, it's going to be fine. Meanwhile, they go on to the Doom and get him instantly out. Double damage on the Ken, taking care of the Doom, and they'll be pushing the
Yep.
T2s in the bot lane. So they're gonna let go of more position here. Letting go of that tier 2 bot lane is gonna be
Dire's
really
bottom
problematic
tower
for them.
has fallen.
And let's just see if the main dependence is gonna be on Kir and how his Morphling is gonna be playing from now on. So let's see how the game carries on, and hopefully they are able to
Dire's
come back
bottom
from the
tower is under
present
attack.
situation they are in.
Yeah. Meanwhile, when the bottom fight was happening, they also went onto the Mars, and Mars had to pop up as BKB and had to escape from the fight, and that was something that we have to keep a note of, because now he doesn't
Radiant's
have a
top
BKB.
tower is
BKB
under
has gone
attack.
down to the next, like it
Dire
has
are
gone to the
scanning.
cooldown and then gone down a second as well. So 7 seconds of spell
Radiant's
immunity
top
that he
tower
will
is
get
under
in the
attack.
next team fight.
Yeah.
Here comes a 4-man smoke. They would want to look out for an initiation because he does have a blink dagger. He has the Arena of Blood. Let's see if there's going to be any initiation that can come out. I don't think they have any vision. Do they have any vision? No, they
Radiant's
don't
top
have any
tower
vision.
is
They're,
under
they're
attack.
initiating without a vision, and yes, they would go in. They have found out. And then Rubik, and I think Rubik is going to go down onto the other side. They have taken 2 buybacks, alright, and Dying is going to come back as well. There's going to be Doom onto the Void Spirit. Let's see if they will be able to secure a kill. Yes, Kent is going to go down the fight. They are trying their best to keep it, and there's going to be Phantasm. Lucify is also going to escape, hiding into the Rush Pit. So 2 buybacks forced. Mid laner
Yeah.
died. Um, Now they have to patiently wait for the rush. But if the people who have bought back Rubik and Undying, if
Radiant's
any of
top
them
tower
dies,
is under
then I
attack.
think they are going to be a little bit
Radiant
of
are
on
scanning.
the disadvantage. I would
Yeah.
also want to talk about the itemization, if we can see that on our screens. There is an Orchid Malevolence on Chaos Knight. Ken
Radiant's
has bought
top
Aghanim
tower
Scepter,
is
which he
under
had
attack.
alongside the Witchblade, which does give a lot of damage. BKB Blink on Mars, a couple of 4 staffs on the supports. Going on to Team Renewal, we have a Mantis style already, which means Orchid Malevolence is not going to work out that well.
Yeah.
Alongside that, Skarata has gone for the defusal that we talked early on in the game, Blink Dagger as well. Kazima has gone for the Blink Dagger, BKB as well, and I believe he's what is going to be the next item for him? He has just a plate mail in his inventory.
Yeah.
I think it's just a casual plate mail, just for the armor. But let's see if he's thinking to buy something like Shiva's. But I think he has queued the Aghanim Scepter. All right,
An
let me
Aghanim
take you guys
Scepter,
back
yeah.
to the game. With the itemization and like this is what I'm feeling. Okay, Renewal are gonna come in with another Oh yeah, another fight. Oh, good. Arena has caught 3 of them. Sipping Juice is gonna go down. There's the ulti from behind coming in, and I think Morphling is also gonna die because the ulti was able to connect. Ken with the double damage. Will he be able to catch Doom? Yes, Doom getting caught. There is gonna be the Rolling Thunder. Will they be able to catch 4 of them? The stun did connect. Doom trying to escape away. Yes, he has a blink. Ken, 3 more seconds for the Astral Step. Will he be able to catch him? Oh, Kazima
Dire's
walks
middle
onto the other
tower is under
direction.
attack.
And because of the nighttime,
Okay.
he was just able to escape. Good
Yeah.
usage of having less vision in the night.
Yeah. But again, these fights that White Cats are coming out with, they are able to get these team fights, take down 2 to 3 heroes from Renewal, and get straight onto the objectives. They're pushing T3s again at 28 minutes into the game. I think Renewal might be having a problem answering to these early pushes, and the Morphling dying over there was absolutely really bad for her, because now she's gonna have 15 minutes still to come back alive and try to defend this mid tower, which is gonna go down right now. So she has to just go back to farming and again try to catch up with all the time that she has faced dying. So she still has not finished her Skadi, and is her Skadi timing is going to be really important, and if she's not getting it as soon as possible, they might just end the game before she's even able to pick it up.
Yep. I would agree to that. And like earlier in the game, we were talking about the draft, how it would be. Oh, all right, there is gonna be rolling Pangolier coming in. Oh, Skarata is stuck now. Okay, he won't be able to do anything out of it.
Wait,
Okay,
what is that
okay.
interaction?
I mean, he was just stuck between there's a lava thing in there, so he just got
Oh
stuck.
yeah.
All right, a 4-man smoke coming in. There's gonna be initiation. The burst out is also gonna be there, and Skidalicious was stuck. He's trying to escape away for his life. He does have the BKB on. Meanwhile, they will only be able to get the Undying and the Pangolier. But I think these 2 kills are very important because now the Rosh is gonna be free for them. This is the second Rosh, which means it will also give out an Aggro Shard. Unfortunate enough, Skarata, nobody saw that. Don't worry.
Yeah, now they go back straight onto the objective, getting the Roshan down, and they're probably gonna push either the mid or the top lane. So yeah, back to the objectives. Wildcats go.
Yep. And there's gonna be.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. I was watching bottom as well. Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't really able to catch. Lucky enough for the Doom to be able to TP out. He's also pretty low on mana. All right, Doom is about to pick up the Scepter, and I think the Scepter might actually make a difference. So we still have to wait and see if the Scepter will actually pay off, if buying Midas will actually pay off or not. Because if not the total fights, but Team Renewal, they have just been losing heroes in every single fight.
Yeah.
And every fight would make a difference because it would if you're losing heroes in every fight, I think you're losing some kind of advantage. At this point of time, I know Morphling was free to farm, but then Ancient Apparition has just countered him, man. Even if he doesn't get the threshold of the Ice Blast, but even if he just gets touched by the Ice Blast, rest work is just done by Siri, Skidalicious, and Ken. I mean, the burst damage output that comes out from the Astral or the Resonant Pulse or just the right clicks or maybe the God's Rebuke with having absolutely no regeneration, I think it is insane. I mean, you just there's nothing else, but you're just getting countered pretty easily.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, as long
it is
as long as she's able to get the BKB off in time, I don't think there's any other way to avoid the avoid him getting the Ice Blast through. So I think it all depends on how Kir plays and if he's able to get the timing of his BKB right.
Well, here's the bad news. Ancient Apparition's ulti goes through the BKB, so
No,
there's nothing you can do.
Like,
I mean, I get your point. Yeah, please go ahead.
If it hits him directly, but even when it phases through, does it like
Yeah,
if it does not hit him and if it just phases through, does it still
yeah.
affect through BKB?
Yes, it
Oh,
will. Yes,
then
yes. That's the bad part about it. That's
yeah,
why I said you're just countered, man. There's nothing you can do. Um, even if it touches you through the BKB, yeah, I mean it's just gonna be hard. You're just frostbitten. So that's why I said. I mean, if you remember in the drafting phase, they actually banned LC. If they had
yeah, yeah,
LC, like LC would have caught Ancient Apparition first, and
yeah.
that
True.
is why they have banned heroes like that can actually jump onto him. And even if they have heroes like Doom, it is going to be
Hmm.
hard, man. Like, who would you doom? Would you actually want to
Dire's
doom
bottom
a Void
tower
Spirit
is
that
under
can jump onto
attack.
the back lines, or do you want to doom a support that plays a huge role in killing your carry?
Yeah,
You know,
true.
this is where the game of Dota comes into play. I mean, this is where a team's coordination comes into questioning. Like, what would you actually want to do in a team fight? So if you look at the whole team fight, I think Doom has picked up the Agnum Scepter. It is a big
Aghanims.
it is going to be some kind of
Dire are
advantage for them
scanning.
because the team
Yeah.
fight potential is going to get better if they're all sticking together. Like right now, they're in a stack. I think
Hmm.
if he jumps in right now and uses the Doom, it's potentially going to be very useful for them. But let's see how it
True.
goes. It is going to be a four-man smoke. They would want to go into for the initiation, and yep, Kazima is going to come in. They're patiently waiting. There comes the Doom. They're getting caught off altogether. Yep, Ken has secured one kill on Sipping Juice, and now the multiple stuns and the muteness comes out. They will not be able to do much, and yep, the BKB has been used onto Morphling. Morphling trying to escape away for his life. The Ice Blast did not really connect onto anyone, so yep, there's not gonna be much happening. They will all be able to escape, but yeah, Mars is gonna go down. KIR comes in. All right, good time ulti. No, the silence, the
Dire's bottom
silence.
tower is under
There's
attack.
nothing you can do, even though the Ice Blast didn't connect. But the timing for going in and the silences, they're working out well. Morphling used the Manta style, and it was well read by Ken alongside
Yep.
the Chaos Knight. I mean, they were able to give
Dire's
a
middle
decent
barracks
amount
are
of
under
damage.
attack.
And now I think they'll potentially look out for pushing on the racks, but we have buybacks on Doombringer, we have buyback on Morphling. We also have a buyback on Pango. So let's see if they would want to just give this set of racks away. But what I feel personally, they can still contest it because there's
Dire's
no more
structures are fortified.
ages. So I think they can do it. But what are you feeling, Lama?
Yeah, they'll definitely try to try to fight it off like they are doing right now with the Pango ult
Yeah.
and lift coming in from the Rubik. Doom is TPing again, and if he's able to catch this CK off, it might actually kill him, and he does. I think that was actually really bad decision from CK to try and keep pushing for that long when his core, that is the Void Spirit, had already backed off. So I think Renewal made the right call on not buying back right there and just fighting it off as much as possible. They were able to secure the kill onto the CK as well. Yeah, I mean, pretty much going on the side of Wildcats for now. But again, as we saw the last fight, the Doom with the Aghanim Scepter was actually able to secure kills on two of the very important heroes from the side of Wildcat. And if he's able to do that every team fight, I think they have a really, really good chance of coming back. And the only problem is going to be, as you said, the Ancient Apparition. That is a huge problem to the Morphling, because even if it does not kill the Morphling, just that ultimate zones him out for quite a bit, and we saw that happen even in the last team fight. So yeah, like Ken was able to buy back, come into the fight because the Morphling was zoned out for such a long time. So let's see how the game continues further from here, and if the Doom's Aghanims actually help them to turn the game around.
Yeah, I mean, because in the last fight, I think he potentially did a good job. They
Yeah.
tried. I mean, even though the Morphling died because of some mistakes, they were still able to make it. And I don't know if you noticed, they were on 11k gold net worth lead when the CK died.
Radiant's
They came
middle
down to
tower is
9k.
under
So
attack.
definitely CK
Yeah.
played a huge role in their net worth, and it was a big kill. CK does not have a buyback. If Team Renewal wins a fight right now,
Mhm.
then there's a chance that they can end the game. They have the
Yeah.
damage, they have the potential, they have the output, They can do it, but they have to win a fight. Alright, there's another big Mars ulti coming out onto the bottom lane with the one more kisses, and yes, he will be able to secure a double kill. Both the supports are out. Using the BKB, I think it potentially paid off. And onto the other side, Morphling getting caught off. Will they be able to get him? Morphling looking out for the TP. Can they stop it? Oh, that was a little too close. A few units away. Could have got him, but
Radiant
Yeah.
structures
well,
are
maybe
fortified.
his death was not written in the numbers and in the pages of the death note. Somebody is definitely writing the death note for the Morphling. This time he was able to escape. And on the mid lane, if you go, Skyrata trying to escape. Ken comes in, but there was a TP away. Will he be able to catch him? No, he won't. And neither the Ice
Oh.
Blast.
Oh, that's a
So
lot of
again-
abilities. Tried to catch the Pangolier. There was a lot of abilities used right there.
Yeah, yeah. And if you look at the items right now, Mars has picked up a Refresher Orb. So double LT,
Oh.
double disable. He also has a shard, which means he can actually catch 2 people on the Spear of Mars. So if they're in a single line, then it's gonna be hard. Meanwhile, Morphling has saved up for the buyback. Okay, he has bought a Shadow Blade.
Oh. Hmm.
All right, this is gonna be okay. This is
Interesting
gonna be
pickup.
something different. I think he has
Yeah.
bought a Shadow Blade because he only needs 200 more gold. All right, there's gonna be an initiation onto the Snapfire. They will be able to catch Rubik. Rubik is gonna go down. Rilin, Renewal Care joins into the team fight. Karata. Okay, there's gonna be a good 4-staff coming out as well. Will they be able to get one down? Yes, Morphling gets deleted instantly. There's gonna be silence, and they will be able to catch the Doombringer as well. Now, Pangolier trying to TP, he will be able to TP. There's going to be a BKB onto the mid lane Vigo. There's going to be Undying. Undying is also going to go down. Kent secures a double kill in his bag. A 4-man down, only Pangolier survives. And I think
Hmm.
Team White Cats are going to look up for taking the racks now.
Yep. I think from here on out, it's going to be really hard to even have a comeback, because I think they might be able to secure 1 full set or maybe 2 sets of racks here. If they are able to secure both the sets of racks, it's going to be really hard for Renewal to come back. But again, we saw how the net worth went. It was like it dipped down after the last team fight. It went down a bit, and now after this team fight, it skyrocketed back up again, and Void goes on to the Pango, using everything on him, getting him low, and secures the kill onto him. Wow, right, that was pretty quick again.
Yep. And it is actually really bad. Because Morphling, I mean, he's just getting deleted instantly, and now they're going for the last set of racks, the last tower, the last tier 3. So it is going to be hard for them to be able to defend Team Renewal. Let's see what they can do. Will they be able to make a comeback? Oh, all right, there is going to be LT, and meanwhile, Skydalicious just hitting it out. Oh, Mars is getting pushed in, and he's gonna go down. This is gonna be a little bit of a mistake, and a stolen arena has come into play, but the disarm, the slowdown onto Doom, he won't be able to come close. He's looking out to Doom everyone, but that won't happen. Unfortunate enough, Mars actually got caught into his spear by the Morphling, and they were able to defend. So for the next 70 seconds, I think they have some space to breathe, but yet again, 18k gold lead. Team White Cats are in the advantage, and I think the next move is going to be Rush.
Yeah, definitely. And they might be able to counter this Roche if they are able to get a 5-man smoke and go to the Roche pit right now, just because of Mars being dead for the next 39 seconds, and all 5 heroes from Renewal are alive. But I think it's not gonna happen. I think they're just gonna get the Roche down too quick for Renewal to even realize what's happening, and they do get a scan in, but it's too late. The Roche is almost down, and they do get an Aghanim Scepter onto the Chaos Knight.
Yep, it is going to be a 4 versus 5, smoke versus smoke, high ground versus low ground, and there's going to be an initiation coming out with the instant stun on Void Spirit. Will they be able to get the Chaos Knight? Let's see, Chaos Knight pulls in, alright, gets one down. KIR has taken the life onto the other side of the supports, and double kill being secured there. Skydalicious is gonna go down again. Oh, the lifesteal is gonna still stay up. There are multiple buybacks coming in into the team fight, but they are out of spells. The ulti comes in from Sari. Will be able to secure the Doomsday. Delicious trying to fight in from behind. There's gonna be one more kisses. Will they be able to get down? The Morphling trying to right click him now. He gets a triple kill. Will he be able to get a rampage? Will he be able to get the ultra? Oh no, he gets initiated. He gets caught, and he is gonna go down. Instantly buys back. Alright, there are multiple buybacks coming in. Team Radiant is all ready to fight these guys. It is gonna be a 3 versus 4. Chaos Knight, does he have a buyback? I don't think so. Nope, he doesn't have a buyback. He's 1,000 gold away, but Team Radiant, they do not want to give it away. They would still want to go in, and they will be able to find the Pangolier. Pangolier will also buy back. The ulti from the Ancient Apparition is not going to connect. This was close. 30k goal lead. They can easily end the game. They are on every single advantage, which is the alright. The 3-man silence goes in, pulls in again. Is this gonna be a dieback for the Pangolier? Will he be able to escape? No, it is gonna be a dieback. From behind, there was a gobble up thrown on him. And yes, Ken will also secure another kill, which is gonna be unsipping juice in another world. Takes it back away. KIR trying to escape away, gets silenced, pulls in, gets bursted down, and yes, it is over. They have called it a GG. So we have our winners for today, which is gonna be Team White Cat. Insane gameplay coming out from them. Very well played. Congratulations to Team White Cat. Look at those happy faces. They have enjoyed this game, and they have taken away this series by 2-0, taking down Renewal to the loss.
Yeah, I mean, not the games that they expected, I guess, from Renewal side, but in the end, nevertheless, White Cat have come out on top, and they played two beautifully amazing games. With the first one showing a textbook play on how to win Dota games, and the second one where Renewal, resisted them quite a bit, but were not able to secure that win in the end. Although the timings of their items and their itemization was really, really good, I think their early game was quite a bit weak compared to White Cats, and that's the reason that White Cats have ended out on top here. And a really, really amazing play from both the teams. And Renewal, you guys did really, really well, but White Cats just were better in this series.
Okay, I really want to add on to something. Production, if you can show us the items from the heroes for a second. I just wanted to mark out something in terms of the itemization for both the sides. I don't know if you guys notice, and I wanted to say this in the middle of the match, but the fight broke out. If you look at the itemization from Chaos Knight, if production can show it, the itemization that came out from Chaos Knight, he actually bought an Arcane Blink. If you look at the net worth chart, the net worth right now, because we can see net worth, so net worth, player net worth was all fine. I think in even Morphling was in the lead of the net worth. Team Renewal, look at that, like all the three cores were down bottom until the 10-minute, and then they were struggling until the 30-minute mark. It's just alternate. If you can see 17k, 16k Chaos Knight and Morphling respectively. It was up and down. There were some fights that were won by Renewal. There are some fights that were won by White Cat, and then just White Cat they just pulled it over. So yeah, I was actually about to tell the viewers on Chaos Knight buying the Arcane Blink. It is such a smart move that I don't think I have ever thought of, because in Chaos Knight's stun, the stun takes a little time to be able to cast. There is some kind of cast animation. The stun is slow. Buying that Arcane Blink, you can actually cut off. You can actually cut off the time. You can cut off the mana, and there's a debuff amplification, 50% of the cut. So it reduces everything for the next 6 seconds. That means you have stuns after stuns with more mana. And for a hero like Morphling, you need to cut off that attack animation to be able to stun him. That is something that I don't think I would have thought of if I was playing Chaos Knight. So Chaos Knight actually picked it up before the last rush when they picked it up. And yes, it did come into play. The ulti timing was cut down. The stun was cut down, the reality rift was cut down. So I really, really loved the way that these guys played. Very well played, White Cat, much deserved. Team Renewal, do not get disheartened. There's more matches coming in tomorrow, so let's see. I mean, let's see what happens tomorrow. But for today, you can see the highlights on your screen, and yeah, this is from game number one. There will be highlights for game number two as well. White Cat versus Renewal. Congratulations to team White Cat.
Yeah.
Any suggestions or anything that you would want to put out for team Renewal for tomorrow's games, Lama?
I mean, they played really, really amazing, but like, I think the main problem that they had was their laning phase and slightly on the drafting phase. Like, as we saw, like for the play style that White Cat has, this early push and early team fight capability drafting style, Morphling was not really ideal, even though he's a better hero than the Alchemist for the White Cats, but the Morphling was still not ideal in this situation, and especially picking it as a second pick gave White Cat a lot of opportunity to counter pick it instantly with that AA, which caused huge problems for the
Yeah,
Morphling. So I
yeah.
think a little bit on the drafting side and a little more focus on the early game is what they require, and they'll do phenomenally in this series. Like in the future upcoming games. All the best to you all, Renewal, and congrats White Cat on the series, and best of luck to you all on the next coming games as well.
Yeah, it was definitely an amazing set of series that we got to see. Also, a lot of good way of itemization that I really like from White Cat. I mean, not just Chaos Knight, but if I talk about the Void Spirit, he also had a Dagon and Ethereal Blade in the late game, which helped them burst down this Morphling. There's the refresher orb on Mars
Refreshing,
alongside
yeah.
the Agnim Scepter, so you can catch two people, and he used it pretty well. And another thing that I wanted to mention is the Boots of Bearing. Um,
Yeah.
like I said, this time the aura items are getting buffed, and so Boots of Bearing has come into play. We got to see Boots of
Mm-hmm.
Bearing. Lenny bought it and used it pretty well in the game. Definitely gives you some movement speed, gives you some attack speed as well. So I think it is pretty good to buy these aura items, and Lucify did a great job on that ancient parishin. Um, for the side of Team Renewal, I would say Rubik Rubik did okayish, but I mean Undying has died a little too much. But yeah, let's just move on to the MVP for today's game, and the MVP is gonna be Ken again for this
Yep.
one particular game. In the last game as well, it was the TA, and this game it will be Void Spirit again. So 19,
Yep.
16, like I said about the itemization, I mean, the items are not yet here for some reason. He also bought a Dagon in the late
Yeah.
game for the
Yeah.
burst damage. So, yeah, instead of the bottle, he just had a Dagon of level 4, which we cannot see. And yeah, I mean, he played pretty well again. The GPM of 680 and XPM of 863. The rotations were proper, and that was good. What do you feel about the hero damage and the kills, Lama?
Yeah, he had a 42.6k hero damage, and being a Void Spirit obviously is a really, really good number because Void Spirit has the ability to chase, to inflict a lot of damage and escape as well. And with the Aghanim Scepter, the AoE coming in from Void Spirit is humongous. And he had the purple ball as well in the end. So having the Octarine core reduces the time of his abilities, and being such a ability dependent hero, he used them perfectly well, netting him 42.6k worth of hero damage. So yeah, Ken played really, really amazing in game 1 and 2 as well. A definitely well deserved MVP match for both the games.
Oh yeah, I mean, I absolutely enjoyed the initiations that did came out um, from Ken.
Yeah.
Also, kudos to the whole team of Team White Cat on winning the series 2-0 today. I mean, I would be very honest, I wasn't really expecting Renewal to come up as a 2-0. I was actually thinking to Renewal at least to like win at least one game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's the best one wins the game. So today, White Cats are the best ones. So today's day has come to an end. Match one when we had Neon Esports 2-0, and now we had White Cat and Renewal 2-0. Both 2-0 White Cats. This is going to be the round robin session. We will have a day number 3. Which is going to be tomorrow. But for today, we have the scores up on your monitor or your screens. We have Neon Esports 2 wins. Hashtags have won 1 win and 1 loss. White Cat have been 1 win and 1 loss, and Team Renewal has not won anything as of now.
Yeah.
Well, good luck to all the teams. Tomorrow it is going to be same time, Indian Standard Time, about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Do not forget to tune in. I would want to thank again to our partners AMD, Logitech, as well as Fanclash. Do not forget to download the app of Fanclash, guys. And, you can win a lot of different kind of prizes. There are cash prizes and there's whatnot. You can also have a meet and greet with your favorite players if you're able to win those fantasy points. Definitely requires some kind of knowledge and skill um, in terms of esports. Of course, the fantasy app has the esports. Do not forget to download it. It is available on the Apple App Store as well as the Android's Play Store. Thank you, AMD, thank you, Logitech, and thank you, Fanclash, for sponsoring the event. We are glad to have you guys here. And Lama, what would you want to say about the day? It was an amazing day. Do you wanna say something to the viewers about the day?
Uh, Definitely. I mean, I don't think any of us expected both the games to end up with a 2-0 because we have four amazing teams and we
Yeah.
expected at least like 3 rounds from each team. But
Mhm.
especially in the first game, the second win was totally unexpected. Like it was going in Reaper.Hashtag's direction for a while, but Neon just comes out of nowhere and sweeps that match, especially after getting the rapier. And in game, like in the second series, both teams played amazingly well, but White Cat just kept their momentum going, one objective after another, and they led their team fights in such a way that once they win or are able to secure a few kills on that team fight, they were able to move on and uh, get an objective right after that, either being a Roshan or getting a tower pick. So yeah,
Yeah.
like amazing games. I'm really excited to see what happens in the tomorrow series as well. So hopefully we get to see some really amazing games tomorrow as well, and a
Yep.
beautiful series.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had a similar kind of feeling. We did not think that it would be 2-0, but well, both the teams have performed well. So good luck to the
Yeah.
teams for further more games. We will still have day number 3 for more action. Do not forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, or if you're watching on Twitch, do not forget to follow Sky Esports. Do not forget to follow Lama on Instagram. Do not forget to follow me on Instagram. We guys will be up there if you have any questions as well. So we will be back again with Sky Esports tomorrow with more content. Do not go anywhere. I hope you guys have a great day, and we'll see you guys back tomorrow at 1 o'clock. Have a good night, guys.